Check, check, check. Everything's good. Looks like it. What? What? What's cracking? What's up? What's good? Loud and clear? That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. Good comment. Good commentary vid for Space Marine 2. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed making it. A lot of people really enjoyed that a lot of people really enjoyed that line of what did I say? Allergic to stoicism. That was the line. Yeah. I think it's true, to be honest. It's like one of the things that like really stood out to me when I was playing that game was like, you know, even though the characters were flawed, even though they had issues, even though, you know, there was suspicion and stuff like that, you know, a lot of their dialogue was always conveyed through only a few words. And in that, I immediately realized that there are just so many games over the last few years that I've played that have so much drawn out dialogue. Things that could have been explained within a few sentences that need to be, you know, put into a, you know, 10-minute cutscene of people talking to one another. I think one of the things that's really annoyed me with games that I've played in recent years is how many games there are where there's like mandatory dialogue that I need to walk around and talk to people in a town or something like that before I can even move on to the actual gameplay. JRPGs are probably the worst with this. They're so dialogue heavy at the very beginning, which I mean I understand because you're trying to do what you can to, you know, lay the foundation for the story before the player moves forward. But at the exact same time, when you're sitting there and there's like 2, 3, 4 hours of you just talking and nothing else going on, it ends up taking you out. It removes any of, you know, any sense of immersion that I would normally have because I'm not into the game. I'm not playing the game. I had a really, really tough time. I'm still having a really tough time with Final Fantasy XIV because even though I like the game and I love the story, the front end of the new expansion is so dialogue heavy that I spent a good 2 to 3 or maybe even 4 hours just walking around talking to NPCs. I still haven't even done any combat at all or anything like that. And I think if I'm not mistaken, like I went and did this like new zone, and then after I did the new zone, they're like, all right, now it's time to go to this other zone. And I'm like, wait, did I really just complete an entire zone without doing any combat? I think there was like one combat scenario and that was it. And I was just like, man, man, wow. Finally something to do at work. Yeah. Borderlands games. No, I mean, Borderlands is dialogue heavy, but Borderlands always is pushing you along, right? There's very little just like walk around, talk to people for a long time before you actually get out and play. Most of like Borderlands gameplay, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of like the quests and stuff like that, it's like pick up and then the dialogue's playing while you're still playing the game. There's no pain like Genshin, like in Genshin. Yeah, I could see games like that potentially doing something like that as well. I actually dislike that quite a bit about Borderlands. Too much of the dialogue happens in comms while you're doing other things. It becomes irrelevant / annoying. Yeah, well, the thing is, Borderlands is plagued by millennial humor, right? So the most memorable moments that you're often going to have from a Borderlands game, Borderlands 2 or Borderlands 3, are supposed to be like the funny quips or situations that they throw you into after you've been playing for, over comms more than anything else, right? Like, even if I go back and I remember, like, playing Borderlands 2, some of the best moments that happened in the game almost all ended up happening over comms. Like, the funniest moments, or the moments that I think about in the narrative at the very least, it all happened over comms. I thought Borderlands was hilarious. At the time, it was. But when you look at it retrospectively, it's one of the issues that I have with, like, today's writing in games, especially the ones that want to, like, dip into, like, millennial humor more than anything else, is that millennial humor is not enduring. It was a snapshot in time, so those things were funny at the moment, but then longer, the more time goes on, when you go back to visit those moments, they're not as funny. Some of the stuff is enduring, like, what is it, Handsome Jack and the, Diamond Pony Butt Stallion, right? Like, that stuff was pretty funny, but then the problem is that, like, Borderlands and Gearbox doesn't know how to, like, let a joke go. So then all of a sudden, like, Butt Stallion had to become, like, a part of the narrative and the story going on into the later games and stuff like that. So it's like, you could just, sometimes you just gotta let it go, right? Monty Python endures all. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, there's certain things like timeless humor and timeless themes that I think will carry on regardless. But outside of that, I look back at a lot of that humor and I don't see it being all that original. I really don't. I mean, this is an entire generation that literally 90% of the jokes that they would make were just things that they were, referencing from the Dave Chappelle show, right? I still have friends to this day that will be like, I'm Rick James, bitch. And I'm like, bro, stop. It's timeless because Monty Python only existed in a certain time. They didn't keep rehashing it over multiple years of reboots. That's also very true, man. That's very true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm that guy that will still randomly say I'm Rick James. Yeah, I know. We die. Time. Fuck Yo Couch is timeless. I mean, to us millennials, it is. Yeah. Especially with Tiny Tina in Borderlands 3, she doesn't know a lot. Oh, she doesn't show a lot. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really like the way that they used Tiny Tina in Borderlands 3. But Borderlands 2 was just such a damn... The game was a damn masterpiece, man. DLC in that game was so good. So good. Bunkers and Badasses was so good. Even Borderlands 3's like endgame loops and stuff like that felt better as well. TVM felt better, like how you went about playing it and stuff. It's the same thing as I see in some K-drama. It's a good thing for us at the time. But if you endure it into the future, it's like a show experience. I think games go the same. Yeah, I think that so I was thinking about something recently. And while I think social media and, social politic polarity has something to do with general discussions around games and how a lot of people seem more complainy nowadays about video games. The one thing that I'll say is this, is that I think the reason why we're looking around the industry, and we're seeing so many games today that seem to lack any creativity, seem to lack any imagination, any ingenuity. And all they're doing is just leaning as hard as they possibly can into the technology. It's all about how detailed characters can look or environments can look, but it's never the originality of those characters. It's never the character of those characters or that world or those environments or anything else. There's a lot of really contrived games we've been playing over the last few years, a lot of copycat games we've seen over the last few years. And I think what that is I think it's actually the transition from two generations. So you have the generation of games that, you know, many of us have come from, that have been playing over the years, right? I've been playing video games since I was a kid. And those games were made by revolutionaries. They were made by people that had to have vision because the medium was in a place where you really didn't have a whole lot to copy from. You didn't have a whole lot of other people to be inspired by. You had to make your own ideas. You had to forge your own path because a lot of it was so uncertain. And then you have a generation of gamers that grew up playing games made by those people. And then they ended up having the dream to come and make video games of their own. So you had people that were inspired by themselves that made games, and now you have a generation of people that are coming into the games market now, making games today, millennials that are running studios and whatnot like that. And these people were inspired by other people that made video games. And I think that's why we're starting to see this situation where players are kind of drifting away from some of these games in a lot of cases, because that originality, that imagination just isn't the same, right? When you're basing your career off of the success of somebody else's career and you're not looking internally to be able to come up with anything like a satisfying experience for players, I think you're always going to fall short. And while there are some great examples of great games that are already out there right now, if you look at the age of like some of the people that are leading these studios, remember I've talked about this in the past, don't follow studios, follow directors, follow people that manage games and make games and bring games to market that you know have always made a hit, right? If you look at the age of some of these people, you see it's a pretty wide gap, man. It's a pretty wide gap. Besides digital extremes? No, the original people from Digital Extreme, a lot of the original people from Digital Extremes are there. They've been making games, again, 20 years. Think about this. Warframe as a game is one of the progenitors of free-to-play games, right? Are you on Twitch? Yes, I'm live on both. Live on both. Tunic is a great example, similar to older games, but still its own thing. Yeah. And by the way, this isn't just like a blanket rule. I'm not just saying like all games made by millennials are going to suck. No, I don't think that's the case. I just think that in a lot of cases, especially at some of the AAA companies, because it's not necessarily like leaders within that company, if that makes any sense. It's more like the boots on the ground, the guys that are doing like the most of the work. Those are the folks that I'm talking about. So we're going to talk about the PS5 Pro. Yeah, we'll talk about the PS5 Pro. Yeah. People are so fucking crazy. Tickle, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Millennials were born in 1980. Gen Z is in 2000. Right. That's why I'm not bringing up Gen Z. Gen Z right now, if Gen Z was coming into games to make games, they would be, what, like first few years outside of college. So these are people that are going to be on the bottom rung. Millennials are going to end up being, end up being the ones that are you know, in leadership positions. They've got some tenure now, right? Misohan, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Thank you guys. Thank you. Super generous of you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hell of a way to start the day. Hell of a way to start the day. Oh, did you end up seeing the video? What video? I saw nothing. And also, Misahan, thank you for the membership as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. 80 is the tale of Gen X. Many of us from the 80s identify with Gen X. Yeah, I'm not. It's not necessarily like the you guys who get when where I'm coming from, right? Like you have the folks that like started out in gaming and basically had to forge their own path, right? Because there really wasn't a lot of other people to look at and copy off of. You still had some of it, obviously. Look back at the Nintendo era, right? You had tons of people that were making copycat games back then. But with that said, I think that there's some level of unoriginality that's there that is it's inherent to the fact that the new generation of leadership within the gaming industry came from people that were inspired by folks that were already making games, rather than the original folks that were making games and leading these companies were the ones that kind of had to have their own vision before they did anything. The one I wanted you to react to, I don't know what video that is. I mean, I pulled up some of the videos. I have them in here for react content. There's a few different ones that are in here. One that I picked up for myself as well. Thank you guys for remaining active in those react channels and stuff like that as well. I appreciate that. I'm trying to work to get I want to get a subreddit up and running. The only problem is that I don't know anything about setting up one. I don't know, like I have one made, but I don't have, like, I have to get folks that can actually help me moderate it, because I don't know how to do any of that shit at all. That's nor do I want to have to be the one to do it. I try to make sure that I keep myself away from those kind of things. One, because I don't want to be in control of the narrative around something, or for people to like point and say, oh, well, you know, it's him or something like that. But also at the exact same time, like, I just don't want to take on the extra responsibility, because I just don't have the time for it, to be honest with you. It's not dissimilar to any other form of entertainment. People break new ground, and eventually others feel like everything's been done before until someone gets bored and makes something new again. Yeah, I agree with that, because it's just the problem is that right now it feels like it's everywhere. I think that's what the problem is. It feels like right now it feels like unoriginality and repetitiveness is everywhere. And to be fair, it is. If you look everywhere in media, it's all rehashes, remakes, reiterations, sequels, prequels, all that kind of stuff. And it looks like there's just a general fear on the wider side of the market of originality. There are still tons of great games that are original and do a great job, but you get where I'm coming from. It's important to control the narrative around you because others will do it instead. I mean, like, to a point, right? Like, I mean, if like folks are gonna like come at me for something like that, or for something in general, like obviously like I'm gonna defend myself on something, but yeah, it kind of just depends on the situation, depends on the discussion more than anything else. Originality will always be a struggle. Humans relate to a lot of cliches and tropes that will always work if delivered well. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, YouTube's a really good example of that, right? Like, the vast majority of people usually do stuff to try to make sure that they can, you know, everybody on YouTube is always trying to emulate somebody else's success, because if that worked, well, then that helps me out. Really, that's just because of the fact that there's no real clear path to success in social media. It's just, can you reach the moment where you get big enough and you can capture enough of that audience that wants to then follow you? And everything is just in service to that. Just do you. I try. I try to do. Yeah. There is a general like you know, like the thing is that it's also, I think it's a learning experience as well, in that there are ideas that I have and original video ideas and stuff like that that I've made, and they don't pan out. I mean, all my video ideas are like somewhat original for the most part. My discussion points and stuff like that, and like my motivations behind making a video. But then there's like some ones that are not like time relevant, right? Like time relevance works for me big. Time relevance works for me huge, right? If a game's hot right now, if I tap that at the right moment, yeah, I usually get across to quite a lot of people. Helgren, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Howdy to yourself. Everybody so generous with the gifted today. Holy shit. I should say this. I'm gonna go back to streaming 3 days a week. 2 days a week it's just not working for me. Mentally, it's not working for me. I need to do it more, and I need to also try to spread it out a little bit. I haven't liked it. Like, part of me initially, like that first couple weeks, it was good because I thought I was going to be able to make like more videos. That was kind of the aim. Like, let's see if I can make 3 a week. I can't make 3 a week. I can't do it. I hate to say it, but I can't. Like, I would like to, but the problem is that for me to be able to make 3 videos a week, I would end up having to get somebody else to work with me that would help me either with research or writing, and that's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't make enough money to be able to pay anybody. I mean, chances are by the end of this year, I'll make just about the same as anybody else that's watching this video right now, if not less. So it doesn't make any sense at this point, because I've had some people be like, well, why don't you hire like a editor or writer or something like that can help you with your script writing or help you with your research or something like that, compile things for you. I can't afford it. It's not in the cards right now, man. Not that big yet. I think that in a lot of cases, people overestimate how much money you make on YouTube, and how big you have to be to make a lot of money. Quality over quantity, yeah, and that's the other thing too. There was a video the other day. Like, I wanted to make a video on the Risk of Rain 2 situation, because I think it's a really interesting conversation in general, but I personally lost interest because, like, the thing is that what I was going to do is I was going to I wanted to talk about the whole situation that was going on with it, the bad patch, the bugs, all that good stuff, and then, you know, now it's kind of redeeming itself and whatnot. But then I just kind of sat there and thought to myself, like, I genuinely feel like that situation and the reason why people got so upset is just because of like anti-Gearbox, like fuck Gearbox, because they own Risk of Rain now. So they're the ones that are developing for it. They're the ones making new IPs for it in the future, because Hopu is gone. They don't exist anymore. Hopu now, they all work for Valve, and they don't own the IP because they sold the IP to Gearbox. And I just feel like it's one of those situations where I don't really feel like I don't feel like the update that they did is bad. The only thing that I don't like about the update is the items that they put in, because I feel like the items only just dilute the loot pool in Risk of Rain 2 rather than add any real value. There's some of the items that are really cool and I think are really interesting ideas. But then there's like a bunch of them that are just like, why did you even put this in here? Like, this is just going to make it harder for me to be able to get, you know, lens crafters. It's going to be more difficult for me to get the items that I usually want in a run that make a run viable. And yeah, outside of that though, like the enemies that they made, the environments, the music, the actual content that was added to the game, the characters, I think the characters need balancing and whatnot, but outside of that, I think they're all good. I think all of it's actually pretty solid. Zach Longmore, I'm gonna say that's what it is. Zach Longmore, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1s, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Man, you guys are fucking crazy today. Hype train level 3? Stream just started? What did I do to deserve this? What have I done? What if someone just cuts clips and gets a cut from those uploads? So here's the thing. I've said this before. I said it a long time ago. From live streams specifically, like if you cut clips or reactions or conversations and you repost them, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Until the point it grows big enough that I'm like, hey, I need some of that money. And then obviously I come and take ownership of that shit. But then you work for me and you take a cut. That's the way it would work. This is what Asmongold did. All the people that Asmongold has working for him right now, both his clips editor and his YouTube editor, both of them were just re-uploading Asmongold's content off of Twitch. And then once the channel grew and it was making money, that's when Asmon stepped in and said, all right, you can just work for me and you can take, you know, X percentage, right? I don't have, like, I have a person that's, I already pay somebody right now that's doing like actual clips, like shorts, like, you know, anything 60 seconds or less. I'm already paying somebody for that on a pretty solid deal. I'm not looking like for a ton of support on that kind of stuff. I think they make me like 7 a week is what our agreement is. Like 1 a day. But the one thing that I still haven't worked on and I really want to is I think there's a lot of value in me cutting reactions and conversations from live stream and posting them, because I think that we actually have a lot of really cool talks here. I got no problem admitting my goodwill against Gearbox is hugely negative. So in my own opinion, they deserve the dunking they get. So here's the thing. I don't disagree with you, by the way. I like let me think. Yeah, I watched this incredibly, so like absolutely fucking horrible video today. And in it, they basically had made the claim that anybody that is criticizing these game studios and saying that it's a leadership problem is a shill. And they're actually with the opposition. They're like crazy shit like that, right? Which, you know, bad developers are all over the company, okay? Bad developers are all over these companies. If they make a bad game, it wasn't just the leadership. It was a combination of everything, right? But at the end of the day, I will always hold leadership accountable, because leadership is the one that okayed the decisions that made the game what it is. Like everybody running around and pointing fingers at the Concord artists, right? Yeah. Concord artists. Yeah, their art was garbage. Their character designs were flat, uninteresting, ugly, unattractive, and ultimately a reason why the game failed. But at the end of the day, leadership had to okay those designs. Andy's vid? Yes, Andy's vid. It was fucking horrendous. It was horrendous. I'm sorry. That shit is just like, that's... for a minute there, I thought it was satire until I saw the rest of the channel, and I was like, oh shit. This dude's for real? Somebody said this is fine. Yeah, the other idea as well is that the board of directors has no idea what's going on. That is the dumbest fucking shit I have ever heard somebody say, and it proves that you have no fucking clue how the industry works. But literally, just last week, we sat here talking and went over an investor call that the board of directors had with the investors for Capcom, and how people on the board and how the investors were asking them why it wasn't going to be on Nintendo Switch. Why can't they push the release date forward? All these different questions about the game and gameplay and stuff like that. They have money that's riding on the line. Whether or not they make good decisions or any decision at all, that's a completely different story. But outside of that, acting like nobody has any hand in this and the only people that are to blame are the people that are working at the desk, that's just crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. You're out of your fucking mind. Yeah, they got terrible people that are working there. Bum artists, people that have absolutely no... They don't have an ounce of creativity or imagination. They are pumping these games full of propaganda and activist takes and things like that, for sure. But at the end of the day, there's somebody above them that said, yeah, it's okay. There isn't a single job that I've worked at in my entire life that hasn't had employees that would make terrible decisions and do things completely wrong if they had their way. But because they don't have their way, and they have a manager above them, or they have some type of leadership above them that directs them and stops them from trying to do the things that they want to do, everything works out. At the end of the day, it is always a leadership. It's always a leadership issue. Some of them do it on purpose just to fight the system. Do what on purpose? There's another one with Ubisoft investors too. The Ubisoft, that's the funny thing. This is the reason why this is the reason why I cannot fucking stand this like wild polarized takes from people that want to lean so hard on either right or left sides of any of these discussions. Is that even in the investors and the billionaires, they don't care, they don't have any opinion on any of this shit. Yet we see right now, and you have people that are like, look, we're causing Ubisoft to fail, and it's like, yeah, but you also have somebody that's saying that like the investors and billionaires don't give a shit about any of this stuff. They just want to make money and they're not paying attention to it. Yet we're seeing investor calls and we're seeing investor call outs on Ubisoft trying to get the company taken away from the people that own it and the people that run it. Because specifically, they feel like the company is pandering. They feel like the company is not delivering on, is not delivering high enough quality to its consumers. A whole list of a bunch of different issues and things like that. But we're supposed to believe that these guys don't know or care about anything. Well, don't get me wrong. You're also going to have your fair share of people that are investing in a lot of this side of the industry, specifically because of the fact that they are trying to push their own agenda as well. You will have that. You will have people that are out there that are looking to burn piles of cash because they are activists themselves, right? And more power to them. Fucking waste your money. But at the end of the day, it's just it's wild what some people will say. Like I've said this 1,000 times. If you pick an extreme, you will only ever get extreme outcomes. Extreme outcomes are not the way. They're not the way. Well, investors mostly care about the money, and if that was the case, and we're safe, I think we're relatively safe to say that investors do care about the money, then why are they pumping out such garbage? I think at the end of the day, like, even though the investors and your upper echelon of people at these companies, while they are very incentivized, at the end of the day, there's somebody that's below them that's making the wrong choices. It's just taking a long time to be able to root them out. I remember a couple cases where localizers went against the leadership decisions. The most egregious was the one in Azure Striker Gun Vault, where they had a release patch with faithful English. Yeah, like localizer stuff and things like that. Even that stuff's really weird. It's always weird when I see shit like that, because they don't understand the product that they're selling. But I think for sure you have a lot of investors that have likely got into video games because they recognize that it's a growing industry. It's rapidly growing still. It's already overtaken every other overtaken every other entertainment industry, so it's pretty obvious that's where the money's going to start to want to flow, right? It's going to start to move away from television and movies, and it's going to start moving into games more. And in that, you're going to have a lot of people that are they're going to be trying to use the things that they have picked up in those industries and try to push it within this industry because it's the only thing that they understand, right? Which actually ends up making things even worse, because one of the problems that we have as well that nobody wants to talk about for some fucking reason is that there are a lot of people in the video game industry that desperately want to be recognized like they're working in Hollywood. They want, Scorsese level recognition. They want Peter Jackson level recognition. They want people to know their names. They want to be more famous than those people. And honestly, that's been something that's been going on for years now. And I think you can actually see that represented in like the Game Awards with how often they want to bring like celebrities on stage and get celebrity performances in video games and all these kind of things. Like I think that there's a general like overwhelming desire to want to become Hollywood, become the new, like video games to become the new Hollywood. Which makes a lot of sense, because when you start looking at how some of these games are scripted and what their stories are like, how they're written, there's a few games that are out there that definitely look like Netflix specials, that's for sure. There's investors that are trying to manipulate the stock market for their own gains. So, like, I need to look into the actual stock stuff a little bit more before I start throwing accusations around. But one of the things that I didn't know, and I've already started to do some preliminary research because I'm prepping to do a video on Ubisoft. The people that they're making the claims against, saying that these people are trying to get majority ownership over Ubisoft, right? Like the minority investors that are saying that, these guys are trying to take majority ownership of Ubisoft. Those guys are the 5 brothers that started Ubisoft. Those are the ones that they're talking about, that they're saying, these guys gotta go. Which I didn't realize. So the people that are trying to buy back the stock and the people that are trying to like wrestle control of the company are the people that actually started the company. But at the same time, I don't blame the investors for wanting to try to take the company away from them, because look what they've done. Like, yeah, you started off the right way, but man, you guys really, really fell down a hole for a long time, man. They can be treated like Hollywood if they give the fans what they want. Yeah, except for Hollywood doesn't even do that. That's why I'm saying the treatment of the fans and the direction of some of these games does emulate Hollywood in a lot of ways, right? It's the same thing that you're seeing in popular media, or popular media. We'll say that. It's not all that popular. Most of these shows and movies fail. Was that yeah, it is kind of like that. But you know what the other thing is too, though, is that like what I think is like really interesting about the Ubisoft situation is that, and I'll do a temperature check to make sure that you guys also agree with me on this. You're welcome to disagree, but I'd like to get a consensus opinion on this. It's been over a decade that Ubisoft's game design has been a meme. Over a decade of people saying that their open world exploration is repetitive. It never changes. The way that they design their games never change. the branding that they have inside their game, like the Ubisoft brand games, they all play the exact same way. There's no innovation, there's no change, there's no nothing. And it's been to the point where people have used it as a joke for years. But they continued to fucking ignore it. And it struck me the other day where I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know, how would it, you know, over the last 8 years or 10 years or whatever, their stock has took a nosedive. And it's like, how is it that for, and honestly, it's actually probably been over 10 years now that people have been saying about, like, talking about how repetitive Ubisoft's game design is, right? How the fuck do you not change anything? How do you dust that off? How do you go, it's just gamers. It's just journalists. Yeah, I know. Isn't it funny? It's you know what it is? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Todd fucking Howard. Yeah, our games are buggy, but it's kind of part of our charm. No, Todd. No, it's not. It's not charming, Todd. It's never been charming, Todd. The jankiness of your games has never made me go, I'm glad I spent $70 or $60 on this. The fuck? Don't you want to beat that meme? Like, if that was a meme about products that I was making or something that I was doing, then I would want to crush that, right? I want to go, you know what? Yeah, fuck that. How about this? I'm gonna blow your shit out of the fucking water. I'm gonna blow you out of the fucking water. You're gonna say that, you know, oh, my games are contrived, my design is this, and that I don't have the ability. Watch this. And then I just drop a banger on them, and they're like, holy shit, we had it all wrong. Why would you want that to be the approach, rather than just leaning into it and go, yeah, yep, that's us. That's what we do. Isn't it kind of charming? Don't you kind of like it? No! No! I don't like it. Toxic positivity, so they never want to change. Hey, Aldman, absolutely fucking true. True. It is toxic positivity because you also have people, and by the way, I'm going to say this is on both Ubisoft and Bethesda. You have people that will gargle the balls of Assassin's Creed games. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of repetitive, but, you know, I always just really liked Assassin's Creed. And you'll also have fans of Bethesda games. Yeah, they're kind of buggy, but it's kind of funny, though. Plus, on top of that, the modders will fix it. The modders will fix it. Jesus. It's not about the actual game when it comes to Bethesda. It's about the modders. Once the modders get their hands on it, oh man, that's what makes it the best game ever. The fuck does that tell you? That says that the gamers are better off making games for themselves. So annoying, man. In Ubisoft, it's literally a boy club, and at the top partying and making fun of the devs, telling them to stop ruining games by changing it. Wanted to keep the same. Yeah. Was Starfield the game that modders avoided? Yeah, most modders abandoned it. Modders will fix Starfield in a few years, don't worry. Unironically true, though. Unironically true, Darth. What are you doing, man? Aren't you usually streaming at this time? You're like getting ready for stream. Star Wars mod is pretty tight. Not gonna stream today? Good for you, man. Take a break. Take the shoes off. Want to play Belatra all day? Fuck, dude. I identify with that. I identify with that. I haven't played Belatra in quite a few days, though. 200 hours in it, though. 200 hours in it. Easy. I have certain games that are like my brain turn off game. Or sometimes they're a brain exercise game, whichever way you'd like to look at it, honestly. It's so funny. So the other day I wanted to do that Risk of Rain 2 video, and I didn't end up making it. And I think the reason why I didn't make it is because I was like, okay, so I need to get some Risk of Rain 2 footage, and then I also want to like try to like think about my takes and stuff like that while I'm playing the game. I cannot think while I'm playing that game. My brain leaves my body when I play Risk of Rain. I just fall into hypnosis of the music and shooting and killing stuff, and then I'm just gone. I've dissipated into the ether. Warframe's also the same kind of thing for that. I do the exact same thing in Warframe. Warframe's another one of those games that, I mean, at least with Warframe, I'm still like watching some YouTube videos or listening to YouTube videos on the side. I can still split my attention when playing that game, but I don't know what it is about. I don't know what it is about Risk of Rain, but my brain is just fucking gone. It's gone. But I mean, the music is just that damn good. It's just that good. That's how I feel about Project Zomboid. I haven't played that one yet. Yeah, it's a flow state. We could call it that, yeah. How are you today? I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm feeling good. I stayed up till 3 a.m. playing Balatro. I'm sorry for telling you to play it, man. I'm not. I'm not at all. I feel so much better every single time somebody else tells me how much they've been playing the game, and I'm like, oh god, thanks. It's just not me. Game's a banger. Dude, it's so fucking addictive. Once you like, Balatro is one of those roguelites where like at the very beginning, you will probably quit because you just can't figure it out. You just can't win. And then once you do figure it out and you get that first win and you're like, oh, okay, I think I know what I'm doing now. That's it. You're smoked. You're smoked, man. That's it. It's not my cup of tea, but it's fascinating to watch other people play it. It's so much fun. You know, the funny thing is, when I first bought the game, I didn't actually think it was going to be for me. I watched Northern Lion play it, and I didn't really think it was going to be for me initially, but I played it for like a couple hours. I was like, okay, it's kind of cool. Then I won my first one, and that was GG. Then after that, it was like, well, 200 hours out the window. I've beaten it with, let me look at it real quick. I'm not actually going to play it. I just want to see something. So I've beaten Balatro. So my red deck is on the last difficulty up here. Blue deck, I have not beaten all the way, only 3 difficulties. Yellow deck, I have the last 2 difficulties to beat. Green deck is pretty up there. It's got 3 difficulties left. Black deck has 2 difficulties. Ghost deck, I've beaten completely. Abandoned deck, I've beaten completely. Checkered deck is pretty close to the top. I haven't really played Zodiac a whole lot. I haven't played Painted deck a whole lot, or Anaglyph. Some of these other ones are really hard because they just don't make a lot of sense. This motherfucker breaks your fucking brain. I know it's really easy to win with this deck. I just haven't figured it out myself. I've heard people say they've beaten it pretty quickly. I've not played with the erratic deck. But yeah, so I'm still trying to go through and beat the game with every single deck. And I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And they're going to add more content to it too. Have you checked out Forever Winter? Yeah, we watched a trailer for it, I think last week, if I'm not mistaken. Ghost, Abandon, and Anaglyph are so good. I just don't understand Anaglyph. I read the text and I think I just like walked away from it. I think when I unlocked it, I just didn't read it. Do you like roguelites and deck builders? So 181 hours in Balatro. 10 hours so far in Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. I haven't played much of Hades because I've just been waiting for them to finish it, to be honest. I still need to play Noida more. I only have 16 hours in it. Risk of Rain 2, 160 hours. Some of this, I have some on console as well, so probably like 200 hours in total. 32 hours in Slay the Spire. Cult of the Lamb, I got 26 hours. I beat one run of, or like one full run of it. Original Hades, 245 hours in original Hades. Vampire Survivors, 60 hours in Vampire Survivors. Slay the Spire, I have not played enough of. I still like, I can't like Slay the Spire's tough. The card like the deck builders are tough, man. Deck builders are tough. I'm trying to see if there's another one in here that I yeah, no, I'm sure there's probably some other ones that are in there that I have not. My most played is PoE with 1,300 hours. I think that MTG Arena is a deck builder. You didn't mention it. Yeah, well, MTG Arena is a fucking pay-to-win piece of shit. And I hate it. I hate it. I still play it, but I don't spend any money on it. It sucks because it's like, it's one of those games where you recognize you'd be having a lot more fun if you spend money. And I just won't do it. I just won't fucking do it. I'm not gonna have it. I'm sorry. Pay to win? I guess I've just been lucky then. Well, like, you only get like a couple of packs. Like, you get like, how many packs can I even unlock in one single play? Like, one single like session of sit down? Maybe like 1 or 2, right? And plus, on top of that, it usually makes more sense to buy... Well, I guess it doesn't really make a lot of sense to buy... I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to buy... like, boxes. Like, the thing is that, like, I just rather buy, like, actual Magic cards. You know what I mean? I'd like to just buy actual motherfucking Magic cards. No bullshit. So the other day... This is crazy. So the other day, I went to my local card shop and I played Magic, played Commander, right? And the table was like, hey, when we play Magic, after a game, we all throw in $5, and then basically like the winner takes the money, right? So it's like, you know, $5. Everybody puts in $5. And then the guy goes and usually what it is like the guy will go and buy he'll take everybody's $5 and then go buy everybody and including themselves one pack of like whatever set from Magic they want, right? And really cool dudes. They were a lot of fun, right? And dude goes and he's like, what do you want? And I'm like, I'll take Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Like that sounds like it would, like I like Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I like dinosaurs and shit. And see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. And he says, so he goes and he grabs me a pack. So $5, right? $5 pack of Lost Caverns of Ixalan. The other guys, they open their packs. They all get like something like halfway decent. Me, I flip mine open and I end up getting a, if you guys don't know what it is, it's a Cavern of Souls. It's about like a 40 some odd dollar card. It's like, fuck yeah, dude. Let's fucking go. Thanks for playing, gents. Thanks. Yeah, it was nice. Like the whole fucking table lost their mind. They were like, what the fuck? What can I say? What can I say? Absolutely, I don't mind spending money. I don't mind spending money on Arena. I've unlocked so much due to my playtime that I actually don't spend I don't spend much of my gold unless a new set comes out. So I have like 100k or so. Damn, that's crazy. I got one of those 2020 master boxes and pulled the art the foiled art Force of Will. I haven't seen that. I only just started playing Magic the Gathering like a couple months ago or something like that, or a month ago, or maybe it's been like 2 months or so. My brother brought the pre-release from see, I don't understand what pre-release is or any of that kind of stuff. What's your favorite format so far? Fucking Commander. As a new player to Magic the Gathering, looking at any of the other play formats is like cancer. Oh, you can't use cards from this format or this format or this format, and like Commander is just like you can use just about everything, just don't be an asshole, right? Like, or if you want to be an asshole, like everybody's gonna be an asshole, right? Everybody's gonna play an asshole deck. Show me your favorite commander. It's required. I have 2 decks right now, and I have another one that's being built. I really like Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. So I really like my vehicle Shorikai deck. And then I also built a Lost Caverns of Ixalan with Pantlaza. Just straight up big O swanging dinosaurs. But the deck that I have that's being made right now, I have a Ishin, Two Heavens is One, double attack triggers, and it's gonna be a dungeon like a dungeon exploration deck. So the double attack triggers will allow me to like go through dungeons faster and get the rewards from using dungeon tokens. It's gonna be gross. I'm also putting a gonna put a Rotten Mouth Viper in there, which is just like a random win con if I want to pull it out and be like, hey, fucking, now you're taking fucking 8 double triggers depending on whatever I have on the board. I could easily make that card like put like a 16 poison counters on somebody or something like that. I have to do the math again, but it's fucking annoying. That's my asshole deck. So I want to have at least one where I'm just like, all right, I'm here to swing my dick out. It's a cheap deck too. It's not very expensive. I spent so much money on cardboard, i.e. trading cards, I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, it's a fucking problem. So I saw this, man, and we were talking about this earlier, where they were like, folks are taking this shit like crazy far, right? Folks are taking these like the social political aspect of video games and video game development way too fucking far. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's like, I have no issue at all with people wanting to make lists, right? And they want to say like, hey, this has content that represents things that I don't believe in, right? And I think that's completely fine. I think that's completely fine for consumers to be able to educate themselves and buy products that speak to them and their values. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is that, like, when you go too far into that, okay? When you go too far into that, what ends up happening is that you perceive demons everywhere. Everything, like, you get into this, like, this Puritan mindset that's fucking, it's fucking terrible. It's just terrible. Like, Baldur's Gate 3, not recommended, contains overly pro-LGBTQ messaging, non-binary / other option available for identity in character creation menu, uses body type instead of male and female, optional homosexual romance. Look, you're not even, look guys, you're not even allowed to play Elden Ring. Not recommended. Game contains pro-LGBTQ messaging. Use body type, place biological sex during character creation. There you guys go. Warframe is definitely on that list. For sure, Warframe's on this list. Are you kidding me? Look, guys, don't play Baldur's Gate. Don't play Hades. Don't play Shovel Knight. Don't play Elden Ring. Don't play Terraria. Don't play fucking video games, dog. Just don't even play video games. You want to know why? You want to know why these games right here are successful regardless of the themes that they include? It's because these games are just, they're good. The issue is now that I think people really want to, like, there's folks that are pushing back so wholeheartedly against any theme like this that the quality of the game or their ability to actually have to interact with those elements of the game don't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, they hate it so much that they don't want it anywhere near it. And the thing is that by taking that position, you will never fucking win. Because you will never get you'll never get an extreme result. I am on the side of people saying that they just want games that are not heavy-handed and don't want to try to steamroll ideologies over people. I want video games that are fun. I want video games that are interesting, that tell interesting stories with interesting characters. I want players to have choice, but I do not want Puritan video games. I do not want Puritan video games. I do not need to be a part of some type of fucking crusade, okay? I'm not looking to police thought, which is fucking crazy that like, that's how extreme it gets to the point where it's just like, you know, I can't sit here. Like, this is the problem that I have with these kind of discussions and the reason why it frustrates me to no end. And it's that, like, I can't take the position of, I don't want ugly characters in video games. I want interesting looking characters in video games. That doesn't mean that I want every single female character to be in a game to be hot, you know, 11 out of 10 stacked, you know, smoking hot or anything like that. I'm just saying I want interesting and attractive looking characters. I want good games. But I can't be in that because all of a sudden you start getting looped in with fucking crazy people like this, dude. But at the same time, like, how do you not expect people to how do you not expect for people to start to crop up that are like this, to think this kind of way? Because at the end of the day, what ends up happening is that you have people that are like me, that are in the middle, that are well-adjusted, normal human beings that have no problem being able to make obvious criticisms, easy criticisms. But the problem is that by making those criticisms, you're immediately viewed as the opposition. Oh, well, I'm immediately anti-woke, or I'm immediately not an ally, or whatever it might be, or I don't want inclusivity. I've seen it. I've seen it in my comment sections. I've seen it all over the place. Okay? when people like that are treated like that, at some point, you're going to have some of those people just get tired of being silenced, tired of being mistreated, tired of being thrown into a box and say, fuck it, I will jump into a box. And they jump into the opposite. They jump with the opposition. That's what ends up happening. People feel like they always got to fucking tiptoe around what other people say. I hate both of these groups of people from the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart. I hate the people that take I hate the people that take this to such extremes that completely ruins our argument and our conversation for trying to make games better. And I also hate the people that push the kind of that like straight up just push propaganda on people that want it, and I also hate that people push propaganda into video games whether or not the audience wants it or not. Like there's no winning in these conversations. It's one of the reasons why I try to do my best, like if I can, to avoid it. But at the same time, I'm not going to when it's staring me in the face, right? If I have an opinion on something and I don't like it, I'm going to say what that opinion is. I'm not afraid to do that. That's why I push back against both types of brain rot. Yes. You said wokeness isn't an issue at all. It for sure fucking is. Go ahead. No, I already read it. I don't know why you're deleting it. Why are you deleting what you said? Go ahead. Say your truth, man. Some people don't understand that multiple things can be true at the same time. It's not all black and white. Yeah, for sure. Oh, that wasn't for you? I forgot to tag the person who I was talking to, so I deleted it since I couldn't edit. Oh, all right. I got you. I got you. You passed for now. You passed for now. There's no way Terraria is on that list? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, of course it is. Pixel game. Includes retroactive removal of gender selection from character creation menu because you can use a potion with the same colors as the pride flag to be able to change your gender in game. Fucking so stupid. Who fucking cares? Who cares? Don't do it. What is it doing to you? Like there's certain things that I will 100% fucking fight with people for sure. For sure, there are tons of things that I will fight for, but shit that you don't have to interact with that has no impact on you whatsoever. Why are you mad? People are so fucking worried about what everybody else is doing, but have no fucking ownership, no self-awareness whatsoever, man. No self-awareness whatsoever. Stop worrying about other fucking people so much. That's it. Now, if they're coming and knocking on your door and telling you that you need to think and feel a certain way, that's a completely different story. I stand on your side right there. They start pumping shit into fucking games and I call it out. I have no problem doing it. They start making games and they're telling you that you need to fucking like this game even though that game is shit and it has a shit story with shit writing and shit characters and shit designs. And all of it is behind a shield of inclusivity because they feel like they're, these, virtuous warriors that are making this content, defending their principles. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we go after that. Yeah. But if you're also going to loop in Baldur's Gate 3 because they have themes that you can make a choice whether or not to engage with, get the fuck out of here, dog. The idea is to try to make games. The idea is to try to make games for as many people as you possibly can. Right? And at the end of the day, you want to try to give people more options. That's all it is. Give us the ability to interact with the things that we want to interact with and stay away from the things that we don't. There's a lot of different ways to go about doing that. That also goes to say that it should be fine for games to be made for specific audiences. Why are... So, I'm just going to use this as an example, and I'm sure there's people are going to disagree with this. They're going to think this is a bad take. I don't give a fuck. How are we so happy to see an extremely, beautifully, deliciously masculine game like Space Marine 2? Be like, fuck yeah, they're making games for us. And then we look at a game like Dustborn, which is a fucking meme. It looks like shit, but it wasn't made for us. It was made for somebody else. We weren't expected to buy that shit. They knew we weren't going to buy that shit. So why are we mad about it? Why are we mad that somebody wanted to make a game for somebody else? But we're not mad when they make a game for us. What the fuck's going on? If they want to go waste their money by making games for audiences that are so small that they barely even exist, that's on them. There ain't nothing for us to get mad about. Because Dustborn devs complaining that we didn't buy and we're now racist for not doing so? Can you find a link to that? If you can find a link to that and you can post that in the Discord, then I'll take that back and I'll say, yes, we absolutely have a right to be upset. By the way, not saying that there aren't games that are out there that haven't done that before, right? We have definitely seen games in the past that have been released where the developers came out and called everybody bigots for not buying it. We've seen that. It's not something that hasn't happened, that's for sure. Concord devs? Concord devs? I missed that? Again, I'm gonna say this. I've only seen devs that are saying the game is not for us, whoever that is. And honestly, that's fair. Fuck them. If they lose the money and they didn't make a game for a wide enough audience because they thought they were making it for the biggest audience in existence, even though that audience really only exists on fucking Twitter to begin with. But outside of that, fuck them. This is for our audience. Oh, okay. Why would I get mad? Why would I get mad? When somebody comes to me, but like, especially when I look at a game that's as shit as that. Game looks like garbage. It looks like trash. Concord devs called us talentless freaks for sure. Oh yeah, I did see that actually. No, you got a good point there. I don't subscribe to some symbolism, but I'm not out here trying to fight them for the symbols or reflect quality of anything. Yeah. Dustborn was made with my tax money, bro. I'm sorry. You need to do something about that. You need to fucking you need to go to what do you guys got, like Parliament or something? What you guys got like a king? A bishop? What you guys got over there? You need to go talk to them. Get an audience. Go to the city council. Yeah. You need to go to city council and be like, hey, what the fuck is this? We wanted a public park. We wanted a park and we got this. What the fuck is this? Check out the new EU report on game currency ban. Consumer group sues to ban purchases inside games like Fortnite and Minecraft in Europe. What the fuck? Not long. Video games are some of the most lucrative apps in the world, in part because of how they lure people into spending money on credits to buy digital goods, to the tune of 50 billion annually worldwide. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Microtransactions pump out a lot of cash. But a powerful consumer group in Europe believes publishers are purposefully tricking consumers, especially children, into making purchases, and it's leveling up to call for a ban of in-game purchases as they exist today. The European Consumer Organization filed a complaint on Thursday on behalf of consumer groups in 17 countries, citing unfair practices and breach of consumer protection in games with in-app or in-game purchases. Popular video games played on mobile and other devices have been singled out in the complaint. They include Epic Games' Fortnite, they misspelled that, Supercell's Clash of Clans, Microsoft's Minecraft, and EA Sports FC 24. Consumers, the BEUC said, are overspending in games because they can't see the real costs clearly enough. Holy fucking based. If that's what if I think what they're talking about. And it says the situation is worse with under 18-year-old gamers who spend an average of €39 a month on in-game purchases. You can read their full complaint here, which I might actually. The BEUC is making a string of recommendations to the European regulators. The biggest are an outright ban on the use of in-game and in-app paid currencies. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh, please. Based on conclusions of digital fairness fitness check updated last August, factoring in-app purchases into game age ratings, restrictions for access under 18s, more transparency for how games charge for different services, and better guardrails to clarify when players are paying for something extra. The online world brings a new challenge with it. The online world brings new challenges for consumer protection, and it begins at a place where companies bend the rules to increase profits, said Augustine Reyna, Director General of the BEUC. In a statement, BEUC's members have identified numerous cases of gamers misled to spending money. Regulators must act, making it clear that even though the gaming world is virtual, it still needs to abide by real world rules. That's hard to say. Say that 7 times fast. Gamers shouldn't need to rely on a calculator anytime they want to make an informed decision about how much they want to spend. The money they spend should be displayed in real money, and these deceptive practices must be stopped. Holy fucking true. Holy fucking true. This is the most base thing I've seen regulators say in years. Well, this isn't regulators. They're just a consumer group, but it's true. So what they're referring to is obfuscation of currency. When I spend $10 in a game, I'm not spending $10 in the game. I'm buying the digital currency, right? So I can't just buy the items directly. Some games still allow that, which is fucking fantastic. But even games like our beloved Warframe also uses digital currencies. And with that, the prices are obfuscated. So you can't really find a direct value for it. And you're not going to track that value in your mind. And they don't want you to. These game companies in general, it's not game companies in general, it's just the industry itself does not want players to think very deeply about how much they're spending when they're buying these things. They're trying to disconnect you from your money. That's the point. They're trying to disconnect you from the purchase so you don't realize how much money you're spending. Gacha games are really bad with this, right? I'm buying... Think about the layers of obfuscation when you're buying like pulls in a gacha game. Most of the time, if we take a game like Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, you're going to buy an initial currency, for a set price. Then you have to transfer that currency into another currency, and then use that currency to roll for characters that are on a specific, chance to be able to get those characters, right? So, yeah. If you listen closely, you can hear CEOs crying out in anguish. How do we trade in Warframe without platinum? That's not like... How do you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Unless platinum was given $1 per dollar value. That's what this is. That's what they're really calling for here. Is that no longer would it be I'm buying 1,100 crystals for $20. Instead, it would be you're just buying purchase for purchase, or the currency itself that's used in the game would be 1-for-1 with the currency used for buying it, or at least 1-to-1 with a like generally agreed upon currency, which would likely be like USD. So it would be like $1 for 100 or $1 for 10 or whatever it might be. Something that's not as obfuscated as a lot of these currencies already are, because a lot of them they make no fucking sense. Oh, you're buying $10? Well, for $10 you get 1,650 crystals. What the fuck? Today, premium in-game currencies are purposefully tricking customers, and it's taking a big toll on children. And that's the other thing to keep in mind as well, is that a lot of this does really take advantage of kids, because kids, even worse than us, kids are never going to do that money translation. They're never going to do that money translation. And honestly, in a lot of cases, they don't even think about the actual like the actual money being spent. It's just the in-game currency number. I have 400 V-Bucks. I need more V-Bucks. They don't think about the money. It's literally just the digital currency. And that's there to try to obfuscate not only how much money you're spending, but it's trying to disassociate you from like the actual money that you're spending. It makes you feel less attached to the money that you're spending. When you have a digital currency, you're much less attached to the digital currency than you are actual money in your wallet. That makes sense? Companies are made well aware of children's vulnerabilities and use this trick to lure younger consumers into spending more. Microsoft, Supercell, and Epic Games did not immediately respond to the request for comment. Video Games Europe, a group representing major video games in the region, pushed back on the claims in a statement that said, let me use the bathroom real quick. Hold on. Okay. Where's the cat? He's snapping. He's napping. All right. The purchase of in-game currencies is a well-established practice and well understood by players. Holy fuck. Bullshit. Bullshit it is. It's well understood that you're fucking ripping us off. Our members always respect the European consumer laws in how they offer these purchases. Our industry offers a wide range of games that enables players to access a huge variety of genres and innovative new experiences across. Completely useless fucking corporate bullshit statement like to destroy, like, non-answer. Thank you for a complete non-answer sentence. Players can experience the entire game without spending any money, giving them the opportunity to try games without any upfront costs or commitments. Video Games Europe and its members support and promote fair and transparent principles for purchasing of in-game content, including in-game currency. The PEGI Code of Conduct requires developers to ensure that the real-world cost is clear and ambiguous at the point. And unambiguous at the point of purchase of the game's in-game currency. Now it goes into talking about kids, and how kids spend the money. So here's the problem. The PEGI Code of Conduct requires developers to ensure real-world cost is clear and unambiguous at the point of purchase of in-game currency. This is where it is. At the point of purchase in in-game currency. And then after that, that's where they get ambiguous, right? That's where they get ambiguous. The PEGI Code of Conduct requires developers to ensure real-world cost is clear and unambiguous at the point of purchase. But then after that, that's where we start our fuckery. And that's where it happens. Everything after that is where things get ambiguous. And even still then, like, just because you're putting $10 next to 1,300 crystals plus bonus plus 50% if you buy right now, get 250 bonus crystals. Like we don't know what the fuck you're doing. Kids don't. Kids definitely don't. But the vast majority of us see it and we know exactly what it is. I feel like a ban in-game currencies is a little heavy-handed. I don't. I think it should be regulated. Not necessarily banned, but it needs to be regulated, heavily regulated from my perspective. The reason why I say that is that the vast majority of these in-game currencies are built in a way so that you will overspend no matter what you're trying to buy. I would love to see somebody try to disagree with me on this. The vast majority of in-game purchases, that you are making, when there is something that you see in the game that you want to buy, is obfuscated from the minute that you see it. Meaning that if I see something in the game that I want, and it's 600 crystals, I can only ever buy packages in 800 crystals, 350 crystals, 1600 crystals, but never the exact amount for the item that I want to buy. And the reason why they do that is because they're trying to manipulate you through sunk cost fallacy. The idea is that you will either overspend via convenience, because you only have to make one purchase within game. If you just go, oh, well, I'll just buy the 1300 crystal pack. Now you have leftover currency, which makes it more likely that you will spend more money in the future so that you can add to that currency to buy something else that you can't buy because you don't have enough of that currency in the game, right? There's tons of examples of games that are out there where if there's an item that's 450 crystals, you can only buy packages of 300, 800, 1200. Well, even if you go and you buy the 800 and then you buy the item, there's nothing else in the store that you can use to spend that remainder on. And the only way that you'll ever be able to spend that remainder of your currency is by adding more currency to go buy something else. And then chances are you will still not have any zeroed out balance. And if you think about that, that lack of being able to have a zeroed out balance is even worse. Because what ends up happening is that there are hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more, of leftover currency left in these games after players leave. And what did the player buy? Nothing. They didn't buy any content. I think what ends up happening is a lot of people fail to realize you are not buying a skin. You're not buying a weapon. You're not buying a level boost. You're buying currency. That's it. You're buying currency that allows you to be able to unlock content that's already in the game. And that's what allows them to be able to do all these like manipulative practices. This is what allows them to be able to rip people off. And it's specifically because the PEGI Code of Conduct requires developers ensure that real-world cost is clear and unambiguous at the point of purchase of in-game currency. Not anywhere else. After that purchase of the in-game currency, it's the fucking Wild West after that. And these developers can do whatever they want to their stores. They can price things however they want. They can make it where we can't spend the currency that we even have or the leftover currency that we have. And yeah, that's how it works. You're buying a shit cryptocurrency. See, and that's the other thing too, is that there was a... Oh man, I want to say that there was a US complaint that was filed to the FTC on the behalf of consumers that were concerned that video game digital currencies are currencies and therefore should be under banking regulations. And players should be able to withdraw remainder currencies from the game. Because effectively they are a banking... It is a banking structure. It is a digital currency. Funny enough, if you sold currency and then you stop your game, you're supposed to give the money back. I found this reading Helldivers 2 TOS. Really? Wait, say that again? So there was a consumer group in the US that filed a complaint to the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, that claimed that video game digital currencies should be treated with banking regulations because effectively that's what they are. And that players should be able to refund or withdraw the remaining digital currency they have within a game if they quit that game or walk away from it. Because there's so many examples of games that you will have to overspend in the currency and have remainder currency left over. But even though you're not actually receiving any content for that purchase that you made for that currency, the company just gets to keep the money. And there are hundreds and millions, if not more, that are sitting in just unused accounts across all kinds of live service games. Unused currency that's just sitting on the player's account. That's free money that these companies have been collecting. This is why in Japan, you don't buy currency. You buy the miniature with a code attached to it. So the currency is sold and nothing needs to be refunded. Yeah, I mean, obviously developers and publishers are going to find ways to try to get around it, right? Yeah, if you have an in-game currency or even paid for the game, but it's digital only and the service stopped, that's a problem. Yeah. No, wait, getting rid of the idea of a remainder would be better. Yes. Yeah. Yes. It would. There's no way. Is there anybody here that's gonna, like, I mean, if I'd love to hear somebody's retort on this. If you think that developers should be able to sell us more currency than we can realistically use on the items that we want to buy within a game, would you really rather have it that way, or would you rather have it where you can just one-to-one purchase the things that you want in the game and not be left with remainder currency? I've always, and here's the thing, this is the reason why developers do it, is because they make less money if they do it that way. They make less money if they do one-to-one purchases. Because at the end of the day, when you flip over to the screen and you see the one-to-one and you're like, man, is $15 really worth this fucking skin? You see $15 right next to the skin, you're like, nah, I'm good. But when you see 400 COD coins, it's not bad. 400 COD coins? That's fucking nothing, man. It's nothing. They're intentionally stealing. Yes. They are stealing your money. They are stealing your money. This is why I love. I will say this. You know, I can have criticisms of like other countries, their laws, beliefs, and things like that. I fucking love Europe when it comes to consumers' rights. I fucking love Europe, especially on the gaming side. Oh man. Because at the end of the day, while us Americans over here, we're being like, oh well, you know, none of our leadership, none of our legislators, none of the people in government want to do anything to help consumers. 9 times out of 10, they're fucking us. The best part is that as long as these things are made illegal in other countries, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. At that point, if it's illegal in enough countries, the game studios just won't put it into the game because there's no way they want to make 2 different versions of their online store. There's no way they want to make 2 different versions of their game. It's one of the reasons why you've seen loot boxes basically disappear. There are some games that still have them, but it's very few and far in between. And the reason why is because there was a few European countries banned loot boxes entirely. What are you going to do? Are you just not going to sell the game in that country? No. Of course you're not going to fucking do that. What are you going to do? Make another version of the game just to sell it in the US? No. You're not going to do that either. You're just going to get ahead of the trend, and you're just going to take it out of your game and try to find other ways to be able to you're going to find other ways to be able to monetize your games. Sony did that. Sony does do that. They do. And in the end, what all it's doing is just hurting them, right? Concord would have been a success if they released it in 180 more countries. I'm lying, obviously, but yeah. Some of them do that. Ultimately, it's a conscious decision, and you have to accept you're going to split communities. Yeah, for sure. Predetermined theft. I love that. I love that. That's a good way to say that. Yeah, I cheer this on, man. I cheer this on. Like, all this is like, whoever's pushing this knows what the fuck they're talking about, and they're sick of getting screwed over. I'm 100% on the side of this. And honestly, like, this whole line right here as well, like, you guys have heard me bring this up in the past, is that largely gaming, because there are so many people in government, so many regulators, so many so many branches of world governments that have no fucking clue what's going on in video games because they're just not into it. They don't participate in it, and they're not educated on it. That they have no idea how to regulate it or what even needs to get regulated in the first place. And as such, developers get away with murder. A really good example of this, by the way. And nobody thought about this. Nobody thought about this. While it's fun to laugh at Sony trying to retroactively unmake Concord, please do not be distracted from the fact that corpos can and will delete games from your console without your knowledge or consent. Your digital library is one click away from zero. You don't own shit. While, yeah, we can cheer this on because we wanted to see this game fail, and it's great to see this game fail because it's a really good lesson to the industry, keep in mind, they just straight up deleted a game. Like, yeah, they gave people refunds, but still, they were straight up like, my bad, and then they just deleted it. Like it was a bad message on Discord. If one person did not want to refund the game they bought, well, that's the other thing too. Yeah, imagine being forced refund. Oh, Norsky, I know that there are games that are DRM free and you can have on external hard drives and you can always hold a copy of them. That's one of the reasons why PC gaming's the best. Why it's the best, man. Why it's the best. Throw that shit on a fucking USB stick. Bam, bam. There you go. That's an infringement on consumer rights. There are infringements on consumer rights across all of gaming. You know, and like the thing is, like tying back to like what we were talking about here, like one of the reasons why I try to very specifically stay in the lane of consumer rights within video games is because that's the one thing that concerns me the most. Our money is the thing that concerns me the most. How our money's being spent, that's also another concern as well, but it's less to how much we are spending, how much we're forced to have spent, and how few opportunities we are getting to spend our money on things that are worthwhile. It's all about priorities. It's all about priorities. Fang Ji spent $70 million developing China's first AAA game from scratch. Everyone called it a bold experiment by idealists, but Fang saw something the others didn't. 6.5 years later, Black Myth Wukong became the fastest selling game in history. One of. Okay, at least I said that. I thought he said no. Here is the life-changing story. It's so crazy, especially when you look at like how much money was spent on the game and what quality it brought and how much it sold. It really goes to show when you start looking across the board at like how much money was spent on some of like the greatest games that we've been playing over the last few years. It's a fraction of what some of these AAA companies are spending, and they're selling the same amount or less. Please open your fucking eyes and see that it's not about the game. It's not about the game. It's not about the money that you spend. It's about the quality of the game. $70 million. You sell 10 min. or was it 10 million copies, I think, within a week of the game's release, 3 days of the game's release. The game is likely at this point probably over 20 million copies sold. Yeah. Yeah, you did pretty good. It's like, what are you at for gross revenue without taking out let's say they did 20 million, right? So 120 million dollars. $120 million. I mean, $50 million gross profit. It's probably higher than this. I mean, they're going to lose money on Steam. They're going to lose money on distribution, marketing, things like that. But yeah. Upper Echelon released a video talking about Grumps. Got 600K in 8 years in development with numerous people. 1 year, one guy in 1 year has done more work on a copycat video game by himself. Yeah, no, that stuff is just straight up people either A, mismanaging money, or just B, stealing money. You have to be really cautious of Kickstarter campaigns, and especially folks that are out there that are like trying to push a message, right? Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to activate a core audience and then create sycophants that will feed them money. How many people do you think are invested in Grums's game that are investing in it because they like his political messaging, versus how many people do you think are investing in the game because they're interested in the game? LD, sounds like you need to start a Kickstarter. You can start a cult. You might be onto something there. Guys, we're making a video game. Sorry, I thought it was something funny. I didn't. Do a game. I'd like guys, this game that I'm gonna make. Okay, guys, I have an excellent idea for a game. Okay, the idea is gonna be an MMO, so it's gonna take a while. It'll take a long time to be able to produce. I'm gonna say it's probably gonna take 20 years to develop. All right, I'm probably gonna end up having to shut down funding, reopen funding, start all over again fresh, maybe at least 4 or 5 times, but I swear we will get to the finish line. Okay, I'm gonna have different tiers. I'm actually gonna have the point where you can actually just go ahead and buy yourself a fully leveled up character with all the best gear in the game, and you can auto delete new players if you spend I don't know, if you're like a $25,000 supporter. God bless. WoW 2. Yes. And it's going to be called WoW 2. Not World of Warcraft. It's just called WoW 2. That's it. People are going to ask, like, where's WoW 1? And it's just like, well, that was a failed project that we had before. They just couldn't make it. This is the spiritual successor of WoW 1. This is WoW 2. There's 2 times the WoW in this one. I put some cool and good news articles in the Discord. Yeah, I pulled up a couple different things from the Discord. Okay, but will any of the funds go to a compound in the desert? No, they will go to my offshore account in the Bahamas. Do you get an ugly Christmas sweater if you donate 25K? No, you do, actually. In-game. In-game. A few years down the road. I'm an oil daddy with a lot of money to spend. That's less fun, but I'm interested. Yeah. I used to have a dream for a game a long time ago. Maybe one day if I ever figure out something, snag on some like indie developers that are like kind of, you know, talented or something like that, I guess. I don't know, maybe we'll see. Oh, I wanted to see what the rest like. So I think he actually posted in his timeline more stuff. Black Myth Wukong shattered sales records, only trailing giants like Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto. 10 million. Well, I mean, only trailing giants. I mean, there's a few other games that have sold quite a lot of copies as well. I mean, you have a lot. You have a lot there. $825 million generated in 2 weeks. See, I think the math is off there, or is my math off? The game was sold at $60, right? So $60 times 10 million sold in 3 days. Oh, I guess, yeah, no, that'd be right. Yeah, okay. No, my initial math was wrong. So likely it's if they sold 20 million copies at $60 a pop, they made $1.2 billion off of Black Myth Wukong. Off of a $70 million investment. So they made $1.1 billion off of Black Myth Wukong, and that's without counting deluxe and all that other stuff. 1.1, but yeah, the ROI is off the fucking charts here. Yeah, that's crazy. You know what else? You want to know what else the ROI is completely off the charts for? Fucking Baldur's Gate. Fucking not Baldur's Gate. Well, Baldur's Gate for sure, but even though currently in many players, Helldivers 2 is, you know, lost its luster. You got to think Helldivers 2 at $40. I mean, they likely made $1 billion off of that as well. Because I know they made their money. Fuck yeah, they did. Because they sold 20 million copies as well. If I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure they sold 20 million as well. Even if they didn't, I know they at least sold 10. Pal World's a fucking, I mean, that talk about waking up a fucking billionaire on that one, huh? Holy shit. They'll cover groceries for a week or two. Even Space Marine 2 is a great ROI. Yeah, it is. A lot of this, by the way, is due to the fact that it's making games available to players to buy wherever they feel the most comfortable playing and buying that game. A lot of it comes down to accessibility. Making sure that you're putting the game on PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam, like, you're gonna make a lot of fucking money. Nintendo would be a nice one, but we know that they're just too far behind in technology right now, so you can't really hold a lot of these developers accountable for not wanting to put their games on Nintendo. It just kind of is what it is there. But yeah. I'm pretty sure PoE 2 doesn't actually release until next year, if I'm not mistaken. But no, you're right. This year has been really good for games. You also have to, like, I see you say, like, Wukong, Space Marine 2, Helldivers 2, Pal World. You also have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You have Elden Ring's DLC. You have Core Keepers that got its 1.0. Satisfactory has been popping off. They just got their 1.0 release as well. Yeah, Satisfactory right now is at 125,000 player peak. Deadlock is in its pre-alpha. This is doing really well right now. We also got the fuck is it? It got knocked off the list. It looks like got knocked off the top 10. But Once Human has also been doing really well. You know, the first Descendant. Yes. Yeah. I acknowledge that Black Myth Wukong may be game of the year, or Sparking Zero, because Dragon Ball fans would be crazy, but Core Keepers is my personal game of the year. Thank you for the $4.99 Mythics. Yeah, I'm gonna probably say that Black Myth Wukong is gonna be the winner. If it's not Black Myth Wukong, it's going to be... If it's not Black Myth Wukong, it's going to be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think a lot of people forgot that that came out this year. Astrobot also is making pretty big waves too. Yeah. Yeah. So likely it'll be either Astrobot. My man, when will you change the Japanese? I can't, dude. I've tried, okay? I've tried to fix it. I can't. I've refreshed it I don't know how many fucking times. Even though you guys tell me to not to fix it, I still try to fix it anyway. Do not change it ever. Deadlock will be game of the year. Deadlock's not released. Did the Wukong controversy attempt be enough to snub it from the Game Awards? So actually, you bring up a really good point. I do think that there is a really good shot that if I had to take a wild guess, you could say, what do you think is going to be game of the year? And I would say, well, I think it should be Black Myth Wukong. What do I think it likely will be? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Astrobot. The reason why is because there's a lot of like journalist controversy surrounding Black Myth Wukong. And I think that you have to keep in mind who votes for who votes for game of the year. Well, it's player's choice is part of it, but the rest of it is made up by journalists from the industry. So yeah. What is Astrobot? Genuine question. Astrobot is basically Super Mario Sunshine, but better. And or not like next Super Mario Sunshine, but it's a Super Mario game basically, but made by Nintendo with Nintendo characters and Nintendo tropes, or not Nintendo, made by Sony with Nintendo or with Sony characters and stuff like that. I doubt Final Fantasy VII has a chance. I think that's just recency bias talking. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, when it released, popped the fuck off. It did really well in sales. It did really well in general. And also at the exact same time, well, it's not better. I shouldn't say that. It's just more, yeah, I wouldn't say it's better than Super Mario Sunshine. It's just more recent is all. And I think it's just recency biased. I think that people are just, yeah, that's really all it is. That's kind of my point. See previous message. Oh, the problem with Game of the Year awards, they're biased towards, recent releases. Yeah, you got a good point. Yeah. So, I mean, we could see that. But also at the exact same time, yeah, you got a good point. It'll probably be Astrobot. Brought to you by PlayStation 5 Pro. Feng Ji, CEO, Game Science, was your typical gaming addict. His journey started with the first World of Warcraft in 2005. In 2005, he gave up grad school, lived in internet cafes, and borrowed money to fuel his gaming addiction. His WoW fame eventually landed him in a game design job. What? He was so good at WoW. Wait, this dude was so good at WoW that it got him a job? This dude always showed up on time for raid night. Never fucked up a mechanic. And the fucking raid leader was like, hey, I own a game company. Come work for me. Wukong was good, but Rebirth is my game of the year. There's too many technical issues with the PlayStation 5. Got the platinum, though. So I didn't really run into any of the technical problems because I played on PC. I don't know. I like... It'd be really hard for me to, like, want to pick. Part of me really wants to say Black Myth Wukong Game of the Year because of, like, its cultural importance, right? It's a game that crossed boundaries. It's also a really good game, good storytelling, all that good stuff. It's just overall an awesome game. I had a lot of fun with it.
I wouldn't count out Sparking Zero. I don't care probably, but the fans been waiting for about the DB game and DB is huge.
I know Dragon Ball is huge, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it reaching critical acclaim to the point where it's gonna knock people out for Game of the Year. I mean, I could see some favoritism, like, you know, not favoritism, but like respect. People want to place respect on Akira Toriyama, but at the same time, I don't think that it's gonna be enough to be able to like really sway the awards or anything like that. So part of me wants to say Black Myth Wukong for obvious reasons. Part of me, and obviously this is going to be a little bit, this might be contested. Part of me also wants to say Helldivers 2 for the moment it came out. For like the 2 months, like initially right after the game's release, like it was it. Like, and still in a lot of ways, Helldivers 2 does represent what a lot of players want from a live service game today. It's fair, it's ethically monetized, it's a fun and enjoyable game. Yes, the developers fucked up a lot of things, which now they're starting to fix, but it's far too late for any of that. They've already lost the interest of players. But with that said, you know, when it came out, it was really good. It was great. I mean, Helldivers 2 was a fucking huge moment, man. It was a huge moment. Blow Up Award, I think Wukong gets it. So I'm gonna be real though. Like if by the way, I just want to say this: if recency bias does not play into this year's Game of the Year, in my opinion, is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's fucking good. It's fucking good. The cutscenes are great. The story delivery is awesome. The amount of content that's in the game is fucking absurd. Everything. The game has so many like unique soundtracks for every single thing that you do. There's one mission that you follow around a fucking dog that you have to go like basically escort this dog. The dog has its own song. The dog has its own song. It's just fucking crazy. And also, don't forget that you get Tifa and Aerith in bikinis. True. Based and real. I never liked Final Fantasy. It's too bad. Some of my favorite games of all time. But I ultimately think that Norski's right, that it's a console exclusive. What do you mean that almost no one played? What do you mean almost nobody played it? That's a little bit harsh. That's a little harsh, buddy. I do agree though, it should have came out on Steam first day as well. It should have been a PC and PlayStation drop on the same day. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth sales. Oof. Reboot appeared to enjoy a strong debut in the region, claiming second place in February software charts, even though it released on the last day of the month. However, March's results, which have been published now, show a decline, with the title dropping to 7th. It should be noted, however, that there are a lot of competition from new games like Dragon's Dogma 2 and Rise of Ronin. Yeah, it did come out in a really like competitive market. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a really good chance that not enough people bought it or played it. Regardless, I don't give a fuck what you think. The game is good. It's good. Helldivers 2, with all its faults, is a more game of the year worthy title than Rebirth. I don't know about that. I think that oh man, so the problem is that I think in a lot of cases, for the people that have not played Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth, are taking the side that, well, it's a remake. It's literally just a remake, and it's just like, no, it's not a remake. It is a complete reimagining. It's a different universe. It's a different reality, a different timeline. And not only on top of that, but we're talking about a game that was made in 1995 or 4. I can't remember the exact date. And now a game that's coming out in the 2020s, right? And it's a major step up graphically, mechanically. The game doesn't even play the same. The events that happen in the game are slightly similar, but not totally. Like there's a lot going. Like it's just a good fucking game. It's great. It's a great game. I think that regardless, I think when people see exclusives, there is some level of distaste for it. By the way, totally agree. Exclusives are bullshit. These games should be coming out on all platforms, period. That's it. But at the end of the day, console makers cannot stand on their hardware alone. Hardware is not good enough for them to be able to stand on their own and sell all their games on all platforms. That's the reason why eventually you'll start to see Xbox drift off of consoles entirely, because it's much easier for them just to be a publisher than it is to try to compete on hardware. And that's it. Though, to be fair, the hardware market, so far as consoles, probably only has like another 10 years left. And then you'll be done. You won't have consoles in 10 years. No shot. It'll be fucking smoked. You'll be cloud gaming. You'll be cloud gaming, or you'll be playing on PC. You'll get another console generation outside of a refresh, and then that'll be it. I guarantee we either see. It won't be PlayStation first. It'll be Xbox first, because they've already built the infrastructure for them to be able to do cloud gaming to begin with. You'll be playing SteamOS on a Steam box for PC gaming on your TV. Yeah, you'll have some people doing that as well. Well, it's not the Steam box. The Steam box is gone, right? But you can get a USB controller, right? Did you talk about how 50% of PlayStation users never switch to PS5, and how 80% of people never use fidelity mode and pick performance on PS5? Yeah. I haven't talked about that, no, but I didn't even see that. Okay. Actually, I kind of want to finish this. Let's keep going. This is actually bringing up really interesting and cool conversations the more I read. In 2008, Fenji was leading Asura at Tencent. Coincidentally, another Monkey King game. The game eventually lost its way, and focus shifted from fun to revenue. Fenji, I think that's how you say that. believed that the game should be fun first. This conflict pushed him to leave and start his own studio based 2014 with 7 colleagues to form Game Science. They started with mobile games to pay the bills. First 2 games ended up being complete flops. Feng held on to the dream of creating a single-player masterpiece, and he was just waiting for the right moment. By 2016, Steam's data showed 1/3 of its active users were in China. Development skills had caught on. Chinese gamers craved high-quality experiences. It was clear the market was ready. We're willing to burn ourselves, but we're not moths flying into the fire. Yeah, that's good. That's a great observation to notice that 1/3 of active users were in China. So you know that there are Chinese players looking for a high-quality Chinese game experience because there's not one being delivered to them. So yeah, it was smart to notice that side of the market. So even though he was wanting to make a global game, he recognized how big of a market there was to be able to sell the game in China regardless. League of Legends saved Feng. He forged a close bond with Daniel Wu. They became late-night gaming buddies. In 2017, Wu went big on Fengji's vision, buying 20% of Game Science for $8.5 million. Despite losses on earlier projects, Wu kept faith. That's super fucking cool, man. A true ride or die partner. I didn't even know about that. That's so cool. Feng hated the mobile game model of in-app purchases and endless monetization based. Holy shit. He believed it killed the true essence of gaming. This resulted in the company splitting into 2 teams. One team focused on mobile games, while the other moved to fill his single-player dream. I'm kind of confused on that. So he's the guy that's leading the company. It's his company, and he hates mobile games. So he split it into 2 teams. That one continued to make mobile games, and the other one to make single player games. I mean, I probably would just ousted it entirely, but I guess it's being realistic and trying to make sure that you're still making money, right? On February 25th, 2018, Game Science took a plunge into AAA development. The team went all in. They quit their jobs, sold properties, and went 4 to 5 years without income. How the fuck do you go 4 to 5? Oh, okay, because they used the money that they got from selling all the other shit. I got you. We provided additional funding to contribute to a large chunk of the $70 million budget. Black Myth Wukong was born. Fengji's vision was clear. Create a global game rooted in traditional Chinese culture. The team read the novel Journey to the West 100+ times. They visited countless cultural sites, created 1.2 billion models of the Monkey King's armor. Authenticity was everything. See, I think this is one of the problems that we see in a lot of games today, is that how do you see a game like Concord come out and fail? It's because the people that are making the game are not subject matter experts. You need to be a subject matter expert. And the way to be that is to play these games, is to get into these stories, is to understand the core material, the root material, the best you possibly can, and then make a game, right? And one of the biggest problems when I look at a game like Concord is that these are not subject matter experts. Because if they were, then they would have known that they were making a game that was already based on a dead trend. They would have known that they were making a game that's a carbon copy, a worse looking carbon copy of a game that already exists in the market. It's a big deal to try to make sure that your leadership, and your developers are subject matter experts on the game that they are trying to make, right? Now, you can totally get lost in the weeds. I think Ubisoft is a great example of that, right? I think one of the craziest things that blows my mind is with how many open world games Ubisoft has made over the last few years. How are you not the gods of single-player open-world games? How are you not absolutely destroying the industry with bangers? Just dropping bombs. In the case for Ubisoft, it's because they don't ever they never integrate player feedback. Lack of talent? No, I actually don't think it's a lack of talent. I think that Ubisoft probably has a lot of talented developers. I think it's narcissism. I think it's corporate narcissism. I think they think that they know better than the players. So even though the players and the industry at large, by the way, the same thing goes for reviewers, even though they complain about it and they complain about issues in their games, they still think that they know better because the game sells for, the game sold X amount of copies or whatever it might be. So they don't try to make it better because they don't think that they need to, because they think that they know better than we do. I think that's really what it comes down to. Hubris? Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot. Yeah, it's definitely hubris. Hubris, narcissism. You can call it whatever you want. Same shade of shit. Creating China's first AAA game was no joke. The team grew from 77 to 30 and couldn't find required talent. They faced challenges adapting new technology such as Unreal Engine. Wu and Feng called themselves two drowning rats. They were on the brink of failure. You notice that this always happens with some of the best games that we see. Larian Studios makes Baldur's Gate 3. They're a company that had almost faced bankruptcy, I think, twice. It costs a lot. It costs a lot to be a visionary. August 2020 was a turning point. A 13-minute gameplay trailer went viral. 2 million views on YouTube. 25 million on Bilibili. 10,000 job applications. The team grew to 140 employees. Tencent bought a 5% stake. That's definitely a solid influx of money there, especially because they probably valued themselves. The studios probably evaluated at a higher cost because of how well the trailer was received. Fast forward August 2024, Black Myth Wukong. 2024, Black Myth Wukong launches and shocks the world. It surpasses Elden Ring, Cyberpunk 2077, CS2, and Pal World in concurrent player numbers. It receives 95% positive ratings from 700,000 Steam reviews. Even Elon Musk took notice. Nobody really gives a fuck about that. This is fucking crazy though. 95% positive ratings on Steam is huge. Surpassing Elden Ring, Cyberpunk, and CS2 and Pal World is fucking crazy. The fact that this game reached 2.5 million players concurrent is insane. As a single player game, that is fucking nutty. That is nutty. What's the game idea? I don't know. What do you mean? About Monkey King. The game became a cultural phenomenon, bringing Chinese mythology to with global audiences. It inspired others to create games based on mythology and history. The game even boosted tourism sites featured in the game by 300%. That's fucking crazy. Fang created something bigger than entertainment. Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong is something that has crossed cultural boundaries in a way that very few things have in the last few years. While I think that as a whole, I think society still has kind of a bitter look towards gaming and gaming culture. Games like this do a better job of connecting audiences and connecting people across the world better than almost anything else. While in a lot of cases, social media only serves to drive us apart, games oftentimes will bring us together, especially when we're talking about single player experiences. because there's nothing that we love more than sharing those experiences with others. Like, it's think about it. Think about the conversations that you have with your friends. Some of my favorite conversations are talking about my experiences in single player games, especially if we've played the exact same game. Oh man, didn't you like it when this happened? Bro, what was your reaction to this? Or what about this? Or whatever it might be. Like, that's some of the best shit out there. And when you're able to convey a story that very few people understand outside of China, like there are people that have read Journey to the West for sure, but the vast majority of just general consumers, the base knowledge they're going to have is going to be, oh, isn't that what inspired Dragon Ball? That's it. So yeah, no, they did. They made something bigger than entertainment, and games have the capacity to do that. I think that's one thing that's like really frustrating is when I look around the industry and I see how often people want to make these like propaganda games because they want to make a change, because they want to send a statement, and it's like you could instead focus your creativity and your energy towards doing something like this. Something that does genuinely bring people together, that changes people's minds, that that bridges cultural boundaries, right? Like, that's what this is to me. Something like this is far more valuable than inclusive character designs. Because there's so much division in the world, right? There's so much, especially like on like the borders of countries and whatnot. This definitely cools tempers, in my opinion. Brokeback Mountain versus Concord. Yeah. They lack the talent to do something like this. Don't ask for the impossible. We need meritocracy, not nepotism. True. Fucking true. Yeah, I agree with you there. I wholeheartedly agree, by the way, that the people that are, activists in video games, they do genuinely lack the talent to be able to make something that's meaningful. They don't have the vision for it. I shouldn't say that they lack the talent. They lack the vision. It's one of those things. So this is, I thought of this the other night, right? Is that, this is going to sound so bad. I'm so sorry for this. Okay. When I look at some of the art for some of these games that have failed and the players have pushed back for it, it's one of those situations where it's like, just because you can draw doesn't mean you should. And that's where leadership comes into play. Because there are people who have talent that can make great things, but you can't let them make what they want to. Because if they make what they want to, it's not going to turn out that good. Some people need direction. That's all I'm going to say. Stop telling me to draw Asterion. I'm never going to tell you what to do. I'm never going to tell you what to do, Witch. That would be a waste of time. Say that to every furry artist ever. Fuck. Oh, fuck. That's good. Fuck, that's good. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Some of the most talented people I've met have some of the worst understanding of what's good. They know how to draw, but not what to draw. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I stopped drawing. Like, I wasn't a terrible artist by any means, but a lot of the stuff that I would draw was very, like, derivative. I would always derive it off of somebody, off of other ideas and stuff like that, because I never knew what to draw. And when I would sit down to draw something and I wasn't basing it off of anything else, there was every once in a while that I would, every once in a while I would draw something that would be, you know, like interesting, but 9 times out of 10, yeah, it would end up not turning out the way I want. You need an artist? We need show and tell. This is an old sketchbook I have. So I had stuff like this. You see it? You see it? You know? I wasn't like I'm not like I'm not like super good or anything like that. Also, I was like really bad with hands too. Hands were definitely not my deal. I actually really like this one. There we go. Come over here. Is there any other ones that are really cool? I always like detailing things afterwards, but like hands and feet were always my biggest fucking problem. Like I could never get dimensions really like solid. Like this is kind of cool. Is there anything else in here that I like? Oh, I always like this one. But yeah. It's been a long time since I've drawn though. Are there stories behind those? Some of them, like I had something at one point in time, right? So LD is a Bob Ross Magic the Gathering gamer rock star. I only wished. I only wish. I've always been a person of half measures. I've always been a person of half measures. I would find things like outlets for creativity, whether that was photography, drawing, painting, music, all these different things, right? And when I get into it, I'm focusing all that creative energy because I want to be I want to get huge off of it. It's always motivated by the payoff, not necessarily by the action, right? And in every single one of those cases, I failed because I never actually reached the pinnacle. I never put in enough of the practice. I never did what I needed to do to be able to take it to the next level and continue it on, right? So with art, I never took enough art classes to, you know, really up my game to the point where I could do anything professionally with it, which initially was going to be game design, which is what I wanted to do. When I went to college for game design, my art paled in comparison to everybody around me, and I dropped out. 1, because school was far too expensive. 2, because I just didn't think that I had a talent for it, and I didn't want to waste the money. So I went into business. I went to business school instead. Music, same thing. I put in the work initially to, roughly learn how to play guitar. Stopped taking music theory classes entirely because I started finding some monochrome of like success as a, in a garage band that started playing, and then started, local touring and started playing in concerts and stuff like that. And then I still, during none of that time, ever took, serious lessons to try to up my game, specialize in my craft, and get better. And then as such, I just remained a mediocre musician from my perspective, right? I still to this day can't read music, and all I ever do when I play guitar is doodle, right? I just, I make up a couple of riffs, or I make like a song progression or something like that, and then I walk away from it, right? And then I just stopped doing that stuff. I stopped taking those creative avenues. I just walked away from it entirely because I noticed that I've just always been that person that only wants to put in half of the effort and wants all the reward. And then when I moved for work, because I was traveling for work, then I got into, making YouTube videos as just like a hobby, right? But I didn't get into making YouTube videos on the premise that I would be successful. And I also like this time around, I also took all of the aspects of it and learned how to master that craft as the best I possibly could, right? So I went into editing. While I'm not like the best editor, nor do I need to be, because it just doesn't really suit my content for me to be the best editor. I've picked up a lot of things. I'm relatively skilled at making the videos that I make. Same thing goes for my writing. Same thing goes for the research. Same thing goes for a lot of that kind of stuff. So yeah. Jack of all trades, master of none. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Except for with YouTube. I think that I'm getting better and better, and I think I still continue to get better at doing it. Your best videos are your React content? What React content? React content I do live? I don't post anything that I do live. I should. Like terms of reacting to gaming news, etc. Oh, okay. Yeah. My commentary videos is what you're talking about. Yeah. Most of those are very, like I take a lot of time to do those videos. Anytime that I sit down and think that I can just like quickly react to an article, there are some that I have done like that, and I need to do more like that, where it's just me reading the excerpt, reacting to it, reading the excerpt, reacting to it, and just switching back and forth to articles. Yeah. Those ones I enjoy doing because they don't take a whole hell of a lot of time. But more times than not, anytime there's something that I come across, I almost always end up wanting to write an essay. I just enjoy writing essays. Because I feel like I can make sure that I get all of my points across, and I also feel that I can get, I can be as factual as I possibly can be, because I get to read over it, double read it, triple read it, all that good stuff. Do you write your scripts? They're really good. Yeah, I write my scripts. Yep. Literally need to get somebody to cut up your streams and turn it into content, bro. If I could pay somebody to do that, I would, but that's outside the budget, baby. That's outside the budget. Now, if I actually went through and was not being like a little bitch about it and just, cut that shit out myself and took a day to do that, but the problem is that then it's like creating multiple thumbnails, and it's like doing thumbnails are so stressful. Titles are so stressful. It's the worst part. It's the fucking worst part. Because like regardless of how good the content is, if the thumbnail and title aren't good, it's not fucking going nowhere. It's going nowhere. Untitled 1, Untitled 2. You know what the funny thing is? There are content creators that did get to that where they literally just put in like the file name as the video title. But they did it because they were edgy, not lazy. Yeah, that's the part I dislike the most about YouTube. It's just the part that, well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's marketing. You have to market yourself the right way. Solid. Oh, so this is what you guys were talking about earlier. I see what you're saying. Amanda Kiefer? Yeah, Kiefer, right? Maybe, I don't know. But it says pretty soon, these weirdos will have no games to buy at all. Here's the thing. If she's talking about that in reference to this, she's absolutely right. Because, by the way, these people are fucking weirdos. The people that make lists like this, going like reaching this hard, like, yes, they are weird. They are weird. They won't have anything. But if she's just talking about in general, people complaining about like Concord as a game, yeah, no, you're fucked. You're fucked up there. You're fucking up there. Oh, yeah, then I saw this too. You know what the thing is? Like, I was looking at this and I'm like, I have no problem with people that are like, you know, making adaptations of characters or anything like that. And this is just like, and the problem is that like art is subjective, right? So like what you like is not always going to be what somebody else likes. But like, bro, I'm sorry. This is just, it's not attractive. It doesn't look good. I don't think it's a good adaptation at all. I mean, I get it that it's their own taste. That's cool. Like, it's just, it's not attractive to me. Warhammer Space Marine 2 has been absolutely fucking crushing it in sales, as it absolutely should be. I'm not going to talk about the Ubisoft situation today. I'm prepping for a video on it, so I'm not going to worry about talking about it too much today. Believe me, I'm going to be going into it, but I'm going to make a video on it instead. So the PS5 Pro. People are fucking losing their minds over this shit. Holy. Holy. You got Jeff Keighley over here, right? My boy says, here are inflation-adjusted prices for mainline PlayStation consoles since launch. PS1, 1995, $611. PS2, $549. PS3, $778. PlayStation 4, $530. PS Pro, $522. PS5, $606. PlayStation 4, $699. Except for he's leaving out the disc drive. I'm sorry, this man is never gonna get past the accusations of being a fucking Sony pony. Yeah, Jess called it right here. Now include the adjusted inflation of the price of the disc drive too. Yeah, yeah, and then all of a sudden it pulls it all out of line. Like, you can say what the fuck you want, Jeff. You can say what you want, and the problem is there's a lot of people that are dying on this hill. Dying on this hill. I saw the announcement. I saw the console. I saw the price. It's a fucking ripoff. And it's crazy to see, like, corporate AAA mouthpieces coming out to defend it and try to pretend like it's something that it's not. Mike Ybarra. The most consistent L-taker I've ever seen. Homeboy always says the wrong thing at the wrong fucking time. Every single time. Every single time. Mike Ybarra says the wrong thing at the wrong time. Somebody says $700 Pro, like I said, but it looks very good. Choices to be made or not to be made. Mike Ybarra says, think about this differently. Pro models or in any or any. My God. Mike Ybarra says, think about this, or I can't read today. Hold on, leave me a second. Get some water. Mike Ybarra says, think about, where do I get about? I think it's because my brain wants to say thing and the rest of my mouth just moves regardless of it. Too fast, I guess is what it is. Oh, Mikey? Yeah, I know. Don't worry, you got this. Yeah, sometimes it just, my fucking, I don't know if it's dyslexia or my ADD. I don't know. I don't think it's dyslexia. I think I read things the right way. I just don't say them the right way. Mike Ybarra says, think of this a bit differently. Pro models or any in-generation upgrade is about existing users upgrading. So when the teams evaluate the cost, they don't want to lose the money on each console, as that puts pressure on other parts of the business. And they think about how they can maximize value to players. The model is existing PS5 owners can trade in their PS5 at places like GameStop for $350 in credit today. Apply that to the $699 price point, and now upgrade. And now the upgrade cost is $350. While still not easy, much easier to stomach for some. This is the fundamental model they use. It won't fit for everyone, but it's all a part of a larger go-to-market plan. Where it be? Where it be? Is it on Twitter? I bet it's on Twitter. End of an era. Don't suspect they'll be around much longer. Last time I stepped into a GameStop, it was like a worse version of Spencer's, and they hardly had any games. Good memories of midnight launches, but that was a lifetime ago. Not bought physical in 15 plus years. GameStop quarter two sales down 45%. As more stores close down. GameStop quarter two sales down 45% as more stores due to close down. But keep in mind, guys. Keep in mind, Mikey says it's all a part of the model, baby. It's all part of the plan. It's all a part of the plan. So stupid. They are not factoring in trade. They're not factoring in trade value. There's no shot. They're not factoring in any of that. They're factoring in how much money they want to make with minimal upgrades to the console. And at this point, like, the thing is that for a $700 console, like, I get it. Some people just want to play. Some people just want to play on PC or want to play on console. They like the feeling of it better. But you're getting to the point where it's starting to make more sense just to buy a PC, because it does a hell of a lot more than just a game console does. You can still connect it to a television. You can still use your PlayStation controller. You can still use an Xbox controller. You'll have more space to be able to put games on it. You'll be able to upgrade parts of it rather than have to upgrade the entire thing. You don't need to go and buy a new GPU every year or every 4 or every 5 years. Usually you'll be able to take a GPU and skip a couple generations of GPUs. There are plenty of people today that are still using 1080 Ti's. I loved consoles because I could sit down on my couch with my friends, now my son, and play video games and laugh harder to do on PC. It's getting less difficult. It's getting less difficult. And in a lot of cases, you can quite easily just hook up your you can still play split screen on PC games. More times than not, you have more access to games, even more games than I mean, the library of games that you have access to the minute you get onto a PC is fucking insane. It's insane. For far cheaper too. That's the other thing as well. I think that a lot of people don't have the discussion that, you know, once you start playing on PC, you start playing games for a lot less money. Because you have so much access to indie games and you end up buying less AAA games as a result of it. You can hook your PC monitor into a TV cable nowadays. Yeah, for sure you can. Yeah, just need to update my tech knowledge. I'm done with consoles. Haven't been on PC for about 10 years, maybe 15. Got to relearn. Yeah. And Steam actually even has its own launcher for if you want to do it like a console. So you can choose that launcher, and then it would make it look like a console launcher you would have on a TV. I totally get the ease of consoles, but nothing beats PC value proposition. I mean, it does, because there's some people that just honestly can't get up to $1,000+, right? And I think the other problem is that in a lot of cases, when I see people that are having like and at the end of the day, like you're saving money right out the gate by just getting a console, especially if you're not that hardcore of a gamer or anything like that to begin with. And I'm not going to be one of these idiots online that are trying to pretend like you can make a PC for $700. You could, and it could toast some. It can toast some bread, but it's not going to be playing, you know, this year's best games. Not to the same fidelity as a console would, or the same performance as a console would. But I think in a lot of cases, the people that want to make the argument for the other side will grossly overestimate how much you have to actually spend on a PC. Again, I'm going to also revert back and say that argument can keep going back and forth, because you know what a lot of people will say? Well, PC would cost 15. Yeah, I could build a good PC for $1,500. Yeah, you could. You could build a PC for it's like a solid PC for $1,500 for sure. For sure. Then you need a headset. Then you need a controller, you need a mouse, you need a keyboard, you need monitors, you need a monitor stand, you need a desk, you need a chair, you need... Do I keep going? I think it's easy when we just look at the box that we're building, not everything else that needs to get plugged into that motherfucker. Because that's where the money really starts to get ate up, right? Because do you really want to go and buy, you know, $100 1080p monitors? No. Chances are you want like 2K. I wouldn't get 4K monitors. I think that's a waste. I think 4K in general is just a waste. I mean, consoles need a TV and other thing too. No, consoles. Your chances are. What are you more likely to have in your house? A TV? Or the complete setup to be able to use a computer? You don't have one? Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, there's a lot of people... I'll be honest with you. Like, my TV, once I got a PC, I don't really use my TV that much. But chances are, most households have a TV. You could actually hook up the PC to a TV. That's for sure. Yeah. Still, though, it's fucking wild how disconnected folks are about this. I'm sorry, but $700 plus for the PlayStation is crazy. You're out of your fucking mind. Especially because of the fact that you have to keep in mind, like, this generation of consoles isn't even all that impressive to begin with. And it's also on the end of near the end of its life cycle. How long are we supposed to say until the PlayStation 6 comes out? 3-4 years. Unless are they going to go over 10? Are they going to go over how long? When did the PS5 come out? Another 4 years. Could you imagine buying something for 4 years, something like that, only to have it for 4 years before it's, you know, yet again made useless? Then again, the funny thing is that I think they're shooting themselves in the foot, because the vast majority, somebody said it earlier in chat, the vast majority of players didn't move from PS4 to PS5. There's a huge audience, the majority of their audience, that stayed on PlayStation 4 and didn't move to the PlayStation 5. PlayStation, yeah, that's why PlayStation 4 games are still being made. Yeah. 4 years of PlayStation Plus is $320 minimum. Oh. Fuck. Do you guys imagine having to... if there's one thing that I've always been happy to be done with, is it's paying for online services to play games online when I already have the internet. Like, that's the one indefensible thing that, like, PC has that consoles don't. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. Imagine paying $80 to $100 a year for cloud saves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, that's just, it's too much, man. It's way too much. Servers cost money. So then why are we getting away? So then when the vast majority of players that are playing video games online or on PC, why are we not paying for it? Well, that's because these game companies, Xbox, Sony, they're charging us for something that they're not fucking paying for. Ads? You got your fucking mind? What ads? What ads? Data? Do you think that doesn't exist on console? You're not playing on Xbox's servers when you're playing Madden. You're playing on EA's servers. You're not playing on their servers. They're charging you for the ability to connect your console to their servers, not their personal servers, to that other studio, to that studio servers. And then on top of that, they're also charging for updating their store space. Yeah, and we're also not required. Thank you. We're also not required to cover the operational costs of a publisher. Ads and data. You have the same thing on PlayStation and Xbox. Turn on a PlayStation, the first thing you see is an ad. Turn on an Xbox, the first thing you see is an ad. Turn on a PlayStation or Xbox for the first time and sign up for an account, the first thing you click on is saying that you're selling your data to them. What are you talking about here? I'm sorry, but there's no, like, at least with Microsoft has the better deal on this by a long shot, but at least with Xbox, you're getting Game Pass, right? So you're getting access to games that you can play off of their library. But you can get that with PlayStation Plus, but you can also get like I guess they both have non-pay or non like Game Pass-esque versions or whatever, but still even those are even more bullshit. Imagine buying Xbox Live. Imagine buying PlayStation Online. Bro, what the fuck? And meanwhile, like, also think of that fucking travesty. Think about that travesty for 2 seconds. Okay? You're paying Xbox, whatever it is, like $100 a year or something like that, $100 a year plus to be able to play video games online and all that good stuff. and you're still getting fed ads for fucking McDonald's and shit on the front page of your Xbox when you turn it on. You know what's crazy? When I turn on my PC, I don't get any ads. You know, when I open Steam, I don't see no fucking McDonald's, KFC. The store page, if I go to the store page, it's advertising video games that I can buy. Crazy, because that's on a video game platform. Crazy how that works. But that's on a store page. I'm sorry, I'm a PC user, so people get ads on their consoles? Yes, yeah, they get ads on their console. If you turn on the Xbox, you get ads on your homepage. Either fast food restaurants or things like that, other games or movies or whatever it might be. Yeah. First thing that you see on your dashboard is ads. For a console that you bought, and also on top of that, for a console that you have to pay a monthly subscription to be able to play online. Yeah. Rough. Even smart TVs give you ads? Yeah. The problem is that when you have discussions about stuff like this, people always kind of want to go into whataboutisms, because they'll go, well, what about TVs? TVs do the same thing. Yeah, they both suck. I wish neither one would do it. I want neither one to do it. I think it's bullshit. So yeah, I think that people are like wholly disconnected when it comes to this whole shit with the PlayStation. We'll go over some of the other stuff tomorrow. I'll probably leave some of this Reddit stuff tomorrow too. Yeah, I'll save some of this Reddit stuff for tomorrow. I don't want to like tap myself out on news and shit to talk about. Oh, I saw this. Visions of Mana developer reportedly being shut down by NetEase. Yeah, we played the demo live. I wasn't impressed by it. It was like I think it was like flat voice acting, bad character delivery. The art style also, for some odd reason, like really just didn't hit with me. I don't know why, but there was just something about the art style that didn't really hit. I think it's like the characters' faces. I'm not really too sure what it is. Ghostborn, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. 8 months in a row. I just wasn't really like brought in by it, and also I didn't really like the combat either. I just really wasn't into it at all, which is sad because I was really looking forward to it because I really love the Mana games. It looks too childish. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like I think that like in a lot of ways, like it looks a little bit too like magical girl-esque. And you know, when your audience for a game like this is likely going to be a lot more mature, it might just be leaning a little bit too far into that direction. But yeah, the game just didn't do it for me, so I'm not surprised. Also, on top of that, the other thing is the game wasn't very well marketed. We basically saw it in a PlayStation showcase or Xbox showcase, and then that was it. That was it. Chinese video game developer NetEase has reported it laid off most of the staff of Visions of Mana developer Oka Studios, with plans to shut it down altogether. Anonymous sources familiar with the situation told Bloomberg that the studio, which had only opened up in 2020, will be kept afloat by the remaining few members until its final release. Visions of Mana only launched yesterday on the 29th of August 2024, so it's a while ago now, and earned high critical praise. IGN IGN's Visions of Mana review got an 8 out of 10. The closure of Oka Studios is reportedly due to major Chinese companies like NetEase and its rival Tencent shifting away from a Japanese-centric approach. Interesting. Bloomberg reported that Tencent is also considering how much it invests in Japanese video game developers and has already backed out of several funding commitments. It has secured rights to the development and published the mobile version of the anime-inspired Blue Protocol. For example, but on August 28th, Bandai Namco announced Blue Protocol was shut down altogether, and its worldwide release, set to be handled by Amazon Games, was canceled. One source said the success of Black Myth Wukong, which sold a staggering 10 million copies in 3 days and has come from a relatively small Chinese developer, has also inspired NetEase and Tencent to look for investments domestically. These Chinese companies have otherwise found their visions misaligned with the Japanese developers they look to invest in. Well, yeah, because you have Chinese developers, you have Chinese investors that are trying to influence Japanese media, and obviously you're going to have some issues there. It might seem like nationalistic, but in a lot of cases this is probably the better thing for them to do, and it's better for the companies that are making games as well. NetEase told like having a Chinese company tell a Japanese company how to make Japanese games is like, it's probably not going to fucking work out, right? NetEase told Bloomberg it has nothing to announce the Oka Studio closure. Tencent said it is always making necessary adjustments to reflect market conditions. Yeah, to be honest with you, the game didn't really jump out at me. Like, the initial announcement jumped out, and I thought it was going to be interesting, but outside of that, I just didn't really think there was going to be anything there. I think it's smart for Tencent and NetEase to look internally instead. Start growing your business in China, man. Like, start putting money into Chinese developers. Stop putting money into all these other game studios and trying to influence the games that they're making. Start making your own games. One of the studios out there has already proven that they have the capacity to reach global audiences. That's what I would be focusing on. That's it. Also, sorry I missed that. Gothborn with the 5 tier 1 gifted, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Make sure you guys thank them for the gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. They know how to make it work, so I don't understand why they would want to change the JP market. Well, because at the end of the day, they're Tencent and NetEase, right? So, like, regardless, because of their internal beliefs and opinions on what games should be and how games should be ran, they're going to influence those things in future games that they're working on. It's just what they're going to do. That's it. The best thing that they could do is not try to influence those games in the least bit and let those companies do their own thing. Unless it's a bad game, then you pull your funding and say, fuck them. Right? Because, like, I mean, think about it. Like, how much control, like, even though, like, Tencent owns, I think Tencent has majority ownership or complete ownership of Grinding Gear games. How much do they influence Grinding Gear or League of Legends or a handful of other games that are out there that they're invested in, right? That's 2 of 2. You missed the first part. My God, dude. Oh my God. Which is funny because some of the most popular gacha games in Japan are Chinese. That is true. Yeah, actually, now that you say that, that makes, like, what the fuck? Like, when you see the wild popularity of Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, how do you not go, Maybe we should try to focus on making more Chinese games. But you have to keep in mind, like, one of the things that they said in here is that, like, they're trying to get away from Japanese themes. You cannot tell me that Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, and Genshin Impact aren't Japanese anime inspired. So they're probably going to try to step away from Japanese inspired media. You know, I brought this up in the video that I made about Black Myth Wukong, where you'll see in a lot of you'll see oftentimes you'll see developers that'll make a game, and it'll often feel generic and contrived because they are not from the group of people, whether it's a nationality, a belief system, whatever it is. They're not from a group of people. They're not dialed in on the knowledge necessary to be able to represent the medium the way that they should. So if it's like lore based, as an example, like we've seen games in the past use like Chinese themes, but it's never delivered in a very authentic way because they lack the ability to have that authenticity because it's not a part of their own culture, right? So I think that you'll also see that on the side with some of these Chinese developers that are probably trying to emulate Japan or like Japanese media, whether like in video games, and it just wasn't coming through authentic, and then as a result, those games failed, right? While they do have a few really massive successes outside of like Naraka Blade Point, anything made by Hoyo, and PUBG? No, PUBG's Korean. And Black Myth. Like the rest of the other Chinese games kind of fall flat on their face. Oh, wait, no, there's that Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves is Chinese as well, isn't it? Japanese culture is probably one of the most influential for the size of its country. Yeah, in terms of world influence. Yeah, that's true. For how small Japan is and how small its population is in comparison to other countries, or the rest of the world. Yeah, their culture is incredibly influential. It's because people like waifus. And anime is cool. Pretty much about it. I'm either going to use this in a future video or I'm going to talk about it in a future video. Oh, man. All right, what are we watching? 29 minutes. Let's watch this real quick. So I saw that Satisfactory got its update recently. I have not played this game. I've been told to play this game by a lot of people. Everybody that I know has been telling me to play this. I have not. It looks like it's way up my alley, and I should. I fear for my life. I'm already in Core Keepers. I'm gonna wait till I finish that before I look to dive myself into another, survival craft building game. Let's see what's going on. Hungry. Uh-oh. Oh, God. What the fuck? Call of Duty movement to get to the bathroom? Yeah. What? What the fuck is this? Toilet flush coming September 10th? What the fuck? So stupid. Okay. And then you build your own drilling units. So it auto farms materials for you. And then you connect processing facilities. Jesus Christ. Do you really build shit this big? Do you really build shit this big? Yes. Maybe. Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, probably. What the fuck? So cool. Oh, there is combat. I didn't think there was. What the fuck? Wow. So, what's like the point? Is it just to build? Is there like an end goal that you're trying to reach? Or no? Because like usually games like this have like an end goal. Like isn't like Factorio supposed to be like getting off the planet or launching a rocket or something like that? I don't really remember. I've like seen people play these games, but I don't know like what the point is. Or if it's just something like you know, like Roller Coaster Tycoon where it's just like build to build, but there's no actual like end game or anything or end goal. Yes, there is. It's building a space station pretty much. Wow, okay. A goal is to build a space elevator. Ooh. The point is to watch your numbers go up. Don't we love that? The tech looks really good. The game in general, like, because obviously they've mixed in a lot of gameplay. The game looks really good too. Nice. That has to feel really good. That has to feel really good. Especially with how long these games end up being in early access for. Like, you have to think about it. Like, I don't know how long Satisfactory has been in early access, but like it has to feel really good to like bring the game out of early access and be like, it's, you know, it's done, and now everything else we make is just adding on top of it. Oh, it's coming to console. Nice. Soon TM. I like that. I like that. Let's Get the Game Out has a great video series on where he makes the digestive tract of Cthulhu. What? What the fuck did I just read? 8 years being made, 6 years in early access, I think. That's crazy, man. Hey, but it works. It fucking works. And you look, and the game's like, I think the game hit like over 100,000 players. Steam. Gibbet. There it is right there. It's on fire currently. 95% positive. Overwhelmingly positive. 125,000 concurrent players on Steam at the moment. Players, 90,000 players on Steam at the moment. But yesterday, today it hit its peak. Today it hit its peak. But I'll have to give it a shot. What kind of game you play for 10 minutes or 2,000 hours? Those are my favorite kinds. Do you think Factorio will ever go to console? It has controller support. Probably not. If it hasn't by now, I don't see it. I don't see it doing it. I mean, then again, you never know. You never know. Oh, let's game it out has a very cursed playthrough of Satisfactory. Yeah, apparently fucking so. This is short. I'll watch this. I'm interested. 3 days ago, Space Marine 2 has a major problem. Major problem.
Space Marine 2 has a
Victorio, thank you for the membership, man. 4 months in a row. Thank you.
Space Marine 2 has a Glizzy Gladiator and Krispy Kreme employee problem. These folks are glazing it.
What the fuck did this dude just say? Hold on. Wait, what the fuck just happened here? Victorio just gifted 50 subs. Holy shit, man. What a fucking legend. I think that's actually the highest gifted we've ever seen on the channel. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you. Yeah, like, I mean, like, just about everybody's about to be subbed right now. That's fucking crazy. Make sure you guys thank him. Thank you so much, man. That's so generous. Holy shit. Green chat? Yeah, it's gonna be a green chat. That is fucking crazy. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, that's absolute Chad. Yeah, that's huge, man. Holy shit. Bring in the fucking bell, dog. You guys have been like so generous today. Fucking crazy. This is like one of the reasons why like I feel bad about not streaming more than 2 days a week. When I only stream 2 days a week, it makes me feel bad because it's like, you know, I have people that sub, I have people that give subs and stuff like that, and like only streaming 2 days a week, I feel like I'm not giving you guys enough, and I should. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the generosity. You're building to streaming full time, thinking you will be streaming full time. It'll take time though. I need to stream more regardless because I need the interaction, and I think it's just generally it's just fun, right? I know you're such a bad man. I'm not saying I'm a bad man. I'm just saying that, like, you know, fuck. Like, I want to stream more. I enjoy streaming. Like, sitting back and chatting with everybody and hanging out and talking and shit. Like, I fucking love this stuff, right? But the only problem is, like, the reason why I didn't want to do it as much was because I was afraid that, you know, it's taking away from my ability to make, like, more videos, or to be able to put out at least 2 videos a week and make sure that, like, those videos are, like, high quality. So I took a step back. But now that we're not doing the podcast, to be honest, that's probably just the better way for me to go about doing it, is like making sure that like on Sunday, like while I'm vibing, I should just try to take notes and try to push content out a little bit faster on those days, and then I'll just go back to doing what I was doing before. I also miss like posting a video and then going live that day. I think that's the other thing too. Cat dad pimping. I'm actually surprised homeboy hasn't woke up yet. He's been sleeping for like hours. I don't know where he is. Dude's still ringing the fucking bell. I don't even, there's so many notifications going off from that. That's crazy. I can tell you what to do, but I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you this will get you there. You have what it takes, kid. Fuck. You're like a fucking, you're like a old man at the Western bar right now. I mean, like, look here. You got what it takes, kid. I just want to tell you, you got that je ne sais quoi. You got a little something in there. Victoria, we shall remember your name. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Let's watch. Let's let us watch the video.
Space Marine 2 has a Glizzy Gladiator and Krispy Kreme employee problem. These
Glizzy Gladiator, Krispy Kreme enjoyer problem.
folks are glazing it beyond space and time, interdimensionally, I would say. And I don't know why. It has good qualities.
Another 50 gifted subs. Chat is not green enough. Holy fucking shit, dude. You are absolutely insane. Holy shit, man. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Christ. That's 100 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Thank you. That is fucking crazy. You are an absolute legend. You are now a legend of legends within the chat. Yeah, a gift for everybody in chat basically is what it is. Yeah, everybody's getting one. It's Christmas for you guys on YouTube right now. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Make sure all of you guys in chat thank him too. Mod him? Mod him, VIP him, ban him. Get him out. This will be it for now. Maybe next month I'll be back. Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, all I ask is keep watching. That's it. Keep watching. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Super crazy. All right, we're watching the video now. We're watching the video. God damn. I'm down for a ban. Mod him, unmod him, time him out, ban, unban, then mod, unmod again. That's actually pretty smart. I like that. That's a good idea.
Space Marine 2 has a Glizzy Gladiator and Krispy Kreme employee problem. These folks are glazing it beyond space and time, interdimensionally, I would say.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something. I'm 8 seconds into the video. I saw this comment in my video. There's an odd thing. There's an odd thing that happens, okay? And it is confirmation bias, okay? With confirmation bias, people, when they hear things that they agree with, they go, fuck, yes. Yes, true, true. When they hear something they don't agree with, they go, boo, liar, you're fucking biased, you're a shill, you're this, you're that, rather than just being like, oh, our opinions don't align. There's always some type of like added qualifier. There has to be a reason why you and I don't disagree, and it's because of some type of character flaw. That's what it is. It's not like, as an example, I don't like mustard, okay? I don't like mustard. There's no intrinsic issue with my personality. I don't like the way it fucking tastes. Okay? That's it. It's no different with video games. I really fucking loved Space Marine 2. I loved it. I had an absolute blast playing the game. Does it have its flaws? Sure does. Did I bring them up? Sure did. Did I make the video about how the game is 50-50 and really you should be thinking about both? Nope. I just talked about how I enjoyed the game, what I liked about the game, because those are the things that I want to see in more games in the future. If I make videos where the only thing I'm doing is being overly critical and never talking about the things that I like, then we're never telling people what we actually want in games. Instead, we're only ever saying what we don't want. And I don't think that's worthwhile. You're just a lesser being. It's okay to admit it. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh, you like apples, so you don't like oranges. Yes, exactly that. Exactly that. Yes.
And I don't know why. It has good qualities. The campaign's pretty enjoyable. The visuals of the game are fantastic. Cinematics are nice. Customization
Why are you glazing it, bro? I'm kidding.
of your character in terms of your looks and decals of your armor, enjoyable. But it begins to fall off rather quickly. The classes are hollow husks of what they should be. The perk upgrade
Oh, you're talking about... Well, he's talking about online. What does online have to do with anything?
are, in some cases, garbage. You get a 1% heal after getting level 25. And getting level 25 will probably take you
Yeah, this
anywhere...
is multiplayer. So if people are happy with the base game, like the vast majority of people that have been making videos and talking about Space Marine have not been talking about the online. We've just been talking about how much we enjoy the base game. Game has a major problem, doesn't talk about the game itself. Yeah, I mean, like, this is about multiplayer.
From, I'd say, 10 to 15 hours. And the whole grind is you trying to escape poverty. We're playing a poverty simulator because the armor we're wearing is crocheted, and then you're just fiending for ammunition the entire time. It does not feel as if you're a Space Marine.
Okay.
Maybe if you play Space Marine 1, it does, but like the thing that I was being sold on from people in general in the trailer for the game, I don't feel that way at all when I'm actually playing the video game. And they trick you in the campaign. Not on purpose, I don't think. But you feel powerful. You have faster cooldowns. Your jetpack is like on a freaking 4 or 6 second cooldown.
Yeah, because you're fucking Titus. Because you're Titus. I'm confused. Like, so is the on multiplayer? Hold on. Hold on. My fucking brain's breaking here. In multiplayer, if you walk into multiplayer and you already feel like a god the second that you start, why would you want to progress? What would be the point of progressing if you're already a god the minute you start playing? Like, there's no point to progression at that. Like, there's literally no point to progression if you walk into the game and you're already the strongest you can be straight from the start.
Go and play the assault class in an operation. Keep the cooldown. It's forever in comparison. It just doesn't make any sense to me that they're trying to go down this route. It's essentially going to be a tactical survival game that wants you to face hordes of enemies. If you're playing...
Yeah, but the other thing you have to keep in mind is, like, if they go this route, the reason why they lower the cooldowns and they change the way that things are is because you're no longer playing a single player campaign. You're playing a multiplayer game where you're supposed to be relying on everybody else.
A melee class, you just don't get to do a whole lot. Maybe the end game is looking for stims and camping ammo boxes. That way you can actually play the video juego. And some folks will say, just play as a team. I do. I play heavy. Heavy is the team. That class can do literally everything. Other classes just feel lackluster in comparison. And don't get me started on the illusion of choice. We have 6 classes. But then you pick a class, like the sniper, for instance, and you only get to have one sidearm choice. You only get to have one melee weapon choice. And when it comes to sniper rifles, this is the best weapon you have, easily. This is the sniper that does more damage than this one. And the bolter weapons just kind of suck in general.
Okay.
They're not very good. So where's the choice at, really? And then the perks are just so lackluster in many cases. For sniper, they seem somewhat decent. But you look at the perk trees, like the perk rows or columns. I always forget the difference between those two things.
Yeah.
But you don't really have meaningful choices to be made. So
like, I think this is like diverging interests, right? Like, I think that I feel like he's judging it as a live service, which I think it does. I think it warrants being able to judge it that way since it has online, and I think that they plan to continue to update it in the future. But I think that like, I guess, like, how heavily you criticize it is one thing, I guess. I agree. I can't say I don't agree when you look and it's just like, I had the same kind of I had the same kind of thoughts when I saw the multiplayer come up, and it was like, oh, we're gonna do the, here's the co-op PvP, PvE, the classes and the upgrades and all that stuff. And I was like looking at a lot of the base weapons that are in the game, and there really isn't a lot to choose from. And as such, you're going to be kind of limited. right? So, but at the same time, it's not like a live service game or anything like that. It feels like in a lot of cases, the multiplayer element is more tagged on to a single player game, which reminds me of those older games we used to play, right? Like there's a ton of examples of like older, awesome single player experiences that had multiplayer tagged on to it. And the multiplayer that was tagged on was relatively uninspired. The perks add up over time. You can't have people with a lot of progression much higher than new players, or new people won't play. Yeah, I could see that. It's got a season. Is that a live service? Does it have season passes and stuff? I haven't really looked at the multiplayer at all. My Brad Pitt? Saying I'm Brad Pitt? God damn. I know it looked good, but that good? Yeah, it has a year one pass. Year one? What the fuck? You pay for the whole first year? Space Marine 2 is basically a classic video game launching in this hellscape that we have in the modern industry. Yeah, I think that you're gonna have some like diverging opinions as a result of that, right? Where like the game in a lot of ways reminds me of like old 360 third-person shooter releases, where it's more about the single player experience, and then the multiplayer experience is there, and they have plans for it, but it's not necessarily the same kind of it'd be different if like this was specifically made to be a live service game, right? Theoretically, the mustard seed itself is the cause, but there are some scientists that say it's ingredients. I don't just what's wrong.
Bolt carbines reload 15% faster. Why would you use a bolt carbine on this class in the first place? You're playing a sniper. Just kind of interesting. Recoil from bolt sniper rifles and stalker bolt rifles reduced by 30%. You're going to use the las fuel sniper. It's just better. So you have two perks you're not going to use no matter what. And then, killing one or more enemy with one shot from a las fusel restores its charge by 1. So basically, these perks are... You're not really making builds.
Yeah, I see what he's saying here. Like the skill tree stuff that you have here is just kind of odd. It's all over the place. I think it would be a lot better if they were going to do something like this. I think it would be better if you could spec into certain play styles for the classes, right? It does look like in a lot of ways that this really wasn't thought through, right?
Just picking the perks to go with the one weapon you're using in the first place 9 times out of 10, and you will almost always go with perks that give you more ammunition, because ammunition's a problem. And I'm saying all this to say it's crazy that people are trying to defend this game vehemently. It's not even just the Warhammer fans. If you like the game, play it by all means. I'm not saying don't get it. It's a terrible game. It's just nowhere near deserving of the praise that folks are giving it. And I mean that because there's no replayability, and that's a big selling point for the game. The operations are beyond mundane, and I'm not trying to be hurtful. I wanted this game to be better than it currently is. Yeah. It might become better in the future, but right now I need people to be realistic. But maybe they just haven't played enough to realize that the problems that they're going to be facing soon are rather drastic.
See, I think that's where the problem is, right? That's where the issue is. The issue is that he's very focused on the PvE or online part of the game, but the vast majority of the criticisms and the vast majority of like player sentiment is like the reason why people are so positive about the game is that's all coming from the campaign, right? And this just goes to show most people are more interested in the campaign of this game than the multiplayer. And in most cases with a lot of these games, like I'm just going to say this. The vast majority of people that come to play a game, if a game has a campaign and a multiplayer, more times than not, most people aren't going to play anything past the multiplayer, or aren't going to pay, like, they're one or the other. They're either there for the multiplayer or they're there for the single player. In the case of this game, most people were there for the single player, not for the multiplayer. You do have an audience that's going to be there for it, and I think that there's a lot of players that are giving it a shot and having fun with it, but it's not something that's going to carry on. It's not something that's going to be, widely played. This is not going to be the next live service game that, is taking over the world. I think that really in a lot of cases, and maybe it is an age thing. I keep seeing people say like the guy looks like he's young, so like maybe it's also just kind of like live service brain rot. You know what I mean? Where immediately you look at a game and say, well, it's online sucks. It's like, so why isn't everybody talking about how this game sucks? Because we really should be talking about how the game sucks. And it's just like, yeah, except for the fact that like, you know, most single player / multiplayer games don't live a life outside of that very much. You know what I mean? I think a really good example of this is look at a game like Gears of War, right? So like Gears of War's multiplayer today is fucking shit. Okay. Like wall bouncing is garbage. I hate it. I can't stand it. It's the most like dumpster movement in the fucking world. It fucking completely like rips you out of any sense of immersion you would have from playing the game. And Gears of War as a multiplayer experience does not survive on its own. Most people come to play the PvE or they play Horde mode. That's it. That's all they do. That's exactly what this is. But I would guarantee that like this generation of like current generation of like multiplayer gamers, where it's all about like live service, it's all about Fortnite, it's all about Warzone or PUBG or League of Legends or Valorant, like it's all about the online portion of the game. That's where you're going to start to see some like diverging opinions where it's just like, well, not all the value's there, and the vast majority of people that are happy with the game are the people that just played the campaign, played it with friends, and then that was it. That's the reason why people are being popular. That's the reason why people are being so generous with the game. It has nothing to do with being glizzy guzzlers or Krispy Kreme workers or whatever he's saying, talking about people that are glazing the game. They're glazing it because they enjoyed what they played, and they haven't played or may not be interested in the part of the game that you are the most interested in. And that's the reason why you're seeing people that are going against what you believe is incredibly important.
They're hard to ignore after a certain point. One of the biggest issues is operations are absurdly boring. They're time consuming for no good reason, and you're spending so much time waiting in elevators, walking to the objective. You get some decent action, don't get me wrong, but it also depends on the class you're playing, because some classes don't have good horde clear in a horde shooter. You're always facing hordes of enemies. You have 6 different operations, half of which are not going to be fun to play because the Chaos Marines are just shooting at you from Narnia and chipping away at your health and your armor. Your armor goes down quickly, and sure, you can replenish it. But if the goal and the idea is to do that...
But that is the general gameplay too, by the way. I actually agree with that as just a general criticism. In a lot of the cases when I was playing the game on higher difficulties, the accuracy of ranged enemies is so fucking insane that you are always getting pegged by them no matter where you are and where they are. So since they don't miss, you just constantly have people firing on you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it, and it makes it really difficult to be able to even get to them because you're pinned down in a lot of cases. Like, yeah, you can get your armor and stuff back, but that was one of the things that I had a hard time with on higher difficulties when playing solo, is that the enemy AI was like expertly accurate, but my computer AI did nothing to help distract or back me up so that I could actually try to get towards those people, right?
Every like 10 or 5 seconds. What are we doing? That's going to get boring fast. It's one thing to just be blocking the blue attacks that happen every so often, and that saves you from getting rolled. It feels pretty good. It's another to be forcing yourself to always knock down an enemy, go for the red shot with a pistol to get back armor every 5-10 seconds. Otherwise, you just die because you don't have any HP. And during that time, you can't get hit. So what are you actually playing at that point? Instead, folks are probably going to mostly agree that the second operation is the best one because it's the only operation with a meaningful boss fight. Slay the Hive Tyrant. This is enjoyable. There is another operation that has a boss fight. I believe it is this one. You find a dragon. This is the most boring fight in the game. You have a dragon, post it up. You go to these little terminals, you input the right icon that's shown on the wall behind the dragon, and then when you do all that correctly, the dragon goes into a moo state, moment of opportunity, and you shoot it. And then you repeat that process, hiding behind pillars whenever it shoots fire. That is not a boss fight. And the problem with these is that you reach the end of a mission and it doesn't feel as if you really did anything. And the whole time you're doing the mission, you have these random moments where you're just waiting around for things to progress.
Yeah, I will say that like some of the, I didn't really like some of the objective based stuff in the campaign. Like there was some of that stuff that I really wasn't like all that happy with, but like it's obvious. I mean, it's obvious that they didn't put a whole lot of thought into the multiplayer aspects of this game. They just didn't put a lot of effort into it. And I think his criticisms are fair. I think what the problem is that the severity of his criticisms, if they go unabated, is a little bit misread. This game was not trying to come out to be the next multiplayer hit. It's not what they were going for. And to be honest with you, I hate to say it like this, and you guys are welcome to disagree. I do not think games with this kind of movement or this kind of gameplay will ever find any strong any strong following in a multiplayer sphere. Like Gears of War, even if the next Gears of War game that comes out is fucking sick, I don't see it being an actual like competitor. You know what I mean? Like within like live service, I just don't see it. Same thing goes for like Halo. Even if 343 dropped an absolutely fucking stellar Halo game, I still don't see Halo multiplayer ever going back to being as relevant as it was before. Not over any other game that's out there that's, you know, not over anything else that's out there today. I'm playing the new E-Day Gears of War for the story. Anything after that is just gravy. Yeah. The vast majority of people are going to play the game the same way. Like, I'm going to play it co-op with friends, do the whole E-Day thing, you know, enjoy the campaign, have a lot of fun with that. I'll play some multiplayer a little bit. I'll definitely probably do some horde mode because they'll have that. But outside of that, I don't see games like that with that kind of play style having the same impact in live service as other games do today. My God, man, that makes my heart sad. My best gaming memories are playing Astron's Call. It was before WoW, but it was completely destroyed by WoW after it came out. However, it had a big learning curve and was difficult to learn. I credit it for PvP or hardcore PvP. Be a killer for today. Maybe. Personally, I like Space Marines PvP. But as they said, it's the gravy. Yeah, I think that's what it is too. I think that in a lot of cases, more player, like, this is a game where it's about the gravy. People just like they like the little bit of extra. This isn't like a do or die situation for this game or its online audience. Like the thing is that this is more or less just a bit of advice to other content creators and YouTubers. If you start to see the player count for Space Marine 2 Crater, do not make a video about how it's failing. Because that's not the kind of game that it is. It's not the kind of game that it was set up to be. Like, it is a game that eventually is going to have nobody playing it, or a few people playing it, and that's just about it. I don't see it catching on as a live service game that has, 100,000 players concurrently. It's just not going to happen. Right now, you have a lot of people that are playing it because it's a fun game and it's fun co-op, and they're just having fun killing shit, and that's just about it.
This game should have had a horde shooter out the gate. These operations are not good, and they're just reskinned from the campaign. What really grinds my nuggets is the objectives will randomly take longer to complete. Plant 2 bombs, plant 3. How about you plant 5? Just for fun. And it's not based on group size. You can be in a full 3-man and plant 3 bombs, a full 3-man and plant 5 bombs on the exact same mission.
Oh, so
Somehow
it's like artificial variation through how many objectives are actually there for you to complete. Yeah, that kind of sucks. It's not very good. I think that like the thing is that if we're talking about like these like horde modes, you either have to go like 2 directions nowadays, which I think that Gears of War has one of the best horde modes in general, like being able to build up defenses, turrets, things like that, doing your best to be able to, you know, limit the amount of enemies that get towards you and then like build up to be able to have better defenses. And, you know, you treat it kind of like a tower defense / third-person shooter at the same time. I think that stuff works really well. I like Gears of War's horde mode, and, especially in 5. I think the latest iteration they made of it was fantastic. But, or you go in the opposite direction and you go towards what Helldivers 2 does, where it's like fucking like open, like semi-open world conquering, right? But yeah, I can't see like a horde mode in this game being all that compelling.
It's deemed as variety, spicing things up, and you're expected to play through these operations for 10 to 15, if not more, hours per class to get to like max level, and then feels that you can do something. And the difficulty is beyond arbitrary. I keep talking about this because it's terrible. This is garbage game design. Full stop. Hey man, minimal and average, you get less experience, but the enemies, you know, they do not that much damage and they die decently quick. Okay, as we go higher level, guess what? On Substantial and Ruthless, you'll get less ammunition, less stems, less grenades. Stems will heal you less. On Ruthless, you have a longer respawn timer, which I could maybe see. Enemies are absurdly tanky, and they deal a lot of damage. I wouldn't mind the damage part, but them just being tankier is dumb. Because what the game wants you to do is play through minimal, doing the exact same thing. Then go to average, doing the exact same thing. Then substantial, doing the exact same thing. And the annoying part is that the fun is on the max difficulty, because that's where more enemies are. You want to face more enemies in a horde shooter, which is exactly what Space Marine 2 is. Every single operation has hordes of enemies. The game starts off putting you versus horde.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's a horde shooter. I feel like Warhammer lore is too good not to lean heavily into. Yeah. No, you're not. The large majority would never do that. They will play the campaign and peace out. Yeah, the vast majority of people are going to play the campaign and peace out. They might do a little bit of extra stuff on the side, hang out with friends and play some of the game modes and stuff like that. But so the game is harder on harder difficulty.
Of enemies.
Yeah.
So why am I having to go through essentially the exact same process to play on the max difficulty, and the only thing that really changes is that my guns do more damage. They're not changing in any mystical or magical way. They're just going to do a bit more damage after I invest 10 to 15 hours on a single weapon. That is garbage game design. But you have these people that are either like they can't be real gamers, because this stuff is really easy to see after maximum 10 hours. Unless you just play games mindlessly, but that's not good either, because you can't play games mindlessly.
Yeah, you can. I do it all the time. The vast majority of people do. Fucking like 90% of gamers, my guy. Like the vast majority of people will do that. Like I think he's just a little bit too lost in the sauce. Yeah. I think that I think that in a lot of cases, like commentary guys like us on YouTube, we can sometimes get a little bit too involved. We can get a little bit too committed. And then as a result, when we see people not have a similar reaction to ours when we're looking at something, it confuses us and it gets us upset. I think a really good example of this was Helldivers 2, right? Helldivers 2 went through something similar with its community, where there was a lot of that like toxic positivity that people would perceive as toxic positivity, okay? So when people would try to make videos that were being critical of the game, at the end of the day, people just weren't interested because they weren't thinking about the game like that. They didn't give a shit about the balance at the time. They didn't give a shit about any of that stuff at the time because the vast majority of them were only going to play the game for a little while and then stop playing it. Right? Now, I mean, in the end, yeah, the game probably would have survived and probably would have had a hell of a lot more players than it does today if people were listening to those that were complaining back then about game balance and issues and things like that, rather than the folks that were out there that were like vehemently defending against those people, right? But at the same time, the reason why nothing changed is because the vast majority of players are not playing. They're not that committed. They don't care if the game has nobody to play multiplayer with in a month from now because they're not going to be playing the game in a month from now. They have other games that they're committed to for online only. And this is one of those discussions that we've had before that I brought up in other videos, and that's that in a lot of cases with these live service games, you know, I would guarantee that, like, if I had to take a wild guess, 90% of the players that bought Space Marine 2 bought it for the campaign. 90% of them bought it for the campaign. Anything past that? Nah. And the crazy thing is, like, I've seen a lot of people pumping out content about, like, classes and stuff like that on this game, and I'm like, bro, this is just my perspective. I think that's a waste of fucking time. I mean, unless you're getting good views off it, I mean, good on you, but at the same time, I just don't see that content doing very well, and it's definitely not something I would commit myself to because the game, while I like it, and it's great, and I fucking love it, and I think it represents a lot of things that I want to see in games in the future, this game is not really going to be in conversation in a few months. Like, people are going to play it, they're going to put it down, they're going to walk away from it, and that's just going to be it. It's one of the reasons why I brought up and I said that this doesn't feel like a Game of the Year candidate to me, because I think that in a lot of cases, like, those Game of the Year games are the ones that stick around and hold on for a while. A really good example of this, Baldur's Gate 3 has not... Baldur's Gate 3's 24-hour peak is 93,000 players. This game has been out for over a year. It is widely single player. It has no replayability outside of, like, I mean, it does have a lot of replayability because you can get, like, alternate stories and things like that to have happen, but, like, you're always going to find the same equipment in the same places from the same enemies. You're always going to have the same skills for the same characters, you know, depending on the builds that you're doing, depending on the classes that you're picking. There's so many other aspects of the game that do not change and stay stagnant. But regardless, the game is still being played by 93,000 players right now at this very moment, right? Why is that? Well, that's because this was a transformative, insane fucking experience, right? This is a next level game that the players are going to continue to play. Space Marine 2, on the other hand, while it's popping off right now, you're already starting to see the decline. You're going to start seeing you already have. Its peak was 3 days ago. Peak was 3 days ago. Game releases, pops off, everybody's enjoying it, and now everybody's going to get through the campaign, play the campaign, a little bit of multiplayer with some friends, and in about a month or two, they're all going to walk off. And by the way, I want to make this clear because I don't want people to misread this. There's nothing wrong with that. This is a premium title, and that's what you're going to get. This is not a live service. They might have some, like, live service adjacent attachments onto it, but this is to be expected.
And then try and defend something that requires thought in the first place. That's crazy. But that's what's happening right now. And you have tons of folks that they're just lying to people, essentially. And then what's funny to me...
What are they saying, though? What are they saying? That's the problem I have with discussions like this, where it's just like, yeah, they're lying. But what are they talking about? They're glazing the game. How are they glazing it?
I had people that thought I was just being negative. Like, he's just being...
Yeah, I'm not saying... Somebody... You know what? I'm glad just to be here. Great name, by the way. I wholeheartedly agree with this. I'm not seeing people complaining and people defending. I'm not seeing either one of them either. Yeah. I'm not seeing a lot of complaining about the game, and I'm not seeing a lot of people defending the game from anything. I'm just seeing a lot of people saying, like, yeah, Giga Chad, man mode, hell yeah. That's about it.
Negative Nancy, there's no way the game's like that. They buy the game, they try it, and they're like, wait a minute. Yeah, this is not for me. Other folks will buy it, think the exact same thing, and they'll play for a little too long, and they can't return it. So now they're out at this very moment in time $90 because early access is $30 extra on top of the base game. I don't appreciate that. It is what it is. And I got the game for free. And I was excited to play it. I'm not making this as like a smear campaign. I do not want to see games fail, but I'm tired of seeing the games that are not doing, that they make silly mistakes being praised as if they have no mistakes at all. Why can't we talk about both? Because I made a review and I talked about the good things first. I explained the things I liked about the game first.
Yeah.
And it just so happens there are a lot more things I didn't like about it as I went into more detail on.
I see. I've done this before. He's actually a bigger channel than mine, I think. Yeah, he's got more subs than I do. I don't know how long he's been making videos for or anything like that, but a common mistake is that sometimes what you'll do is that you'll make a video and then you'll see a bunch of people that are complaining in your comment section because they disagree with you because they're enjoying the game. And then and then you make the big mistake of making a video responding to those comments. And I think that's what a lot of this is. That's the reason why like not a lot of the examples and stuff are coming up. It's just the general feeling of a lot of people disagreeing with you. That's what it is. It's just the general feeling of people disagreeing with you and you wanting to make something to be able to respond to those disagreements.
But we gotta be
but the thing is that like where him and I differ is that if you disagree with me, I just fucking ban your ass.
Hey! Honest with ourselves, because everyone always says games aren't like how they used to be. It's because gamers are freaking gullible, I guess. They don't have any standards. How can you expect better games if you're...
Yes. Gamers are gullible. Consumers consume. Look at some of the slop games that people have been buying over the last few years. Yeah. Yes, they are. By the way, my guy, I hate to tell you this, brother. This is the one thing that you got to learn. The vast majority of people that are out there don't even fucking watch these videos to begin with. The videos that I make, I love making my wake-up calls. I recognize that, you know, like think about the fucking scale of this, okay? I make a video about Black Myth Wukong and about how fucking awesome it is and how I love it and how I want to see more games like it in the future, and I push back on like how the media tried to represent the game and things like that, right? 700 and some odd thousand views. The game sold 10 million copies in the first 3 days. It's likely at like 2 million or 20 million now, right? The 700,000 people that I reached are a fucking fraction of the game's audience and an even smaller fraction of the people that are within games, the people that play video games. It's like it's fucking nothing, dude. Like we're a fucking we're a drop in the bucket, and that bucket is the size of the ocean. You're assuming all those people. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like the vast majority of people that are probably watching that video didn't even play Wukong to begin with. Banning on most platforms is wild and a little stupid. I mean, like, one, I was like half joking. I don't ban people for disagreeing with me, but I ban the fuck out of them for saying some shit that I don't want to see. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, some dude comes into the fucking comment section and starts talking about like, bro, I saw this comment. I posted the fucking comment in the Discord. The fucking, where'd that shit go? Like, you look at the comment section, you will see some shit pop up. They'll be like, what the fuck? What is this dude even talking about? I think yeah, here it is. Yeah. So this is the video that I made on Concord. This guy responded, like, you know, made a comment on the video, right? And in the video, I had said, Concord isn't a bad game. It's just a game that nobody's interested in. Ugly characters, nobody's interested. Their model for how they were going to try to be different than Overwatch is that they were going to deliver movies. Nobody fucking wants that shit. Nobody wants this game. That's it. That's what I said. Nobody wanted it. That's why nobody bought it. It's not that it's a bad game, and when I say it's not a bad game, I'm saying like mechanically it's not a bad game. All the reviewers said that the game played well. The combat actually felt really good. But outside of that, it's not doing anything different. Overwatch already exists. People are already invested in it. People already play it. Why the fuck are they going to come over to this? So I just made the point that this didn't die because it's fucking Gollum. It didn't die because it's King Kong. It didn't die because it's Redfall. No, it's literally one of the first times we've ever seen a game get released that it's just that nobody fucking wanted it. Nobody didn't want to have anything to do with this game at all. This dude goes in and says, this game is not failing because it's bad. Yes, it is. Why would you even bother defending it at this point? Oh, plus the pink colored room and the movie cuts. This lil bro is upset because there's a pink tint to the lighting in my room. You want to talk about like how masculine are you? I'm so masculine, pink scares me. And the movie cuts? I don't even know what he's talking about. Movie cuts, bro. What the fuck are you even talking about? Yeah, no. It's really sad to see this, the #1 return about Concord failing. Some clickbait dude. You're good video editing? I guess. Like this what a poor soul. What a poor soul. Those people? Yeah. I fucking ban them. Get them the fuck out of here. You don't need to be watching my videos, and I don't need to be listening to you. This is called a mutual separation, okay? It's good for me. It's good for you. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah. Cultivating an audience. Cultivating a cult.
Standards are trash. That's so annoying to me. And it keeps happening. We had it with Helldivers 2. The same thing that happened in Helldivers 2 is going to happen in this game. You'll have players that are just glazing the game for no good reason. Some things are good, okay? But they're defending the things that should be talked about and should get fixed and changed. And it's like, no, it's fine. Just get better. Just skill issue. It's like, the game's not difficult. What do you mean skill issue? You can solo max difficulty with the bots to do next to nothing. And if you die, you lose on max difficulty. It's not a challenging game.
No. Well, it's not made to be a challenging game in the first point. And also at the other thing, like I get what he's saying about like, but the problem is that people are taking it too fucking seriously. This is one of the things that I bring up when I talk about like how polarized things have become, especially when it comes to like gaming commentary and like especially when it comes to like social politics within gaming as well, is that like some people get too fucking involved and they go too far. And when you go too far and you get too upset and you get too committed, then people are less likely to want to listen to you, right? So like as an example, I'm gonna show you guys something. It's real easy to be like, hey, yeah, you know, masculinity feels like it's been sucked out of games nowadays. Space Marine 2 is really refreshing because of that. And then people are like, yeah, you know what? That actually sounds relatively agreeable. And then you have the guy that's like super fucking invested that goes, yeah, but it's because of a BlackRock global plan that's working with the World Economic Foundation, and they're gonna want to make us eat bugs. It's like, I was on the same page with you a second ago. I was on the same page with you a second ago. And then you just like, you jumped off a cliff, dog. And you know what the funny thing is that even if it's true, and it's BlackRock money or whatever, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. The minute that you start talking about fucking like what would be on the lines of conspiracy, whether or not that conspiracy is proven or not, nobody wants to fucking hear it. You have to say things that people can agree with. You have to say agreeable things. And that doesn't mean that you have to be PC or anything like that. It just means you just need to dial it the fuck back a little bit, okay? Dial it the fuck back. Just pull it back a little. Don't go all in, baby, okay? If they want to dig and they want to go for that kind of shit, then then you can feed it to them when they're looking for it. But outside of that, you don't want to go too far. I am one of those people. The minute the people are like, oh, you don't understand, it's Black Rock and all this, that, I'm like, I am lost. Just leave me out. Like, I'm here for simple explanations, my guy. Simple explanations. Just dip your toesies in. Yes, just the toesies. You don't need anything more than that. I'm a total conspiracy theorist. Good. Good for you.
You can go and play classes that do next to nothing. That's the challenge. The challenge is forced poverty. You can just be in shambles. Oh, it's challenging. I can't do anything. This is such a challenging game. That's just dumb.
Somebody in chat says, talk like a sensible person, sweetheart. To the person who's foaming at the mouth, sending you their manifesto. I quite literally just the other night had posted, and I showed it in the I can't find it now because it's gonna be like way up in it's gonna be way up in like in the chat logs on in our Discord. But I had shown everybody in Discord, and I think I even showed it on stream, that somebody had sent in total a 4,500 word essay in my comment section along like the lines of like 15 comments, right? Like 15 separate comments, in total 4,500 words, right? I banned them. I banned them and deleted their responses for their own good. Because that's not fucking healthy. That's not healthy. 4,500 words in a fucking comment section, yeeted and deleted. Get the fuck out of here. Go outside. Go write a book. Go make your own YouTube videos. When I see people that are leaving like 1,500 plus word essays in my comment section, most times, you know what I do? I respond and say, go make your own video. Because if somebody writes 1,500 words in my comment section, you know for a fucking fact they're disagreeing with me. You know they are disagreeing with me. What if those 450 words would have changed the way you looked at the world, opened your eyes, and showed you that you've been looking at things through a micro instead of the macro? I know. And then I would fucking run out to buy like I'd run out to transfer all of my money into fucking Ethereum and Bitcoin. I would join Hustlers. What is it? What's that fucking dingus's Hustlers University or whatever? The fucking dingus, whatever his Hustlers University. I'd be all in on fucking. I would completely drop YouTube, only stream on X, and call it X instead of Twitter from now on. Yeah. Yeah.
So on the classes note, it's hilarious to me that Heavy can do everything.
Yeah.
You have AoE. You have single target damage with your sidearm, oddly enough. Your sidearm does more damage than some people's primaries, which I find hilarious.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and roast this any longer because I feel like that's what I've kind of been doing. Like, I agree with him on the whole, because at the end of the day, chances are, yeah, they didn't really put a lot of effort or a lot of thinking into they didn't put a lot of effort or thinking into the multiplayer, because they were focused on making sure that the campaign experience was the best that it possibly could be. And at the end of the day, the vast majority of people that bought this game didn't buy it for the multiplayer. They bought it for the single player experience. So the reason why he's getting so much pushback from other people, or he's seeing so many other people that are glazing the game, is because they just came for the, co-op experience to play with their friends. They're not taking the game all that seriously, and they don't really give a shit that the end game or whatever isn't going to be something that we're going to be able to play for a year or two or whatever. Most people are going to be walking away from it relatively quickly. So it's just best to not overinvest yourself in it too much. Enjoy the game for what it is and walk away from it. This is one of the reasons why in my pseudo review that I made for the game, the first thing that I brought up is that I've never played a game that felt this consumable in a long time. And that's what it is. It's meant to be consumed and walked away from. It's not meant to be a game that you need to marry yourself to, lock yourself down to, or anything like that. Completely unnecessary. But yeah. Yeah. Regardless, I'll share the video to be courteous. I just don't want to. I wouldn't mind watching the rest of the video, but like it's just him and I aren't. We don't see like eye to eye on this kind of thing, and to be honest with you, I'm not really interested in talking about the game's multiplayer to begin with because it's just not a concern of mine. I enjoyed what I enjoyed of the game. I talked about what I experienced and and I also criticized it too. The ally AI and the fucking dodge and parry mechanics fucking blow. I don't care what you say. I saw some people being like, I like the parry, I like the dodge, and I'm like, bro, that shit, it fucking controls like garbage. Shit. I kind of want to watch. We'll save Baldo for tomorrow. I'll watch this and we'll play some Warframe. Some of the frame game maybe. I don't know. I want to see this though. I want to see what he says about MMOs because I have a lot of thoughts on MMOs and I think that he's gonna say some interesting. I gotta use the bathroom again. I drank 2 cups of coffee before I got on. So I'm fucking wired! Just my conspiracy theory. I think, I really think that's why if you watch anime, a good percentage of anime shows are about people that virtually drive into an MMO. Oh, virtually dive into an MMO. Something about a video game that's immersive, that creates a world that we all identify with. You know what? So like the other night, I was thinking about this. Like I was sitting there, I was chilling, I was like laying back in bed, just vibe. And I was like, you know what I have, like, you know what I really like, what I really want to play? I really want to play Elder Scrolls. I really want to play either Elder Scroll, like either Oblivion or Skyrim, because there are so few games that offer that kind of immersive world for you to dive into in that theme. And it's so fucking good. It's just so fucking good to like feel like you're an adventurer and you're just on a motherfucking adventure. And it's not even about the main story, the main quest or anything like that. It's like, oh, you know, here's the Assassin's Guild, here's the Adventurers Guild, here's the, you know, the fucking Mages Guild and shit like that, and doing their stories, or like finding a random quest out in the middle of the fucking woods or a dungeon or something like that. And like, there's just something so fucking goddamn immersive about that shit, and you just don't get it anywhere else. It's just so damn good. It's just so good, man. And and MMOs don't even really give it to you anymore, because like MMO systems and like their adventure and whatnot is like completely it's also streamlined, right? So streamlined now. Morrowind had a good feel for exploration. Sometimes I feel sometimes it feels a bit empty. Finding stuff is always fun. Yeah. Can't wait for Skyblivion. Yeah, Skyblivion's gonna be fucking sick. I cannot wait for that.
Okay, well, I guess it's time to admit it. I was wrong about MMOs. How many times over the years in conversations about this genre have you heard the following? It gets good at endgame. Or
Warframe players. The amount of times that I would criticize the ease of the game at the very beginning. Just wait for Steel Path, bro. Just wait for Steel Path. Bro, you don't understand. Oh, crafting timers? You don't even notice crafting timers later. True. Nobody wants to fucking hear it, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. That line was stole from Josh Drive Haze. People have been saying that for years, though. Before Josh Drive Haze. A lot of people have criticized that it gets good after 50 hours, it gets good after 100 hours, all that good stuff. Yeah. People have been criticizing that for years, because it's true, because players do it all the time, because they want to defend the investment that they made in a game, and the last thing that they want to hear is somebody to criticize that investment and say that that investment's not worth it. And I think in a lot of cases, like, there are games that are worth that investment. I think Warframe actually is a really good example of it, where it's like, the game gets better after 50 hours. Like, fuck yeah, it does. Are you kidding me? And the investment of the time that you put in those 50 hours makes what you get afterwards through the story that much more worth it. And here's the thing. Like, oftentimes that investment is it's what keeps you playing the game. 100% worth it. Yeah, it really is. It is 100% worth it.
Or what about this one? The real game starts at endgame. I know I've heard this countless time for many years, in fact.
My video that I made on Path of Exile. The video that I made at Path of Exile, where I beat the campaign, and then I started to do maps at the end game. Bro, you haven't even played the game yet. This is a clickbait video. You didn't beat Path of Exile. You don't beat Path of Exile until you do map level 1 billion and have 12 Mage Bloods and can play the game without your eyes open 4 seasons in a row. Fucking the ever moving goalpost. I hate that shit. I hate it.
I've thought and said as much myself, that for the most part, MMOs, the game doesn't really get going until the max level or until endgame. And there is some truth to that for sure. And there's a lot of truth to it. That's why it's said very often. So for example, in most MMOs, it's not until max level that you'll have things like your class's full suite of abilities and spells unlocked, or access to the most difficult content, be that the dungeons, raids, or PvP.
Skill expression
and in
content.
doing those things, that's where you start acquiring the gear that often comes with additional build and playstyle altering effects. And
I'm gonna say this though, like, from my perspective, the one, like, I am that person that I've over the years, I've come to the conclusion that I enjoy the leveling experience more than I enjoy the end game. I love end game content, don't get me wrong, but I love the leveling experience more than I love anything else. Like, leveling in Final Fantasy XIV for the first time and completing the story and catching up to all the content was fucking insane. It was insane. It was such a ride. It was so cool. I enjoyed every second of it. I enjoyed all the dungeons and doing the older content, and I loved how they keep old content relevant in Final Fantasy XIV. So there's still people that are going and doing old raids if you want to and all that kind of stuff. I loved it. It was so fucking good. World of Warcraft. The reason why I stopped playing World of Warcraft is because World of Warcraft became a end game focused game. When I first started playing it, I started playing it during Wrath of the Lich King. No, Burning Crusade. I started playing during Burning Crusade. It was all about the leveling experience. Like, yeah, going to do the dungeons and stuff like that, or getting to go and do the raids like Karazhan and Gruul's Lair and SC, right? SC, I think it's SC. Yeah. Tempest Keep, all that stuff. Like, yeah, that was fucking sick. It was great to go do all that stuff, but the way that the experience flowed felt more like an adventure. It felt like an entire journey rather than it just being about the end game. And I feel like a lot of games have gotten away from that. I think that just in general, games have gotten away from it. They've taken out the journey and it's just about the grind. It's just about the run. Get the run, get the run, get the run, get onto the cycle. Get onto the get on the treadmill. Get onto the content treadmill and start shoveling money and time.
With all of those elements, with all of those things coming together, it is at the end game when you really start to master your class, be that getting better at executing your rotations or increasing your reaction time and expanding your game knowledge in dungeon mechanics or PvP matchups, whatever the case may be.
I love how in like Final Fantasy XIV, after playing it for as many hours as I did and getting all the way to the end game content, I completed the dungeons. I was pretty good at the dungeons. Didn't have any problem with any of that stuff. And then I get to the end game and I'm like, I got this, dude. Like, I'm crushing it. This boss content, this like raid content, I'm gonna crush this shit. I was terrible. I was so bad. I didn't understand rotations. I wasn't using rotations. I wasn't doing nothing. I was a healer that wasn't. I was doing some damage. Like I was one of those. I was using my attacks when I was healing dungeons and shit like that. But then I saw like how many more attacks you need to be doing. Like you need to be ABC. Always be casting. Always be casting. And I was like, man, I suck. It took me a while to be able to get around to that. And then and I actually quit. I quit because I was like, this is way too much for me. I like, especially with like work and stuff that I had going on at the time. There's like no chance I can be, even serviceable in this game. And then after a while I got bored and was just like, all right, let's master the game and let's play it. And then I did, and then I did the raid content without any problem.
There is a whole extra layer of things that, while they might not be exclusive to endgame, they certainly start to come together. Everything starts coming online and is far more focused at the endgame in MMOs. On top of that, having a good
Lost
amount
Ark
of
is like the biggest waste of
content,
potential I've ever seen.
For any MMO that hopes to have long-term success. Like, it takes developers 5 to 10 years to build the leveling process that in many cases nowadays, the hardest of hardcore players are finishing in under a week's worth of time. So yes,
bro, like people are endgame in World of Warcraft within like a couple days or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like I think I watched Asmongold do like 2 full streams of World of Warcraft, and he was max level. Like the journey's gone. The journey's fucking gone, dude. It's torched. And I think that's one of the reasons why players overall are feeling less satisfied with their experiences when they're playing these games. 3 days for me and I'm turbo casual leveling. Yeah.
You need that repeatable endgame PvE and PvP content to be solid, to be really well thought out if you want those players to stick around after that first few weeks and that first month, which for most MMO developers, they do want that because they have recurring income sources via things like subscriptions, battle passes, or season passes and the like. They would like you to keep on playing, so you keep on paying. This keeps the lights on, and ideally it means the game will continue to get supported. So yes, endgame is very important. I'm not denying that, but I also think that in focusing so heavily on the end game, we've also lost sight of the fact that the journey to that point needs to also be good, and that is
totally
what I was
agree
wrong about. It gets good at end game, doesn't cut it. In fact, I would argue that a major reason many new MMOs have failed over this past 10, 15, or 20 years is because that journey to max level is phoned in. It is paint by numbers of an experience and seems to be made the way that it often is because
go kill 5 boars, go cut 10 trees, level up, level up, level up. It's just Warframe at least has that journey. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's really I think it's really important. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people I think that's why, like, for Warframe players, especially for people that actually get through 50 to 100 hours of gameplay. And the best part is that, like, your end game of Warframe technically starts way earlier than that, right? Because in most players' minds, end game is collecting mods in Warframe. It's collecting Warframes. It's collecting weapons. And you're doing that shit throughout the entire game. So you're already in the end loop while you're still experiencing the journey. And I think that's really important. I think that's one of the really smart game design decisions when it comes to Warframe, is that you're essentially doing the end game loop just the same as everybody else the minute that you start playing the game, but you're still progressing through the game and having that journey while you're playing it. And I think that's really important. And by getting rid of the journey, players are no longer committed to the game in the same way. They're not committed to the characters, the world, or anything like that. And while not a lot of people, not everybody, I shouldn't say not a lot of people, but while not everybody is committed to the story and characters, there is some level of investment into that, even on a minority level, that keeps players interested in playing the game. It keeps players continuing to play the game. Like playing Final Fantasy XIV as an example. When I did my whole playthrough getting up to Shadowbringers, right? I was still buying microtransactions. I was still paying for the monthly sub. It took me 3 months, I think, to beat the game or whatever, or not beat the game, but to get to the to complete the full campaign. You know, I was still buying cosmetics. I was buying dyes, all that stuff. Like they're still making tons of money in the microtransactions, and I'm not in the end game loop, and nor do I even need the end game loop. Fuck, I don't even fuck with the end game loop from that game anymore. But I still pay them money because the journey's great, right? And you need to make more games that are like that. I think that more games should have a longer journey. I think it needs to be a lot less about end game, max level, coordinated content, and more about, more about the journey.
I don't know, MMOs have always been designed this way, and that's how it sort of feels. And if we ever hope to rekindle the magic of the MMO genre, and I think we can, and certainly we will one of these days, but first, in order for that to happen, these games need to start putting more thought into the journey to endgame. It shouldn't just be a footnote. It shouldn't just be something that you get through before things get good. The game needs to be good right away, and it needs to be good all along the way. And even more so, I don't think we should be breezing through this process either. What exactly am I talking about? Well, I'll tell you after a word from today's sponsor, New World. Today's video is sponsored by New World Aeternum. The game is getting an update along with, at long last, a full-on console release with cross-platform functionality between PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. So
I'm really interested to see if New World's update is going to give it any success at all. Like, going to console, I think, is huge. I think that there's a growing hunger and audience that's on console that wants to play MMOs. And right now, the only MMO that they can play is Final Fantasy XIV, which is a damn good one, but it also isn't a game that speaks to everybody, right? Not everybody's interested in playing Final Fantasy 14. I understand that, and I understand why. But I think that there is a desire for a Western MMO, Western themed MMO, or not Western themed, but like Western studios made kind of MMO.
Everything from the original game will be here, but also there's some additions, changes, and improvements, including entirely new features and systems. The new content includes a 10-man raid, new PvP zone, repeatable endgame soul trials, cross-world arenas, and a revamp to the Cutlass Keys zone with new questing and enemies. There's also some quality of life features. They've added swimming to the game, made combat improvements, and to go along with the console release, there is now full native controller support and a host of accessibility features. So this coming weekend, they are hosting a cross-platform beta test. It is fully open beta with no buy-in, so anyone who's interested can jump in and check it out for free. The beta will include the new changes to the early game story and progression, and it lets you level up to a cap of 30, which gives you the chance to check out all the new content up to that point, which includes arenas, the faction system, mounts, and the first early game dungeon. If you would like to check out New World Aeternum and see some of this new content yourself, you can pre-download the open beta on Steam, Xbox, or PlayStation 5 after 9 a.m. Pacific time on September the 11th, with the beta officially going live on September 13th. Okay.
Oh, so people are doing that right now. People are playing Aeternum right now. I'm interested to see if people have returned to the game at all. I didn't see it pop up on SteamDB at all. So that was yesterday. Bro, it doesn't even pop up for me. There it is, all the way down there.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick quiz here, okay?
Oh, it's tomorrow?
What MMO am I talking about? So the game starts out after character creation with you loading into a humble little village. There's a nearby NPC who has a quest marker right above their head with a task for you to go complete in the nearby area. You finish that quest and are then pointed to a
dead game? I mean, like, categorically, not yet, but it's going that way for sure. Yeah, it's headed in that direction for sure. I think the thing is that I was always very interested in New World. I still kind of partially want to play it just so that I understand it, because it had a lot of things that I thought I would really like, to be honest with you. But it just, bad launch, bad reputation, and you really just can't shake it, regardless of how much money you pump into something like that. The issue is that though the game had a lot of potential, yeah, you're right, it did. It had a lot of potential. A lot of it was squandered. And I think that once you gain a reputation for something, in a lot of cases, you're not going to be able to shake that reputation. I think a really good example of this is a game like Concord. Somebody had commented, I want to say it was like Jez Corden or somebody like that, that was like, hopefully they take it back to the shop, reimagine it a little bit, fix some things, and put it back out. And I'm like, no fucking shot. Even if they fixed the game and made it like way better and made the characters more attractive and made the gameplay more interesting and genuinely made a game better than Overwatch, it still wouldn't do well because it's just not going to shake that reputation that it has now. It's over. Like, failed start, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Camp further beyond, where you find a pair of NPCs who also need help, and then before you know it, you've completed a bunch of quests, you've killed some wildlife monsters and bandits, you've leveled up a few times, you've moved through a handful of hubs and explored all the areas in the starting zone. You are then directed to a nearby adjacent zone, which is a bit visually different from the last one, and here you find yet another NPC with another quest. And this whole thing takes you somewhere in the vicinity of 1 or 2 hours, give or take. You repeat the process in this second zone, and then roughly 1 to 2 hours later, you find yourself arriving in the third zone.
So, like, here's the thing. I get where he's saying that, like, this is kind of like a repetitive model, and it is very repetitive. But I think what's really interesting is that if you guys think back to like original, like back in the old days of like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, like the stories that they told in each zone were genuinely interesting, right? they were really interesting. Like you'd go from one zone to another, and they were like really cool stories and interactions. The dungeons were interesting and challenging. There was always something very unique about each place that you would go to, and I feel like maybe a little bit of that is missing from modern MMOs today. Like as an example with Final Fantasy XIV, today it's a lot less about the like progressing each area's interesting, like each zone having an interesting progression of its own narrative that's also contained within the meta narrative itself. Instead, it just feels like every place that you go is just progressing the meta, like the meta narrative rather than anything else. And I think World of Warcraft also has kind of fallen down that pit as well, which it takes out that feeling of adventure because it's not just about where you are. It's about everything that's going on all at once. That's why I like ESO, fully voiced, nice side quests, really interesting main quests. Yeah. It's on my list of games that I people want me to try out.
And you rinse and repeat this process until you eventually reach max level. Okay, so what MMO am I talking about here? If you guessed retail WoW, you are correct. There's been a lot of discussion recently about how fast leveling is in this most recent expansion, with many players clocking in just shy of 10 hours to go from levels 70 to 80. But the War Within aside, leveling hasn't been much difficult or time-consuming in retail WoW in a very long time, especially when you're starting a fresh character beginning at level 1. You are just blazing through these initial zones.
Bro. Thank you. I went to go and play World of Warcraft with the Dragonflight expansion. I did this I think over a year ago. It's like the third or fourth video that I ever made on this channel. It's fucking horrible. Okay, that video is fucking terrible. It's literally me fucking gooning over Final Fantasy XIV and talking about why I don't like World of Warcraft. It's awful content. I'm so sorry I did it. It still gets views today and it makes money, so I don't really give a shit. It's going to stay there. But it's not a very good representation of the content that I make today or how I go about writing scripts or comparing games or anything like that, okay? With that said, I fucking hate World of Warcraft's leveling system now, especially when you're coming in making a fresh player. You get dropped off on a fucking island. You don't know why you're there. You got to go fight the war. Why do I got to fight the war? Who am I? Why do I matter? Why do people point at me and keep calling me like a fucking hero and shit like that? What is going on right now? And you just feel like you're being dragged by the nose throughout the entire game. Not given any context. You have no investment at all into the characters or the story or the history of the game or anything like that. Like the current new player experience completely erases decades of lore and characters, and it's fucking terrible. Because the problem is that these games have grown so big that they just refused to just put a bullet in it and move on to the next project. And what ends up happening is that like the finalized version of what we're playing today is the shell of what it used to be. An absolute shell of what it used to be. Because like as an example, if you're a new player that was coming in, like if I as a new player that was coming in, I chose to play Legion, right? Because it's like it gives you the opportunity to pick an expansion that you want to like level through for a certain section of levels. And I was like, oh, sick. Okay, let's do Legion, right? I heard people really like that one. But the problem is I immediately saw this from a new player's perspective of like, if it wasn't for the fact that I had played Burning Crusade, I wouldn't know who Illidan is because they don't tell you. It's just assumed. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good from a new player perspective. You're not marrying people to this world the way that you need to. And the thing is that at the end of the day, like World of Warcraft's base lore is some of the best content in gaming. Vanilla World of Warcraft storylines and characters, Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, that shit was sick. It was a world that you wanted to be a part of. It was a world that you wanted to adventure in, and the further and further they've gotten further and further away from it ever since, you know, for years now, right? But yeah, that sucks. That happens a little in Warframe. Past operations and event stages and lore and characters are just gone now. Like Frode Beck is Darvos's father. He just shows up now. Yeah, like and believe me, I've noticed that in Warframe as well, because it was like the weird tonal change for New War, right? Where it's like it just started, but I guess that when like the war just starts. Where if I was around when that first came out, then I would have actually like saw like the invasions and all that stuff that would have gone on. Yeah. Legendary drops, would you play Rogue Trader when the DLC comes out? I am going to play Rogue Trader when the DLC comes out, because I feel like it'll probably be the best time for me to play it, because I mean the very beginnings of the game, like the main campaign is going to be probably relatively well tuned by then.
Going through several of them in under 5 hours. However, this isn't exactly specific to retail WoW, is it? Because if you thought I was talking about Lost Ark, you were correct. If you thought I was talking about the Elder Scrolls Online, you were correct. If you thought about Neverwinter, of Taurus Land, if you thought I was talking about the upcoming release of Throne and Liberty, you were correct in all of those instances.
Bro. I was offered to I think there was an offer that was going across for like Taurus Land, and I totally denied that shit. I was like, nah. I saw the way they attacked their fucking creators. They went after a dude that had light criticisms, and I'm like, holy shit, I ain't getting on with that. No shot,
if
dude.
you thought I was talking
No
about
shot.
any of the failed MMOs over this past 10 or 15 years, you were correct. And if you were thinking of any in-development MMOs, I am guessing when we eventually play them in the next 5 to 10 years, we will learn you were probably also once again correct. The experience that I outlined here is near identical in so many of these games. But really, the part that I'm talking about isn't the questing hub portion. I don't think there's anything wrong with the design of questing hubs directing you through and around and then into the next zone. That in of itself isn't really a problem. Really, it's all about the speed in which this is happening and what you're doing within that time. In so many modern MMOs, the leveling has been designed as a means to an end, something to get.
Well, I mean, to be fair, though, Lost Ark actually had a pretty long leveling, pretty long leveling experience, if I'm not mistaken. It was relatively long. LD, do you need access to Deadlock? No, I've already been playing it, and I suck at it. I was planning, maybe I'll play it tomorrow. I don't know if you guys are interested in watching me play that game. But I have been playing it.
Through as quickly as possible so you can start really playing the game. And that's where I think we've lost our way. We are so focused on getting.
I really like Lost Ark leveling / campaign thing. Dropped it like a stone once I hit endgame. Yes, because the minute that you hit endgame is the minute that the pay to win shit shows its face, and you're like, holy shit, this is garbage. This is garbage. Why would I want to do this? The only reason I would want to is because the raids look sick, and they were sick. I just watched people play them instead. I'm like, man, that'd be kind of fun to do, but yeah, I'm good. But bro, the dungeons and shit, the boss fights that you had, and the leveling experience, building a ship, you know, getting a crew, sailing around, doing fishing, all the little mini side content that you could do while you were leveling was awesome. Awesome. They did such a good job on the leveling experience in Lost Ark.
To the quote good parts of MMOs, that we are blazing through what should also be the good parts of the game. Part of this can definitely be attributed to player mentality. Like there is a desire that people have to rush through to get to max levels.
Yep, people min-max the shit out of their own enjoyment.
I've noticed it in my own play experience for sure, and I often see it talked about as being a big difference in the MMO player base nowadays versus
leveling up
say,
feels
how it was
good
20 years ago. Now, I want to make it clear, we had min-maxers back then as well, but generally, we all sucked together. Like, even the min-maxers in 2004 were, by today's standards, comparatively total and complete noobs. But player mentality aside, many of these games are now also just designed this way, where the leveling is structured and paced in a manner that it can be blazed through. I mean, currently, if you're starting brand new with a fresh character, you never played the game before, you can reach max level in the Elder Scrolls Online, for example, takes about 50 hours. Guild Wars 2 is like 30 to 35 hours. Retail WoW can take about 25 hours. Lost Ark's like 10 hours. And Throne and Liberty, that's like 6 or 5 hours. Now keep in mind, these are all very rough estimates. It's highly variable depending on player skill and also your play style. And on top of that, in many cases here, it can be much
It's 10 hours to level a character in Lost Ark? It must have been sped up. It wasn't 10 hours when it first launched. No shot. What's this guy's channel / name? It's Force Gaming. How do you not know Force?
Faster. You can reach max level in a lot of these
like
games.
This is like one of the people that got me into like wanting to make YouTube videos. Watching his videos made me want to make it made me want to make YouTube videos.
In like under 5 hours. And then of course on the flip side, it can
no
also
shot
take
10
a whole
hours.
heck of a lot longer. But as a rough guideline for people playing the game, what we would consider normally as the developer intended, doing a quest, killing mobs, and going through the zones sort of like at a natural pacing. Those rough estimates are generally what you can expect for each of these games. And these estimates are just so much more streamlined and fast-tracked and way faster pacing than what we saw in a lot of MMOs in the past. And I would argue that the faster leveling often equates to less time spent in each individual part of the world. You're spending less time in
which is sad because if you think about it, like there's a lot of work from the developers that go into creating these zones, to creating the unique enemies, to creating the storylines and things like that. And for all of that to be undermined by trying to make sure that the player gets through the game as quickly as possible, all that stuff over time is going to lose quality, right? Like, what's the point of having good stories if you're just trying to, what is the point of making great stories in an area if players are meant to just run through it as fast as they can, skip dialogue, and get to the end game? Like, you have to make that stuff compelling, and you have to want to put focus into making that stuff compelling, right? And in the end, the better the leveling experience, the more likely the players are to want to stick around and continue to play it in the future.
Each of the zones as you go through them, and this has created less of a connection to these worlds, and that then results in a less immersive experience. And an MMO that isn't as immersive definitely loses much of the magic that I think makes the genre great. I really do think that this is one of the bigger problems with modern MMOs. There's a lot of factors that go into an MMO being good, but on top of all of those, the fact that we are blazing through 90% of the content so fast to get to the remaining 10% of the content as quickly as possible, which we naturally, inevitably grow tired of because so much about MMO endgame basically equates to doing the same things over and over and over.
Yep. Dailies, weeklies, raids, dungeons, all that stuff. It's the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, it's bad. It really is. It is bad. I have 6,000 hours in Lost Ark. It was the only way to keep up being free to play, but even in the end, I fell too far behind. Yeah. You want to know when I enjoyed playing Lost Ark? I enjoyed playing Lost Ark the most when I played it through a VPN and played the Russian version. Because I couldn't see the monetization and I didn't understand how it worked. So instead, I just played it. I just played it for fun. That was it. And that was the best way. I'm playing Zenless Zone Zero, just waiting for the new waifu to come out. What do you mean the new waifu? You already have the rat girls. It's like the best one you could possibly get. I tried to pull for her and I didn't get it. Then again, I'm not paying any money. I'm playing it free to play. But you know, one of the other things this is a completely different conversation. But when I went in to go to play Zenless Zone Zero, I realized like one of the things that I really hate about playing games like that is that like I logged in and I haven't played the game in a couple of weeks, and I'm just like flooded with activities. And because I haven't played in a couple of weeks, I don't even know how to do those things, where to go for those things, and my entire screen is just filled with quests. Like there's almost like too much to do, and I'm just like, fuck, man, I just don't want to have anything to do with this right now. Part of me also sees it and says, but if you do all that shit, you're going to get a bunch of polychrome, and then you'll be able to make more summons, and you'll likely get the character that you want. And then the other part of me is like, this looks exhausting. This looks exhausting. It's not even FOMO. No, it's not FOMO. It's just that like I'm overwhelmed. Like there's too much content for me to only have been gone for like 2 or 3 weeks of not playing the game, and for me to come back to be like these long lists. And then there is, I'll take that back. There is some FOMO in it because it's like ends in 3 days, ends in 4 days, and I'm like, bro, I'm so far behind. I don't even feel like trying. Bye.
The same dailies.
Bye. Sorry.
Going along the same farming routes, doing the same PvP battlegrounds, and running the same dungeons. So not too long ago, there was a new game revealed called Fellowship. It is called a multiplayer online action game with what they say has endlessly scaling dungeons. The idea here is that the entire thing is basically just MMO-inspired endgame dungeon runs, as if you were to take World of Warcraft, pull out all the Mythic Plus content, and then just have that be its very own game. So when describing Fellowship, the developer, Chief Rebel, says you can jump into the endgame content straight away, and you don't have to spend hours and hours grinding just to get to the fun stuff. Now, I am going to check out Fellowship. I actually think it looks quite interesting, and it could be a lot of fun on its own. But when thinking about MMOs in particular, I realized that I don't agree that the best part of the genre is running its dungeons.
Yeah, I don't like that term. I don't like using that kind of language either. I think that's really reductive when it comes to MMOs, being like, oh, if you're just trying to get to the fun stuff, like the leveling should be the fun stuff too.
Over and over and over again. That is fun for sure. Like, I enjoy that content. The process of stepping into a dungeon for the first time and then going through it, learning its in and outs, run after run, learning every mob and boss encounter until you eventually have every single engagement memorized. Yeah. That whole arc up to the point of getting a dungeon to farm status, that process can be very enjoyable. It is very enjoyable. I like it, but it's not my favorite part of MMOs.
No.
And I don't even think it's the most fun part either. For me, my favorite part, what I like the most about this genre, is the world and everything that happens within it as you play, as you discover, and as you learn the game. So much of that can, and I think should be, while going through the exploring and leveling process for the first time. I don't want to be in and out of a zone in under 2 hours like we see in a lot of MMOs nowadays. I want to steep in it. I want to be immersed. And I think that is, like I said, a big part of what's been lost with
it's really important.
Being streamlined and us being fast-tracked straight into the end game dungeon farming as soon as possible. We are losing this.
Well, I mean, it makes the raids and the dungeons and the end game content far more interesting, because you're interested in the characters that you're fighting and the lore behind it, and there's meaning behind that. Like, you are the hero that's here to take this person down. You know who they are, what their motivations are. You're interested in stopping them, right? Like, it makes it all that more interesting. I think a really good example of this is, like, Final Fantasy 14. Like, when you get into some of these boss fights, like, you know why you're there, who that is, why you want to bring them down, and because of the story motivating you, like, you're fucking locked in. I talk about this. My favorite moment of playing Final Fantasy 14 is walking up to the final steps of faith. Dragon song playing in the background, snow falling, dragons standing before me. Do or die. It's time to get this done. Scenario start. Fucking bam. Raid the scenario, or the scenario group loads in. We're all there. I'm locked in. Music's going. I'm it's it. You fucking love it. It makes that content so much more worthwhile. So much more worthwhile. There's pretty much there's a game that's pretty much, this is a roguelite. It's called Rabbit and Steel. It's Final Fantasy 14 raids, but a 4-player co-op boss rushing. Well, that's interesting.
massive chunk in the middle, and if that chunk's not engaging enough,
Heaven's Order is a banger.
you
Yeah,
also
it
have
was.
the
It was
problem
so
of people
good.
quitting before they even get to the end game. And to be precise, I'm not even talking about the aspect of leveling itself.
So is
There's nothing,
Shadowbringers too, though.
inherently fun
Shadowbringers, I
about
think,
getting
brought
enough
it as well.
experience to go from level.
Stormblood, for me, I realized like a lot of people are being like revisionist because now all of a sudden, you know, Stormblood is actually really good because people don't like Dawn Trail. Stormblood just really didn't click for me until like the end of until it's like post-patch content. I didn't mind some of the characters. I thought they were funny and whatnot like that, but just like political stories don't really like get me. They don't really get me going like that. It was too much business in that one.
Levels 10 to 11, you get the process of slowly unlocking and kind of opening up your character as it gets more abilities, more passive and active spells. That is cool, but the fun part is the things that you're doing in the process while that power progression is also happening, because I'm really talking about exploring the world, discovering and engaging in things, moving through the zones, completing quests, grinding mobs, exploring the terrain, doing whatever activities the MMO has. And
like the crazy thing is that like back in the day, World of Warcraft and even like Final Fantasy 14, like there was tons of opportunities and quests that people didn't even know about, and like you could have items, titles, mounts that people didn't even know even existed because you found it, because you were adventuring around and stuff like that. Like no game that I know of right now exists like that. And it's also, a lot of it also has to do with just like video game culture today, where like everything is guided, everything has guides and forums and discords of people like unlocking every single fucking secret the game has, and then making that into a meta of a leveling experience and what items you need to go and get and this and this and this and this and this, and it just goes all the way through. And we are in a lot of cases meta gaming ourselves out of our own enjoyment. And like, how do you get developers to be able to build an experience that goes against how players are playing games today? It's so hard.
Of course, ideally interacting with other players in some capacity along the way. These are the moments that would have created some of my best memories in all my time playing this genre. And I think when games,
I have a take about this actually. I think that one of the things that I would like to see developers do, and this is incredibly difficult to do, by the way, is that while I think like named loot in these kind of MMOs is important, right? Set pieces and things like that are important. I think if you make it where there is content in the game that gives you random rolled stat items and genuinely random items that could be more powerful than set items or more powerful than named items, then you would make the game feel a lot more authentic and genuine from a player's experience, where what they do in the world matters because it's actually reflected in the things that they find in the game. And it's not just about chasing your tier set. It's not just about chasing the named item that comes from the boss. Like, yes, those drops are important, and yes, those drops have a lot of importance to the player. But if there are things that a player can find or make on their own, and only they can have it, and it's only for them, that's where that shit is at. You know, I recently was watching there was a couple. It's something that I think I've seen in a lot of emulated in a lot of isekai, like Japanese isekai anime, right? Transported to another world. But there's always this like idea of like unique skills. Like only you have that skill. Or items that are like only this person or this player has this one item and there's only one of them and that's it. And the problem is that, you know, they make that kind of stuff a rarity, which is great. And there are things like that do exist in games, but there's not enough of them. So there's not enough player agency for everybody to be, you know, to have that one thing that's them, right? I ate the gum fruit. Exactly. Like it's a really interesting idea. And I wonder how you could create a universe or a game in which every player that plays the game could have some type of unique thing that's only to them. You know? Ribbons in Warframe, but weapons and armor. Maybe, yeah, something like that. Could be. Yeah. Yeah.
Speeding up that process, they're speeding up the exploration and discovery of the world, and by virtue of the leveling, that we miss out on a lot of potential. So recently, Greg Street,
because like, wouldn't that be really interesting to have a character that you have that is unique only to you and nobody else has it, and there's something about that character that nobody else will get? The problem is that in a lot of cases, like where the industry will go is their thought will go towards visual, just a visual representation and not a stat or power representation. Now I realize that being able to have unique powers and things like that, or unique stats or items or whatever, brings a lot of issues towards balance, but that's not for me to fucking figure out. That's for them.
As Ghostcrawler touched on this topic. Previously, having worked on World of Warcraft and the Riot MMO, he is now the studio head of Fantastic Pixel Castle, who have their own new MMO in development. It's still like probably at least 5 years away, but they're working on a game. Now, last week, Greg posted the following thread in which he said, "Someone asked me if it's a mistake to streamline the leveling experience and let players get to endgame ASAP because that's what they love. My answer is yes. I think it's the leveling experience that we all fell in love with and invested in MMOs." He is absolutely on point with that statement. I 100% agree. And then he went on to say, "I think getting to level cap should be an accomplishment and not a blip. The end game is very, very important, and a lot of MMOs fail because they have a good leveling experience and a lame end game, so we won't forsake that." I'll push back here and say that I don't think a lot of modern MMOs actually do deliver on a good leveling experience. They have a phoned in leveling experience, like I said, and then an end game that also...
I think that in a lot of cases, one of the things that I think players and myself are really I'm sick and tired of is the fact that like the gaming industry as a whole refuses to keep like the rest of the industry honest. So anytime you say anything that criticizes a genre or criticizes a specific game, most people in the games industry don't want to be a part of that conversation because they want to tiptoe around it, right? So like this is like Ghostcrawler being like, "I think a lot of MMOs do a great job because you're making a competitive MMO." I wouldn't even say that. If I was making my MMO, I'd be like, yeah, no, my shit's going to blow their games out of the water. They've completely lost touch. They don't understand what the players want. I know what the players want. The players want this and this and this and this. And then people are like, fuck yeah. And then they get into it and they go buy it. That's what I would do.
So doesn't hold up. Obviously, the MMOs that have stuck around over this past 10, 15, 20 years, they have delivered that in some sense. But a lot of the ones that have come and gone, they have failed at both the end game, but also the leveling and immersion. Yeah. And then he wraps up by saying, "But I also think the leveling should be challenging and a bit of effort and not something you cruise through so that you can start raiding. Even when I was on WoW, I held this opinion." So taking what Greg said here, much of which I agree with, I think that a lot of MMOs would be best served doing the following. The trend of shortening the leveling process, I think, is the wrong direction. We should be extending the leveling process. And I am not suggesting just creating artificial grinds, but rather having
meaningful progression
right from the get-go, and then filling the world with content so that the whole experience is fun from levels 1 all the way to max level. Let us spend time in these worlds. Let us get immersed. Have us be in these zones long enough so that we actually get to know them, rather than making a
it's probably
character
thrown
and
in
going
Liberty.
from the Shire
is
to
what
the
that
gates
one
of
was.
Mordor
I know
in
this
8
is a Lost
hours.
Star.
No, thank you. That's way too accelerated to really get invested in the space, and that's what I want from my MMOs. Because when leveling isn't set to 10x speed and you spend several afternoons in one zone rather than just 1 or 2 hours, you can really get to know it, doing quests that send you back to prior areas, finding grinding spots, exploring and revisiting sections, discovering new things that you hadn't seen before while you're doing all of this. This whole thing can pull you in and again add a lot of immersion. I will also add here, I think traversal plays a big role.
I think that was one of the things that I always really liked about the earlier days of World of Warcraft and like reputation grinds in certain areas, because like I wasn't doing reputation grinds because it had a reward that I was chasing. I was doing reputation grinds. Sorry, I was doing rep grinds because I enjoyed playing in that area, right? Like I enjoyed the area in Burning Crusade right around Tempest Keep. I liked fighting enemies out there. I liked the story of that area. I liked the way that zone looked in general. I just thought all of it was sick. And like there was a couple other areas that were like that as well, where like there were certain places that I just liked being in, and those are the places that I like to hang out and work on reputation or work on getting gold or farming materials or whatever it might be.
Slowing down the speed at which players can get from one end of the world to another helps also to create immersion. Fast travel can come into the equation, but I think if it does, it should be much later down the road. In fact, the most immersive MMOs that I've ever played have all relied heavily on real-time travel methods. So first, this is you walking with your character, but then introducing things like flight paths, ox carts, blimps, and trains, eventually getting access to your own personal mount.
Yeah, I agree that like traveling in general tends to remove the experience of a journey. So I think a really good example, like Final Fantasy XIV, is horrible with this. Don't get me wrong. I love as a player, I love the convenience of being able to use Aether Stones to be able to, or Aether Crystals to be able to like jump around from town to town to city to, you know, wherever to wherever. But the problem is that like 90% of the travel that you do in the game is that way, which means that you just don't take in the worlds or their stories or their characters nearly as much. And as a result, I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of players will skip over like Blue Plus Mark quests and stuff like that, because I mean, I'm just following the main story. Walking to the next area, clicking the crystal, teleporting back to the other place, teleporting back to this place, teleporting over here. Like, it's just teleport. So you don't do a whole lot of, like, living in the world.
But the traversal should not be me instantly going from the starter area, instantly fast traveling to the next area. I think at the very least, while games can have this and every game is different, I do think that takes away and pulls you out of the world.
I think that, Shiva says, you still do because you can only teleport to something after you've collected it. Yeah, but that's one time. Right? So, like, you tap it once and then you're done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I know that you still have to walk to get to that crystal, but that's just a one-time thing. And then after that, like, you know, the rest of the, like, journeying around is kind of like, ousted from the game.
Immersion. And then also leaning into Greg's mention of difficulty as well, I agree that this is a big factor.
Starfield's loading screens between planets and ship,
the open world
isn't that good content?
A full 5-man group with a tank healer and damage dealers, that's a bit much, but making the world so that it's dangerous enough so that players are best served occasionally working together, that is absolutely huge. It helps so much. This was made super evident last year playing hardcore classic WoW, where just one wrong move would mean your character's demise. But even in regular classic, the difficulty was at such a level that it almost forced a sense of community, and this is how it was back in 2004. This is how it was in the MMOs that I played before WoW and playing.
Yeah, I think that MMOs on the whole they've been pushing further and further into you not playing with other players. As an example, now both Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft have the ability for you to be able to do dungeons with AI rather than you doing dungeons with a group. And as we continue to push that kind of stuff into games, while it does bring a lot of convenience and it does make it a lot easier for players, I think that overall it's going to lessen the impact and enjoyment and the investment players will have in games in the future, because they're just becoming single player experiences. We aren't far off from people being able to do full raids with AI.
Call and playing EverQuest and many of those pre-WoW MMOs. In many of these games, if you pulled one extra mob, if you pulled 2 mobs instead of 1, it probably resulted in a corpse run, which meant you losing time and having to go back to your character. And when everyone in the game has this same shared experience, you see people just naturally working together. Even if it is just quid pro quo, that's fine. It adds that sense of camaraderie and community, because we're all going through the same struggle. So slowing down the leveling, sticking to real-time travel speeds, that helps keep us immersed, and then making combat encounters enough of a challenge that the threat of dying is ever present. These things all really help to create a much more immersive experience on the journey to max level, and that immersion.
Yeah, I don't think that you actually have to like arbitrarily like slow a game down or make it long. Like slowing it down, that's what you do. You just slow a game down rather than like dragging it out. You don't want to drag it out, but I think like real-time travel is definitely really important. Less teleportation, more more like mounting or walking, and then for sure making the game more challenging is really important. I think if you make it too easy, that players can just do their own thing and they don't have to worry about playing with other people.
Helps create
less flying. Yeah, flying fucking.
In my opinion.
Flying
will
when we delete your experience
level,
after a while.
Discussed, endgame
it's one of the reasons. Why do you think people have cruised through World of Warcraft's leveling experience? even though the community is the one that cried for it, they said we should be able to fly from day one, right? They got what they wanted. Now their campaign takes like 3 or 4 hours.
Important for long-term player retention. You need to have a good loop of activities and things for people to do. That is what's going to keep your most dedicated players active long-term. But it just feels like so many MMOs nowadays have made the leveling portion and getting towards endgame just a means to an end instead of.
And Shiva, I see what you're saying, that like, because I brought it up already, right? Like in a lot of cases, we're min-maxing our way out of our enjoyment. We're optimizing ourselves out of enjoying gameplay. Metagaming ourselves out of gameplay, or out of a valuable experience. And the thing is that like what he's bringing up, like, yes, absolutely, I definitely think there should be more of that in games. But the problem is that the minute that they do that, the minute the players start complaining about it, that it's taking too long to play, and that's the minute that these developers immediately start to buckle on it and shorten the gameplay. And the other thing is too is that the gamers themselves are going to find ways to be able to shortcut it, ways to be able to farm a lot of XP, ways to be able to farm experience or not XP, sorry, like currencies or whatever, items or something like that to, you know, make things go faster, shortcuts and routes, how to quickly get your mount, all kinds of different shit that they're going to put in there. Then what ends up happening, regardless, even if they do it the right way and everything stays good and it's awesome and it's great, once the game reaches a certain level in its life, like a certain length of time in its life, what ends up happening is that they end up having to condense the leveling experience because the game has grown so much. So like as an example, like Final Fantasy XIV, I think it currently has like 400 hours of story content. Like you don't want the leveling experience to be slow, because if they slow down the leveling experience in a game like that, like it's gonna make it it's already damn near unplayable because of how long it takes you to be able to get through the story. Even though the story's good, a fucking 400-hour story is a lot, man. A lot.
Having that also be an actually enjoyable part of the experience. It's more of just something for you to suffer through. So yes, I fully admit I was wrong about MMOs. The real game doesn't start at endgame. It starts when we first log in, and the best MMOs I've ever played do a good job of making that journey to endgame memorable and immersive, and yeah. I am looking forward to whatever new MMO comes along that does this once again as well, because I think there's a lot of elements that go into having a good MMO. You need that good endgame, you need the repeatable content, and even though we're repeating that content over and over and over again, we're farming the same dungeons, we're doing the same raids, we're engaging in PvP in the same areas, we're going along the same.
Like, I wonder if there's a way to be able to like bridge the gap on that and make it where the journey never ends, but the end game is part of the journey, right? I don't know how to, like, I don't exactly know what I'm trying to ask for. It's like, I don't want the journey, the leveling experience or any of that kind of stuff to like go away. So it's almost like slowing a game down to the point where you don't want to progress into the next area. Because you're not going to be like equipped to do so. Maybe if you made it where it's like you slowed it down to the point where like players actually like fuck, you know what? It's I got a really good example of this. Sword Art Online, right? So it's a 100 floor MMO or whatever it's supposed to be. The final boss is at the 100th floor. Each zone had a raid boss, and the only way for you to progress was to prepare to fight that raid boss with your raid group, and then you'd be able to move on, right? So I think it'd be kind of cool to see a game that tried to emulate something similar to that, where it's not something as simple as just a boss, but the problem is that you're gonna have a bunch of people that aren't interested in raiding. I don't fucking know. Never mind. I give up.
Resource gathering routes, we're crafting the same items 100 times, even though there's a repetition.
Damachi? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could probably do something similar to like, yeah, you could probably do something similar to that as well, where it's not necessarily like about fighting a final boss or anything like that. It's just Palace of the Dead. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's just, you know, trying to imagine a way out, but I don't think you can imagine a way out.
Game and MMOs. The MMOs that make that repetition feel fresh in some capacity, mixing things up in some way. Those are the ones that have a lot of success, and players tend to stick around with the end game. But there's so much that goes into it, right? You need to create an interesting world. You need a good combat. You absolutely need good combat. It needs to be snappy, engaging, and have a visceral feel to it. And you can even do that in tab target games, because there are tab target games that do a really good job of tab target and ones that do a really terrible job at it.
Literally
Upcoming
can't please
MMO
anyone.
might
Yeah,
give
that's
you
the problem with MMOs.
Example
It's a problem with a massively online game, right?
Gotten a little bit better, but anywho, there's a lot that goes into making a good MMO. But I really wanted to just discuss this portion of it, and that's the fact that it seems like so many games in the past 10 years in particular have just made leveling like an afterthought, right? And they haven't created these immersive experiences by design, partially by player impetus, by players' desire to get to max level up as soon as possible. But developers need to design the games in a way that force that immersion, that force that slowing down, that create that more memorable experience. That's just my opinion. Hopefully we get another one of these sometime in the next decade. We'll see. That's going to do it for today's video, though. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. See y'all next time.
Good video.
Okay.
It was good. No, I agree with him wholeheartedly. I just wish, in general, I wish MMOs were in a different place than where they are today. I like Final Fantasy 14, but I don't really like it as an MMO, if that makes any sense. Like I did before, but like the problem is that it just doesn't provide me with the experience that I'm looking for a live game. One that I would like want to sit back. Like I go through waves with Final Fantasy 14 where like sometimes I want to, it's all I want to play, right? I want to hop on, I'm going to do maps, I want to go do this, I want to go do that. And MMOs are simply a product of their time. Live service is the MMO of the current age. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. WoW feels really good right now. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I'll give it a shot at one point. I don't know. I'm kind of tied up at the moment though. I'm a little busy right now. Okay. A little busy right now. Bro, I want to make a video on Core Keepers so bad, but I'm so afraid that nobody's going to want to watch it. And I don't want to put like that kind of fucking investment into making a game like that. Or making a video like that. Because I know how much effort I would put into a video like that. And I'm afraid of wasting all that effort. Do it. Just remember to tag Factorio. Why would I tag Factorio? Why would that make any sense? I haven't grown my cult yet to the point where you guys watch everything that I make. We're getting to that point. I can't wait for that day. I can't wait for the day where I know that I can be like, anything I upload is going to get like 50,000 plus. Bro, that shit's going to be fucking wild. I'm going to start making like fucking retrospectives. I'm going to start making videos about all kinds of shit. I just can't do it right now.
Welcome back, operator.
20% off.
Operator, a communication awaits your attention.
Why is my phone ringing? Oh, there's a new Nightwave. Oh, I think I completed the last one. I think maybe I don't know. I don't think I did. I didn't log in the last day. I had one more left too. I actually like these better though. The shoulder, I like these shoulders. I didn't really like the last tier, to be honest with you. Like the last thing that needed to unlock, I was like, yeah, I'm a little over it, to be honest with you. This is a high quality Roomba. Holy shit. Like a rich people's Roomba. What else is in here? Unseen Dread. Flame. What is this? Nora's Mix. Ooh, these are some dangerous looking creds. Yo, what is this? Frequency Forma. Or Frequency Ephemera. I like that, actually. I'll be wanting that. Okay. 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 That's actually kind of sick, not gonna lie. NLG. NLG. What? Eleanor, if you stole this, I swear. He thinks somebody else stole his pager? Is that what it is? That's funny as shit.
Operator, do you know which finger the corpus used to count their money?
Their index?
Index.
Damn! Fucking nailed that. Are any of these good? What does Ceramic Dagger do? Ceramic Dagger Incarnon Genesis. Is that any good? I thought Ceramic Dagger is just a stat stick. Choose Ceramic Dagger. Ceramic Dagger is really good. Ceramic Dagger is great. Ceramic Dagger Incarnon is S tier. Another great stream. Take care. Thank you, man. Baldur is decent. You can buy the blueprints for Ceramic Dagger from the Nightwave offerings. I already have it, I think. I already have one made and leveled, actually. Do not. Ceramic Dagger is not S. Bro. Lex kills entire hallways. For real? For real? Lex is good. Baldur is really good. Man, you guys are making this really fucking tough. Part of me wants to go like, because I already have a primary. I already have a primary Incarnon. Let's get like a secondary Incarnon. Or a melee Incarnon. I don't have a melee or a secondary Incarnon. So I'll do Lex and I'll do Ceramic Dagger. I would do Baldur and Ceramic. See, this is that's why I'm going right in the fucking middle. That's why I'm going right in the middle. I'm taking like part of people's like one side of the Ceramic is good on niche frames, but it's really good. Magister Slam is meta. Oh boy. all aside, Bronco is nice. God damn it, guys. You're not very helpful. Magister Slam can damage cap. I'll do Baldur. What is this? I don't even have the Magistar to begin with. So I'd have to get the Magistar, so I'm not really gonna worry. Like I already I don't even have a Bolter. I have a ceramic, so I'm not gonna worry about any of this other stuff. Otherwise, I have to build it. Ceramic is not used for the dagger itself, but for the stats on the Warframe benefit. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's a stat stick, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna do this for now. Like, guys, this is a crazy thing for me to say, but I don't know if you guys know. I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but there's a rotation, and I'll be able to get them again later. And me not getting anything else right now isn't gonna stop me from like progressing in any way. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So yeah, this is what I'll end up doing for sure. For sure. Damn, you guys got in here fucking quick, dog. You guys had no hesitation there whatsoever. Communication, inbox. Oh, people sent me things. Help you with your Warframe journey. Aw. Warframe slots. Oh god. Thank you. Maybe guess weapon slots. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh, I just automatically get creds. That's nice. So I still to this day every once in a while get like gifts from people that like see my first that see like my first video and still think I'm like a new player. Like, if you're ever gonna gift me anything, I don't mind it, but I just rather it be cosmetic, because at this point, like I'm pretty good on anything. Like, I'm pretty good with, you know, progressing the game, right? I guess let's do this for now. We'll do this and then we'll switch from this, because I gotta do my weekly. 2 days to I should be able to get the Lex right now, actually. Yo. Somebody dropped out. The only thing I ever gotten in Warframe is Forma. That's the fucking best thing to get. I'm just gonna fucking run it at this point. I didn't mean to do that. You graduated from baby Tenno to father Tenno? Single father Tenno? Yeah. Single cat father Tenno is what I am. I'd give Endo away? Fuck, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, that's the one thing that I want more than anything. You hear me meleeing and I'm on the loading screen? You might still be able to join. Oh, no. Somebody else. Oh, God. Oh God. Warframe, calm down. Ooh, who do I play as? Ooh. I got two really good options here. Poteo would be really nice. Saren. I'm a replacement Saren. But look at that. Look at that girl. Look at that girl. What do we got here? Zemos. Talons. Sarafang. Dual Skana. Tenet Archiplasmor. That's an easy choice. Tenet Archiplasmor. I mean, Ignis Wraith would have been really good too. Sarafang? Yeah, or no, or maybe I'll... Okay, and what's the... Nah. Kinda cool. Easy. Easy choice. We're missing somebody? What does it say? I was born already. BRB. Easy. He said BRB. Oh, that's too bad. I don't know why it kicked you though. It doesn't make any sense. It should have just brought you with us regardless, right? Session's full, yeah. No, like, I mean, you were in the party and then we readied up and then it kicked you, like, while we were... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
That's weird to control.
An extractor is out of power.
I love fucking extractor missions on fucking Steel Path. At least it's the early one. On later levels, they fucking suck. Like, so bad. Like, so bad. How do they not... Like, I was actually thinking about that. Why is it... Like, why don't they fix that? Like, if you get to... If you're, like, trying to do, like, a longer loop and you got a good fucking build and you're doing, like... and you get an excavation mission, like... You know... You get an excavation mission, like, you're kind of fucked. Because, like, they'll just auto-delete everything. Not very fun. I'll leave Bloom up. I'll be alright. Arcoplasma will be spreading that shit.
Extractor deploying. A new extraction site may now be claimed. Extractor in place.
Found my own friends. Hate missions where you have to defend something. I don't really mind it. It's just extractors that are a pain in the ass.
Extractor
I don't really have any problem with anything else. Ooh, melee attacks hit twice. I mean, fine. Let's play melee. Oh fuck! I didn't mean it, guys. I didn't mean it. I'm just kidding. Now I'm gonna smack you. You guys like fucked me up on like picking my decree. That's pretty fucking bullshit. I'm just gonna say it. Okay, actually picking the melee one was a bad idea. I'm sorry. Pretend like that didn't happen.
Extractor in place.
Pretend like it didn't happen. Excavators definitely need scaling, and it's very odd that it hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I'm like, how the fuck have they not changed that? Like it's been like a known issue in the game for like a long time, but they just don't do anything about it. It's really weird. Why'd you get knocked down? Can you get up again? Don't ever let them knock you down.
Enemies are assaulting your excavator. A way out is now open to you.
Further
buried riches are here.
Alt fire to detonate talons.
Do not expect me to tell you.
Oh, talons. Yeah, I'd never seen that weapon before. I never used it.
This Tenno asset is destined to be destroyed by hostile forces. Intervene and change its fate. The enemy musters for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
Weak point kills, no. Resistance, melee kill, no. Ground slam, power bow. Ah, fuck. Okay, whatever. Boom! 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 I need to spread the sickness. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. You know, I used to really like Disturbed when I was a kid for some reason. Not so much anymore. Or for many years now. I used to actually have their demo tape, actually, because they're the vocalist for Disturbed. Was very well known in the area. He used to visit and go to a lot of the bars in the area a lot because he was dating a stripper from one of the strip clubs in the area. So we had a demo tape of their first album, like an actual cassette tape demo tape. Light him up. So mods don't matter in this mode, right? Mods aren't equated. Ow. Why is it giving me nothing but fucking melee? God damn it. I'm not even using melee. They do and they are. Mods most definitely matter. Well, then how the fuck... they always give you... But they sometimes give you frames that you don't own. And weapons that you don't own. They do if... Oh, if it's your own. Ooh, that's not good then. Because my Tenet Archiplasmor is definitely not up to snuff. That makes sense. I was wondering why I felt so weak. I don't have I don't have this weapon, this melee weapon, right? That's why this melee weapon's not doing shit either. The default mods are decent. Yeah, it feels like it. I say that sarcastically, by the way. If you couldn't tell. If that's the case, I probably should have picked the Ignis Wraith at that point, because my Ignis Wraith is like fully Forma'd and, you know, has good mods on it. It's good. It's good Wraith. What do you usually take these to? Round 4, unless it gives you like a fucking, you know, like I don't know, how long do you stay in a fucking in one of these? Probably only if you get a good build, right? Like my build kind of fucking sucks. Like, no, it doesn't kind of. My build sucks. It just does. You can actually choose the default even if you have the weapon. Oh, I didn't know that. I usually leave after 5. Yeah, chances are that's what I'll probably end up doing.
The enemy has been exhausted. If only for now. Leave now or later. But leave you must, for the Undercroft is inexhaustible.
There's no penalty for failing? Is there really not? Well, the penalty is the loss of your fucking time and effort. And the annoyance of dying. Hey, what are you doing? Just, you can have this. Excuse me, sorry. I didn't mean to do that so close to the mic. Dealing damage to enemies affected by cold. No. Every 5th shot launches a target homing fireball. Target becomes more vulnerable. Yeah, I like that actually. What the fuck do you want, dude? Asshole. I'm busy. I'm busy. Never mind. Like Arcoplasmor is doing some work. So, but this motherfucker, stay away from me. Stay away. Stop it. Stop it. Damn it. You can stay away from... Oh, oh, no, I read that wrong. I was like, wait, what? Thank you. Critical hits deal extra damage on critical hit melee. Yeah.
The spark of victory has been struck. Fight on and fan the flame.
I think I'll work on Saren after, like, cause now Ember's done, right? So I think Saren's probably my next one that I'll put, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I put all my effort into min-maxing my Saren next, or should I do Wisp? Personally, as an enjoyer of both, it is a very hard choice to make.
What a waste! Your starved vessel comes to beg once more. You will never.
Oh, my 4 is up. Why is it taking so long? What are you doing? What are you doing? Shut up. Bro, is that Frost? That fucking Frost rework did some fucking work, huh? Saren God, Saren Good, Wisp Affer. Flip a coin. I like Wisp better with speed. I just like Wisp playstyle. I like buffing people up and giving everybody speed and weapon attack. And I also really like the effect of like using I really like the weapon, like the effect of like hitting them with my 3 and then just like hitting them with headshots after that and watching like the 3 just like blast their ass off. Yeah.
The paradox tamed.
What is the next one? Void Flood? Sure.
This struggle goes on for as long as you can stand. The void angels that roost
Frost gets a buff every update.
are
Yeah.
breaking into the
Frost is my main
underground.
now and he's great. Yeah, I look at Frost kit, especially since their changes. The other thing is too is like their changes to elements definitely helps him out a lot too, right?
As well as harm. Gather the floating spheres and take them to the ruptures.
What the fuck is attacking me? Yeah, get them decrees. Decree me, please. I need it or I may not survive. I need a big fucking DPS boost is what I need. I'm getting like a couple, but I need something like real filthy. What I would really like to see is another one of those elemental damage boosts. Like if an enemy is under the effects of an element, they take more damage. I'd like to get another one of those. That'd be really nice.
Stabilizes. Fight on. Close
Since essentially with both me with like Saren, I don't see what everybody else has, but the Saren and a Frost, like everything's gonna be affected at all times. At all times. Ooh. Does anybody else do this? Like just run around and just like try to fill yours before ever going and doing the objective? Bitch. How dare you? I do? Yeah.
The Void Angels are unrelenting. You are all that is keeping them at bay.
Give me that.
Fast.
Oh! Oh, it's right behind me.
Enough. You can gather no more. Attend to the ruptures.
He's like, enough. You have enough. Crit damage is doubled. Boosh. That's a DPS upgrade right there, my friends. That is a DPS upgrade. We're looking pretty good right now. I think we might be able to go to wave 100. You know what I mean? Maybe even 1 million. Who knows? I don't want to take it too far. I want to sound like I'm full myself, but I could break the Guinness Book of World Records for Warframe for time framing.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
I always thought it was kind of goofy, like doing this, like doing Duviri, like the circuit, and like hearing them talk about Void Angels and me being like, that sounds like kind of spoilery. What are Void Angels, Teshin? What the fuck, Teshin? What the fuck, Mr. Spoiler Face? Teshin looks like the kind of guy that would spoil a game for you. You know what I mean?
The enemy has been held at bay.
Duviri is full of spoilers. True. Facts. Yes.
Congratulations are in order. I advise you not to be content with merely doing enough.
Oh, don't worry, Jax.
Bizarre contraptions.
It's one of those things where, to be honest with you, like it's a word, so you know it's a thing that exists, so you know like to expect, you know, it's a bad thing. But outside of that, it doesn't have enough context for you to really understand why it would be a bad, like why a Void Angel is a bad thing, or what a Void Angel even is.
Liberate the necessary
So,
force from your enemies. The forces of heat and electricity unleash radiation when combined.
oh, wrong button. Oh, wrong button. Gain +3 random decree rolls. Oh, decree re-rolls. I forget about re-rolling. Let's just stand back up real quick and do this. Well, yeah. Okay. Thank you. On melee kill, re-roll.
Take the amphors and
Beautiful.
hurl them at the crucible.
I could really use some survivability, but I mean, you know, we love damage. What is it? Fire, right? Fire and electricity. Hey. Hey. Nobody invited you guys up here. Okay, Archoplasma are kind of be busting right now, not gonna lie. They're kind of be doing its thing. Ow, I'm taking a lot of damage. Bro, my fucking 3 and my 4 is up. You should not be hurting me as much as you're hurting me. It might just be that my my mods on Saren aren't very good. To be fair, it's been a while. Saren doesn't need survivability. She only needs dual Ichor and Incarnon. When is the Ichor Incarnon? That's probably coming up soon, right? Oh, I'm getting fucking lit up. Bro. That might actually be what it is. I might just not have whatever I need equipped to her for survivability. So it looks like my 4 isn't really doing anything. Am I wrong? I'm not paying attention to it as much as I probably should, to be honest with you. I don't know. It's been a hot minute since I played Saren. It has been a hot minute. Oh, you replaced your survivability with Gloom? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, like, oh, you're talking about like, oh, to get, but that just gets rid of, like, dots and shit like that, right? Like negative effects. Does it heal me? I can't remember if it does or not.
Marry electricity and heat amphors to create radiation.
Kobe? Yeah. Isn't Gloom lifesteal? I think it has lifesteal, doesn't it? Got it. Oh, shit. I just have very good mana efficiency on her. Especially with Gloom. I kind of jumped the gun putting Gloom on her, to be honest with you. Ah. Ow. That's not the one I want anyway. Oh, it was actually. Boosh! 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 Boo! Boo! Nope. Yep. Fire? Oh, we're actually good on fire. We're using some more lightning. Oh, we got it.
I imagine the long-departed scholar would have been impressed with how you've wielded his crucibles today.
Molt? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. We'll back out there. I'm getting worked on.
Set aside.
She's not the most efficient anyway, and Duviri sucks at giving energy. I'm doing circuit. Yeah. I need to probably play somebody else anyway. Regardless that she's fun. How do you play without damage numbers? I live for big numbers. My problem, like I muted them and stuff, or not muted them, but I made them like hard to see because I kind of got sick and tired of not being able to fucking see the enemies that I'm shooting at. Like literally like so many damage numbers on screen that I cannot see what I'm shooting at. Shit is annoying. Shit is annoying. I wish, like, I do wish that, like, I just wish the numbers showed up somewhere else. I just don't like that they're, like, right on where you're shooting. I almost wish that they were, like, above the enemy's head or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't like that they're, like, right on the fucking, right where your crosshairs are. It makes it so hard to see what you're shooting at. There's an option for that, is there? It puts it right above their head? I'll have to see. I'll have to look. What are the weapons this week? Lex Incarnon. Lex Incarnon, and a bunch of other shit. Magistar. Let's see what frame I'm going to use first. Naros. Ooh, Vaulty boy. Critical hits deal extra damage. See what weapons we have. Aklex, Atmos, Volnus, Canada Gentis. I don't have any I don't have anything on this. So I'm just gonna use that, I guess. Grinlock, Sonoma Prime. Yeah, we are for sure gonna use we're gonna use critical hits deal cold damage. And then for the Aklex and melee weapon. Please wait 10 seconds before switching your loadout again. So improve times for okay, now whatever. And then what I do is I go whack. You guys ready? Don't forget to collect your free plants. What free plants? I don't know my mods on fucking. How are my mods on you? How does it matter? All I'm gonna do is. Yes. Zap! Melee no, melee no, melee no. Killing point after roll, killing point no. Actually, yeah. Shocking, isn't it?
The foe is staggered, but not yet defeated. Persist.
Hi. Hi. Bruh. What? Free plants and resources on the left of Duviri lobby after resets after a few hours. I didn't even know that wasn't even a thing. How the fuck was I supposed to know that was a thing? What am I supposed to be all knowing? I can't wait to see how oh my god. So did you guys see that I made a post on the official Warframe subreddit asking players what is their one thing that they would like new players to know before they start playing Warframe? No, I saw the post. So I made a post on the official r/Warframe, and I was asking people, you know, what is the one thing that you would like to tell new players before they started playing the game? And one of the things that I noticed is that you should never have these people. You should never, not all of them. Actually, some of them, we'll say it's like 50-50. Like, some had some really good advice. Others are endgame brained, and they literally can never, like, they're terminally tenno. Terminal tenno. I like that, actually. Yeah, it's fucking bad. You need to understand modding. Like, bro, you guys really do not understand how fucking simple and easy this game is for the first like 50 to 60 hours. Like, yeah, you have to put mods on stuff for sure, right? Otherwise, you're gonna run yourself into a wall and be like, well, I'm not doing any damage. But at the end of the day, the vast majority of the content that's at the early part of the game, you don't really need to worry about it. But there were so many that were like, mods. For real, I saw so many people writing stuff that no new person should even understand. Yeah, they're even talking about Steel Path and shit, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
And change its fate.
Shot steal an extra hit with 40%. Yep.
Enemies incoming.
Yep.
Stand fast.
Yep. You thick. You thick. Yep, there was a lot of people that were like talking about Steel Path and like endgame modding and all this shit, and I'm just like, bro, I'm like, you guys are fucking mad disconnected from like the question at hand. Like, no wonder you can't get your friends to fucking play this game. Yeah, my friends just don't want to play it for some reason. Yeah, probably because you're like, okay, so this is what you gotta do to be able to get corrupted mods. You need to get 4 keys, and you need 4 people. Everybody needs to hold 1 key. And then, so you pick Mag. Mag is gonna be really good for Deep Archimedia. What? What? What are you talking about? Deep Archimedia? You'll be lucky if that motherfucker gets to the second dream. You'll be lucky they get through Vor's prize.
The enemy musters for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
I like that, actually. Yeah, no, it's wild. If you guys go and you read some of the replies, it's actually kind of crazy, like how many people are like fucking endgame brained. and they can't see past it. And I'm just like, bro, this is the shit that I was complaining about when I was a new player, and people would try to give me advice and tell me what's important, and be like that completely conflicts with my experience of playing this game. And they're like, no, you don't understand. No, Warframe is actually really challenging. And it's just like, look, man, I'm not here to I'm not your mom, okay? I'm not here to tell you that everything you do is worthwhile, and the effort that you put in is, you know, is not wasted. But I'm just gonna let you know that, like, while I totally think that, like, there's definitely something to say about, you know, Steel Path, you know, definitely has a bit of challenge, and, you know, that's where you really dive into, like, builds and shit. But you're trying to make it seem like you're trying to tell me that everything before Steel Path is challenging, and they need to be worrying about mods.
A fresh wave approaches.
I mean, unless they're playing the entire game solo and they don't turn on matchmaking ever, then maybe, yeah, they might run into some spots that might be a little tough. Sure, okay, I'll give you that. But like, don't you want people to be playing shit? And like, why do people always, like, why would you come to the conclusion that people would be playing the game like full solo with matchmaking turned off? Like, nobody's gonna be doing that shit. Like, sure, you're gonna have some people that are doing it, but the vast majority of people are just gonna leave that shit turned on. Fuck it, why not? Why not? Actually, to be honest with you, most of those people, like the people that will turn that shit off, will turn it off because they're looking for a challenge. Because if you play things multiplayer and you get somebody in your fucking squad, like, you know, some fucking LR2, just so happens to be looking for supplies where you're at, yeah, you're probably gonna want to play the game solo. You're like, man, this sucks. I don't even get to see enemies. You get somebody that's like somebody that comes in with a fucking Volt Prime. Then I saw people being like, primes don't matter, and then other people are like, no, primes are huge. Somebody says, don't worry about primes at all until you get to Steel Path, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no. If you find something you want, go get it. That's what you need to be telling, like, new players. If you see something that you want, find out how to get it and go get it. That's what you need to do.
Of exceptional people. Secrets lie buried deep.
If you see a frame that you like and it's like, oh, you know, I want a fucking Volt Prime. Well, you go, fuck, that it's vaulted. I can't get it right now, but I can buy it from other players. Oh, okay. So then maybe I'll run relics and I'll trade my relics for fucking platinum, and then I'll buy the fucking frame that I want. You need to have like set players up so they're setting goals for themselves, right? Like, don't take goal setting away from the player. Like, you're out of your fucking mind. Just like really odd advice. There was some really good stuff that was in there too, though. But I also think that in general, I think it's probably the way that I probably worded the question wrong. And chances are, what's going on is that they're baited in by the word guide, and I think that's where we have a misunderstanding. Okay, that's where we have a misunderstanding. Is that I think people believe that I'm gonna make a guide, and that guide is gonna be like, this is how you for new players, and being like, this is how you mod a weapon. This is how you do this. Like, no, I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be teaching them how to enjoy the game. That's what my aim for new player guide is, to help them enjoy the game and to understand things that they are most likely going to be confused on, or wonder if it's just them.
An extractor requires power. extractor in place. A new void treasure may now be extracted.
Uh-oh.
An extractor is out of power.
One good frame, 3 good weapons for the hard stuff. Then level all the other stuff for MR. Everything in the game is limited by like whether or not you want to spend money or earn platinum to be able to buy the things that you want. You are going to need to spend money at some point, unless you're straight up going to play the game pure free to play and just work on cracking relics, selling those relics for platinum, and that's it, and not doing anything else. Which, I mean, like, good on you, but think about it, like, the vast majority of players aren't going to do that shit. Like, they're just not going to do it. And I don't blame, you know, people for not wanting to do that either. Like, I think people need to, I think sometimes, like, when it comes to games that you can play free to play, I think that people immediately assume, like because you can, that's how people will, and usually it's going to be a mix of both. Like, people are going to play a game cheap, and they're going to play it, you know, free to play, but then you're also going to see those same people that are going to probably spend a little bit of money here and there. And I mean, that's kind of the expectation of a game like this to begin with, right? Like, the expectation is that you're hopefully going to spend money on it one day. The only money that I spend on the game is for Tenogen items. Yeah, like, you're gonna have people that are gonna do that or get a mix of it, but, like, keep in mind, like, there's no moral purity here. Like, if you spend money or don't spend money, you're not a better or worse person. You're just playing the game how you're playing the game. And I think people get a little bit too caught up in that, and then they try to, like, push that virtue on other players, and it's not fair to the players to do that. And I think it's honestly an emotionally aware and intelligent thing to do, is to set players' expectations for things realistically from the beginning, rather than trying to like sugarcoat everything, right? So, like, as an example, the first thing that I would tell somebody is, you're gonna spend money on survival's not bad. You're gonna spend money on slots specifically. You know, save platinum for that. Look for your first sale. Buy your first sale. Playing free to play does boost my ego a bit. Yeah, I know. There's people that do it for that reason, because they're like, I haven't spent any money on this game. Which, I mean, like, more power to you. More power to you. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's also me not like boo-hoo, like, you know, I'm not like, it's cool, man. Like, if you can play a game free to play, that's sick. But you don't want to put that expectation on other players, and just set the real, like, hey, you know, if you want to play this game free to play, especially like, here's the thing that I think people fail to realize, is that, like, you're most likely going to need to spend money at the beginning. Because, like, you just don't get enough relics fast enough for you to be able to get into another frame. Because how many frame slots do you start with without buying any? And without Nightwave? Is it one, or is it two? Like, one for the frame that you start with, and then one more? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. I'm just gonna say it straight up. I'm just gonna be, like, 100% transparent and honest with you guys. 2 slots at the start is fucking bullshit. Especially with how easy it is for you to be able to get frames. And like 4 weapon slots. Yeah, like the inventory is so limited at the very beginning, and it's because they want to try to make sure that you can buy you'll buy something quickly. That's also the reason why they give you a little taste tester with the 60 platinum or whatever. But I'm just going to be straight with you. Like, I think that whole entire like practice is I understand they have to do it, and it's what they have to do, and it's just part of business. I don't fucking like it though. I don't fucking like it.
You have 60 seconds.
And like what I don't think like a lot of people realize is that like how constrained you are at the very beginning of the game. Like as a new player starting the game, you are starting the game with like 400-pound ankle weights. It's bad. Because like think about it, like even with the start, like okay, cool, you get starting platinum, you can get a couple of extra like frame slots or whatever. But now the expectation is that you don't even get to keep the shit that you make. You need to sell it because you need the room to be able to make more stuff. So eventually you're gonna run yourself into a position in which you have you're gonna run yourself into a position in which you will likely you'll run yourself into a position in which you're gonna end up finding warframes and weapons that you enjoy using so much that you don't want to get rid of them, and then you're forced to buy slots after that without, you know, like you're gonna end up having to spend money most likely. And the reason why I say you're gonna have to spend money is because new players do not come across a lot of relics very quickly. It takes a while for you to be able to build up a lot of them, and the relics that they find, the parts that are in those relics don't really sell for a lot of platinum either. Some do, but not all of them. And also we're not even having the conversation that as a new player, you likely don't even want to sell what's in your fucking relics because you probably want to make what's in those relics in the first place. You want to make prime warframes and weapons and shit like that. You need the mastery rank. You want the cool weapons. Imagine being like, you just need to crack relics and sell stuff, and it's just like, I'm a new player that doesn't even have a fucking prime weapon or a prime warframe, but I need to go and sell the stuff off to make that stuff so that I can get more things for basic shit. Like that just sucks. That sucks from a player's feeling perspective. You know, I saw something in that Reddit thread that I had made where somebody said don't watch streamers or YouTubers because they're going to give you a false sense of like what the experience is like and set the wrong expectations. There was also like a little bit of like I hate streamer salt that was thrown in there, but I actually like fully agreed with that person because very few people have the self-awareness to realize like how different their situations are, and sometimes don't even want to talk about it, right? So like I still have luckily I played the game for fucking 60-70 hours or so, well before I ever played it in front of an audience. So I never got any gifts, I never got any handouts or anything like that. And during that time, I remember how constricting it felt to play the game and how much I felt like the game was begging for my fucking wallet. Obviously that feeling went away when I started streaming, because somebody gifted me 69 warframe slots and 69 weapon slots. And then it was like, I'm gonna go get whatever weapon I want. I want to go get this. I want to go get that. I want to go get this. So so that doesn't matter. DE. Hold on. So question mark. That doesn't matter to DE as much as getting money from their whales to stay afloat. This has been mentioned several times. Yeah. There's shit that I'm no matter what gonna like, and I'm just still gonna call it out regardless. Like I recognize that Digital Extremes needs to make money, right? And I think what it is that they just don't want to ever have the conversations, like some of the conversations that make it really tough for them to have to like think about like where their finances are coming from. Like as an example, Like when people are begging them saying, can we make like multiple forma blueprints at a time? I totally get why they don't want to do that, because they make a lot of fucking money on forma. They make a ton of money on forma. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. That's all good. I have that all the time. I always see like people that are like going back and forth in my chat, and I always think they're talking shit to me, and I'm about to be like, I'm gonna fucking slap you in your fucking milkers. If you have them. If you don't, well, everybody has milkers. Sometimes they're metaphorical ones.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be
I picked the
free.
wrong one.
Do
I'm down
not
again.
allow that to happen. Fight on. Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade.
I mean phrasing. There's no phrasing. Everybody has titties, okay? We're all born with titties. The size of our titties and the usefulness of our titties depend from person to person.
The rupture is closed. The paradox stabilizes.
What was I gonna say? But yeah, no, I think it's like worth discussing regardless. But I have a feeling that like in comparison to like their other revenue streams, like it's not even revenue streams. Like I have a firm belief that if they just loosen the reins on the new player experience, you're going to capture more people from the start. That's what my belief is. I firmly hold the belief that Digital Extremes should be starting players out with fucking 10 and 10. 10 Warframe slots, 10 fucking weapon slots. That's plenty of room for them to grow, for them to get married to the game, for them to fucking love it and buy fucking weapons, and buy weapon skins and character skins and charms and all kinds of shit. And then chances are they're gonna end up getting more and more frames. And then at one point in time, you don't even have to do 10 and 10. 5 and 10 would be a really good split. 5 Warframes, 10 weapons. I would not do 5 weapons. I think 5 weapons is undercutting, because you're going to have 3 weapons that are attached to your character, and that would mean you'd only have 2 other backups. I think you need to have more room than that, personally. Yeah, I would do 5 and 10. I would do 5 and 10, because weapons are a lot more common. You get a lot of them more often. You can make a lot of them. You go through them a lot faster and whatnot. So like, yeah. But like the point is, it's like there's just no reason to like limit. There's just no reason to put like have such a tight hold on the new player experience. I just don't see it. Like you're only hurting the game. Like, I'm just gonna be... Does DE post finances? No, they don't. Like, I'll put it like this. I was very much turned off by the game's monetization at first glance.
The enemy has been held.
Because the game doesn't give you enough time to grow into it. I think that's the Incarnon. Let's back out. Okay. I didn't like the monetization of Warframe at first glance, because the game doesn't give you enough time to grow into the monetization and understand how you can get around it and how easy it is to get around. Does that make sense? Like, Warframe, without a doubt, is one of the most free-to-play friendly, most ethically monetized games in all of existence. True. But it's not for the first 20 hours. Or 30. Or 40. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Because like as an example, it's just like, oh, I'm a new player. I just started playing the game. I'm gonna come and I'm gonna play the video game. And you're like, oh, I've completed my first planet, and I maybe you got lucky enough to realize that you could farm Rhino from
Operator, all accounted for.
I think you can get Rhino from
Why are these
Vahek Terraframe.
still breathing my air?
Jackal. Is Warframe? Is it Jackal? Oh, Rhino's Venus. Oh, okay. Okay. So either way, you get your first frame, right? You got your first frame. Now your frame slots are filled. You go to your next planet. You see another frame that you want to get. You get it. Nope. Sorry. You're filled up. It's literally that quick. And by the way, you can do this and this and this in probably like, you know, if you're like really blasting, you can get there pretty fucking quickly. And we're not even talking about like weapons, right? Because also at the exact Hydroid, thank you. Hydroid is Vahek. You are absolutely right. So you've gotten 2 frames. You could already get 2 frames, but you're already out of slots. And you don't even know if you like the game enough to be able to spend money in the first place. Like there's just no room to fucking grow, man. No room to grow, which makes it really, really hard for people. It made it very hard for me. I just wasn't, I wasn't feeling it. I looked at it and I the first time I played Warframe, I quit. Did I get, oh, I didn't get it yet. It's tier 5. Yeah, the first time, so I didn't tell anybody about this. I didn't even say it in my review. Or not my review, but like any of my videos. This is not my original Warframe account. I had made a Warframe account a few years ago, a couple of years ago. And I think I got through like Vor's Prize and like one other mission, and then I quit. When did I play Warframe? I played Warframe in 2019 or 2018. And then I quit immediately within the first 2 hours of playing the game. Yeah, I logged in, I played it. I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. I saw that I could farm a Warframe and like build a Warframe. I was like, okay, cool. I can make another Warframe. That's sick. And then I realized that I only had 2 inventory slots, and then the same thing goes for my weapons. And I was like, I'm fucking good, dude. Because you also have to think about this, like a new player, when they first start playing, they're going to see the initial cost of how much it costs to buy platinum and go, fuck that, I'm out. You came back at the perfect time, to be honest. Yeah, well, I tend to have that effect. Oh, hold on. We have one more spot open if somebody wants to join. Yeah, I mean, like that's a whole other fucking conversation. Like talking about how they need to for real, platinum is priced exactly 75% more than it should be. Facts. Especially when you like as a newer player and you look and it doesn't look like a lot of that currency is going to go very far to begin with either, right? And for all intents and purposes, it doesn't really go that far. It can go very far, don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? Like I have, how much do I got right now? The mark of the beast. Devil Plat, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, so like from a new player perspective, you don't really see the platinum going that far. You see how expensive the prices of it are. It's rough, dude. It's rough, dude. So I think chances are what I'm gonna end up doing is when I make my new player experience, like, or my new player video. The idea is what I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna set realistic expectations for players. I think that's the best thing you can do. Stern. I mean, Inaros would be pretty good too, because Inaros can like live. He can live. We'll use default mods because I haven't built him at all. Eversong? I mean, I guess better than fucking Dex Tabaris, I think, isn't it? Meyer. Kind of cool. I like its weapon ability. Italian. Okay, that's good. That's fine. When sliding, rolling reloads your weapon. People affected by cold. Ah! God, what the fuck is going on? Actually, I forgot his abilities. I think I made like Inaros Prime and then I just like never actually played as him. I'm so weak. What the fuck? Is that a blind? So 1 is a blind. Okay. 2 is a tornado. 2 a spin round, spin. And it stuns them, I guess. I need to use a decree.
Not relent. The battle has barely begun.
What does 3 do? Gives me armor. Okay. What does 4 do? I should have picked Saren. Or is sand damage?
What a waste! Your scarred
Oh, Vor.
comes to beg once more. You will never buy Okeanis Keep.
Dude, none of this shit is good.
You have calmed the storm. Return to the world
I'm kind of getting fucked.
above. Do not expect.
I'm not doing any
me to tell you when
fucking
to
any.
stop. Judge for yourself.
Sure.
Secrets lie buried deep within the undercroft. The paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered.
Yeah, no, Eversong is not good for this. I'll just serve them up to you guys on a fucking platter. How about that? We'll just do that. If I got some good melee damage, should be popping off right now. If I just go melee instead. But I'm not getting lucky enough for that. Never mind.
A new void treasure may now be extracted. Enemies are assaulting your excavator.
Ah, yeah. That's how you play this. Give him the old Smash Brothers treatment.
Extractor deployed. Marking void treasure extraction site. Extractor in place. Excavator under attack.
Where the fucking... Oi!
Extractor charge expended. Void treasure.
What are you guys doing by my extractor? I'll take you guys all over here. I'm gonna give you guys some sand. I'm gonna give you guys some more sand. I'm gonna melee you. Alright, bye. Out of here. Oh, you can't see, huh? That fucking sucks, huh? Okay, this is actually kind of fun, actually. I'm probably not playing him how I'm supposed to. I feel like you're supposed to just grab them all, throw them all in a fucking pile, hit him with your fucking 4 or your 1, right? Because it's like a conal. And then you fucking just give him a fucking dick down. Give him that mummy. Don't finishers heal in Aros? I don't know. I don't play in Aros. I don't know how he works. I just picked him. I just grabbed his ass. And execute, and then likely invent you're low on health. Yeah.
Crucibles, bizarre contraptions left behind from the time of Scholar's Landing.
How long have we been streaming for? Fuck, way longer than I wanted. I was only gonna stream for an hour. What happened? I'm kidding. It was definitely not gonna stream for only an hour. Could you imagine? Come on, guys. How many of you guys can we get all in one pile? Here, we'll put you right here. Slumber party. Come on, guys. All right, we're going on a trip. I'm gonna drop you off right here. All right, back in. Now I'm playing him the way he's supposed to get played. Katamari Damacy, that's what he is. Come on.
Cut the enemy forces down. Take the amphors.
Can't deal damage to you if they never if they never come back. You just pick them up. Oh wait, oh I'm sorry. This is the wrong mode for me to be acting like I'm already like, the galaxy will be pleased. Yeah. Hey, not done. Come on, everybody right here. I'm gonna put them all in a nice little pile for everybody. Here you guys go. Have at it. I feel like I'm fucking vacuum cleaner. I feel like I'm making it easier just by putting everybody in a nice, like, tight little pile for everyone. You know what I mean? Or I could be annoying the shit out of everybody. Either way, I'm enjoying myself, so that's really all that matters. Can't touch me if I'm a tornado, bitch. Bro, I think it's working. I think it's working.
Elemental force.
Is it?
Create another.
Oh man, if only it would also suck up the vials. Oh shit, wouldn't that be sick? I can just suck I can suck them all up and then just like take it right over to the device. To, like, bam.
The blast elemental
G,
force is
motherfucking G, baby. You know, all dead bodies. Look at it. Get out of here. Fucking Inaros is kind of toxic, actually. It's kind of fucking toxic. It's just like, oh, you thought you were gonna attack me? You ain't attacking shit. I'm a fucking tornado. You drop them all in a pile, then I fucking throw sand in their eyes. What a fucking dick. What a fucking dick. Who invited this guy to the party? Pocket sand. What are we supposed to be making? Oh, an ice. Okay, grab this. Loot. Gentlemen, I have just the place for you. Every third melee attack. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Excuse me. Fuck, I knocked down the tree. See, and bro, everybody told me that fucking that Revenant was really he's really the fucking invincible one. I don't know, man. Naros. They can't deal damage to you if you can't attack.
Replicate these elemental combinations as you modify your weapons and warframes.
Inaros is one of my favorite frames for low mid-level content.
This struggle
Much
goes on for as long as you can stand.
It's so much better than Goss AoE spam. Yeah, I can see that. Got a little dirt in your eye. Inaros reworks pretty good.
Here. Dispatch it and move on.
I don't care. We're gonna kill the boss.
A warrior must strike where the foe's armor is weakest. Do not hesitate to attack when an opening presents itself. Evade. You can attack later. Now, strike while it's down. The foe flees before your onslaught.
I mean, Goss has the ability you can make resistant to physical heat and cold type damage. Oh, that is actually true. He does have that ability, doesn't he? I also have Revenant, but I haven't really played as Revenant. I leveled him, and then that was it. I got off of him. He just doesn't seem that interesting. I'm just gonna say it. He just doesn't seem interesting. Like, he has a spin to win. Cool, I guess. Hold on. Wait, the fuck is... What the fuck? Is this dude really in fucking chat saying, is he gonna have a monologue every single fight? Fucking leave, dog. You're watching a fucking streamer. What do you think I'm gonna do? Sit here and play a fucking video game and not say a word? Nerd? What's wrong with you? Brevin is great for being immortal, but beyond that, I don't really care. What do you mean, what? You're the one that said it. You said, nah, the dialogue is not it, man. Is he gonna have a monologue every single boss fight? Are you talking about me? I'm talking about the character. What character? Oh, wait, hold on. Are you talking about Teshin? I thought you were talking to me. Well, if you're not talking about me, then I'm sorry. Oh, he's talking about Vor? Oh, all right, my bad. The only reason I said that is because I've seen people say that in my fucking chat before, and I'm like, what the fuck, dog? You're watching a streamer. What are you fucking talking about? There was somebody earlier in chat that was like, holy fuck, does this dude fucking yap the entire time? When is he gonna play Warframe? Nobody saw it, but I just fucking banned his ass. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What are you doing? Why are you I saw somebody say that before in one of the streams. They're like, why does this dude talk so much? It's like, I mean, did you see something that said let's play?
Yes, you must move on. It is in your nature.
Another job well executed.
No, I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. I'm the one that's sorry. I shouldn't have pulled out the sword that quick. I'm sorry about that. That's my fault. That's my fault. you almost got fucking lined up for nothing.
Someone is attempting to contact the operator. Please check your inbox.
We're lucky it's enough. It's not emitting a high-pitched noise constantly. He's on like 6 coffees. Oh yeah, yeah. I could be fucking echolocating right now. Incarnon Genesis. Incarnon Genesis. Where do I go to turn this in? How do I do this? I gotta go to do I have to go to Dormazone or the Chrysalith? I have to equip it too, don't I? Or no? I think I do have to equip it. Yeah. For the spoiler people, I wouldn't watch what I'm gonna go and do right now, or listen to me for that matter.
To unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning.
Lex Prime. Lex Prime. You don't have to equip it? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Lore accurate. Okay. Fucking lore accurate. Still watching you chat? Okay, so yeah. Jax has not gotten to this part. Okay, Jax has not gotten to this this place that I'm going right now that I don't want them to see. Blah! What, Mr. Kitty Cat? Pops is busy. He's got to make his gun, buddy. He's got to make his gun. I'm cracking up. I see the live stream next to the video of Asmon watching your Space Marine 2 video. Yeah, I had to tell his editor to fucking vibe for a second. I told his editor he needs to fucking like just give me like I don't mind, like obviously like fucking go ahead and react to the videos. I don't have any problem with that. Like, he fucking watched that Space Marine video literally like hours after it posted. I was like, no, you are not posting it the same day that I posted the video. No.
You're not ready to fight. Just this body of mine looks like flesh, but it ain't. You can hurt it real bad, and it'll keep going. So
Do you think
trust me.
Concord failure will awaken Sony?
All been well tested.
Like they're a fucking, like they're a sleeping dragon? I don't think so, to be honest with you. I mean, bro, do you know what the thing is? Actually, yes, and it's not even Sony, by the way. I think that the failure of Concord is a shuddering wake-up call to the rest of the fucking industry. I think that I think when you see a failure on a magnitude of that, yeah, I think the rest of the industry, the entire industry sees it and says, we may need to reevaluate. Because I don't think any of these companies ever foresaw a live service game flopping that hard, that quickly. Sony is already working on their next flop. They might try to see if it was a one-off occasion. They've already invested the money into the into Concord Part 2, right? Better known as what is it, the free monies or something? I forgot them. I forgot it the minute I saw it.
Okay, bring it to life.
Incarnon ready. Oh, I'm missing all this other shit. Pathos Clamp. Yao Shrub. I have the pearls. Do I have to buy these or do I have to farm these? Where the fuck do you get this? I need 10 Pathos Clamps and a shitload of shrubs. Pathos Clamps are killing the Aura Worm. Oh, the final boss. You get 15 on regular or 10 on regular and 15 on Steel Path. You can just bum rush story, no objectives for 10 regular, 15 Steel Path. Just do regular though. Yeah, because regular would take you I mean, I only need 10, right? I only need 10 Pathos Clamps. What about the Yao Shrubs? Same place, just keeping an eye out for world collectibles during the story. Plants and crud lying around. Snowy area, Duviri.
If you die, I got dibs on your stuff.
What the fuck, bro? Why would you say something like that?
Ordis has received messages for the
Fucking dude's like, Yao Shrubs are located in Duviri. No need to thank me. Fuck off. I can't wait for Cavalero to die so I can take his stash of Incarnons. Face. Don't worry, man. I got your order. Jesus fucking Christ. Doing that on stream? What's wrong with you, dude? Now I have to stash it. Bottom right of the Duviri MIP. The Duviri MIP. What's a MIP?
Ordis is picking up a distress signal. Wait. No.
I'm fucking kidding. I'm fucking kidding. Somebody else is like, map? That's just fucking funny. Barney Jack! With the 23 raiders. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Let's go. I got it again. What did you get? That's a hell of a cliffhanger. Just walk in and be like, I got it again. What the fuck did you get? All right. Well, I guess. All right, let's just get this fucking thing done. Originally, I was gonna be. I was gonna do the fucking thing and then I was gonna get off. But I guess we'll just go ahead and we'll just continue along. And I'll play a little bit longer. I'll stream for another hour. We'll make it an 8-hour stream because I feel bad for not streaming this week. And this has been a really good stream to begin with anyway, so I'm just kind of down to clown. You know what I mean? I'm down to clown. Let me get some fucking pretzels. We'll be able to survive without pretzels. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock already? Fuck, I should be eating dinner. God. I'm just gonna start dinner and then we'll grab this shit. Hi, Drops. Hi. How are you? What are you doing? On my last tier steel path, about to get less prime incarnon. Well, less go, less prime. Ew. Ew. I don't have Nidus. I don't have Nidus. What do you do, Nidus? Abilities. Rupture the ground, damaging with a damaging fungal growth that steals energy from enemies it strikes. 5 enemies hit, infestation mutates, multiplying its destructive force. So you want to try to hit with as many enemies as you can. Ew. Ew. Spawn an infested pod that erupts with tendrils and latches on to nearby. Ew. Okay. Parasitic link. Bind yourself to a target with a parasitic link. When cast on an ally, both the host and Nidus have their ability strength increased. Linked enemies take some damage inflicted on Nidus. Gluttonous maggots. Swarm nearby enemies, feasting. Delicious. What a fucking what a frame. Archoplasmor. Probably this, I guess. Epitaph. Decree. Sure. Check Archoplasmor mods. Based.
Was envious.
Based.
Of what? Anything.
Oh. It's just in the it just has the default mods.
Other people had it
This isn't I don't think that was 10 in Archoplasmor, is it? It is 10 in Archoplasmor. I have a 10 in Archoplasmor. I must just not have mods on it, so the game just automatically puts the defaults in.
You defy their cruelty and aid me. The king has these generators built, and then
All right, if you guys see my plants, let me know.
Get it running again. Give me taste of his
I'm farming. Somebody hit a waypoint? Why is the waypoint all the way down there? What's down there? Kidding. I'm picking flowers. Sagging pearls. Agristone. Sagging pearls. Bro does not want the free Yao shrubs. The waypoint was a source for. Fuck! It's at the starting. I keep forgetting about it. I don't even know that was even a thing. I'm never gonna remember it. Ever. I don't even remember what we were even talking about.
Are you not degraded by such work? I shall never understand the cold.
No, bitch, I'm out here fucking picking flowers. Shut your fucking mouth.
Bombestein was never satisfied. He wanted more. For all that others had was an
Bombestein.
affront to his being.
I feel bad for that motherfucker. How's your mom gonna fucking name you that?
Sinius poured poison in the king's ear with her
You know what I mean?
harpy's verse. After all I've done for the arts, they mean to kill me.
Okay, so it's not on this side, but it must not be at least. It's Drac Rot, Jackroot, Agristone. And message in chat. What? What message? Oh, I'm coming.
With sweet words, he persuaded others to his side. But his thoughts were only ever of himself.
Waypointed for you. Thank you so much. You're a real one for that. For real. Nidus is a Warframe community favorite. I don't have him. How do you get Nidus, by the way?
Give me some.
Nidus. Quest? Well, I mean, I did the I remember doing the quest. I just never got the frame. Do you think Helldivers 2 is headed in the right direction finally? Yeah, but I also think it's too late. I actually really like the changes and the direction that they're going in. But like I'll be honest with you, I think that the gaming communities are a little bit exhausted of like redemption stories. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be frank, even though that's not my name. Fuck, I need a lot more shrubs than that, man. Holy. I should have grabbed the free ones. Oh, that's root. If anybody sees more shrubs, let me know. Oh. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Like a purple mushroom. Yeah. Good eyes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. How many spawn at a time, though? Like, we're probably gonna run out, right? I'm on my way. I had faith that I'd find one of my own. I did. I have faith I'd find it on my own, and I didn't. I didn't. I've never felt more useless in my whole life. My whole life. Can't even ride a horse the right way. What's wrong with me? Oh shit. 4 fucking shrubbies. 4 shrubby dubbies. Lephantis? Is it Lephant? Is it Lephantis? I thought Lephantis is somebody else. That's probably it, honestly. Like, chances are there's probably... Oh, no, never mind. Oh, I forgot my... okay, well, I found one up here. I can't mark it. Somebody else has to fucking mark it because I don't remember what I put my fucking waypoint marker on. Sorry. I'm sure somebody else needs the materials as well. I fucking remapped my buttons and I don't know what they are anymore. LD, why did you not take the double resources? Do I not have any active right now? I thought I already had it active. I don't fucking know. Double resource decree? I didn't even fucking see it, dude. I didn't even bother reading. I'll be real. I wasn't even looking. I didn't even try to look. I'll be honest with you. Like, I think, like, reading in general is just a straight up waste of time. Like, if I could never see words again, that'd be great. No, I straight up just like clicked. I wasn't even paying attention. I forgot that you can get double resource decrees and shit like that. Yo, saw your video on Asmongold's channel. Amazing. Definitely sub. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. But did he like just post a react or something or what? Found a few comments like that. Yeah. Yeah. He literally just posted it an hour ago. Yeah, I had messaged his editor and said, just go ahead and you can go ahead and fucking post it. Because he didn't wait for this one. He did, because I asked. Which is fine. I kind of have to do that now. Before, like moons ago, many moons ago, well, not many moons ago, but basically like 6 months ago, like if he posted it the same day, like it really wouldn't affect me and my channel all that much. But now, like he will consume me in the algorithm. So if he reacts to my video and it's only been up for like an hour and they post it the same fucking day, like that video's cooked. Like nobody's watching that shit. Like they're all gonna, why would you like like, don't get me wrong, I know there's plenty of people that just watch me, right? But at the end of the day, there also is a large group of people that watch Asmongold as well. So if they look and they're like, well, I could watch legendary drops, or I can just go ahead and watch the video one time and also get Asmongold's reaction to it, right? And you'll see that. You'll see that. Strangled in the crib, basically. Yeah, exactly. At that point in time, I didn't make content for myself or for you. I made like if he reacts to it too quickly and that shit gets posted like day one, like I'm basically making content for Asmongold and not making any money. That ain't where it's at. That ain't where it's at. I don't have any issue with him reacting to the vids or anything like that. It's just I just have to have some spacing on posting, because if I don't get any spacing on posting, then I'm fucking cooked. And at the end of the day, I gotta pay rent. $217K views already. Holy hell. Yeah, like for the most part, most videos are gonna get what are we farming for? I'm just grabbing stuff to be able to make my Incarnon Lex. Yeah, for the most part, a lot of people don't know this, but YouTube videos, usually the vast majority of their views are going to come in the first 3 days. Subconsciously, most people do not click on videos that have been out for any longer than a day. Crazy to say this. That have under X amount of views, because they just view it as most likely being like lesser content, or like not as good or something like that. Bigger number, better person. Always bigger number, better person. I do when it's a channel I like. Yeah, exactly. But the problem is that you usually don't necessarily click onto a random channel that has a video with 3 views and it was posted 2 days ago, or 4 days ago, or 5 days ago. That's really sad. No, it's just how we work. It just like I feel like I'm gonna waste my time if I click on a fucking. And to be honest with you, the reason why you're trained to think that you're gonna waste your time by clicking on a video that has very few views is because you've already been trained to think that, not because of the system. No, because of actual there's another one on me, but I don't think I can mark it. I don't have my marking button. If anybody needs the shrub, I got it on me right now. You're trained that way because you've already experienced it a couple times. It is G. You're right. I just forgot what the button was. I completely blanked on what the button was. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think we should be. I actually think I probably have enough now already. I think we're fucking chilling. So I'll head that way in like 2 seconds. Yeah, I should be good. I needed like 40. I have 40, yeah. Popularity contest, the way of the internet. Yeah, I'm here to make you feel inadequate. Glad I could do that. Thank you. Yeah, no, 217K views is fucking sick. Actually, to be honest with you, the YouTube channel in general has just been fucking cracking off the last like 2 months. Lisanagaib. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I like for at least for the last couple months I've been the one. Yeah, I have multiple videos over 200,000 views, which is fucking crazy. Base takes equals views. Base takes about things that people are interested in right now in the moment. Yeah, believe me, there's a lot of other things that I would really like to discuss, but I don't think I'm there. Like maybe I can be a little bit dangerous and try to do something a little spicy and talk about a game that you know, maybe not everybody's talking about or everybody's interested in right now, or I could talk about a subject that people aren't thinking of or anything like that. Maybe, I don't know. I could try it, but to be honest, it's fucking, it's scary. It's scary. It's scary to do it, man. To be honest, I really thought more people would be here on streams, considering you're getting real speed on your vids. Streaming and YouTube do not equate. People that watch videos on YouTube, there are more people that watch videos on YouTube than there are people that watch people live stream. Just, yeah. And plus, on top of that, I don't stream regularly enough. I only stream 2 days a week. I'm going to be streaming more. I'm going to go back to streaming 3 days a week at the very least. But with that said, yeah, I stream regularly, and I haven't been doing this for very long, and it takes a while for people to get to the point where they, you know, where they want to watch somebody live. I don't think I'm necessary like that, and like I think learning how to live stream is also a bit of like a it's a learned skill. I think a lot of people want to kind of discount it and act like it's you know, anybody can fucking do it, which I do think anybody can do it. But I think you kind of just like learn how to do it after time. To be honest, I don't even know if I'm actually even a good, like even decent at streaming to begin with. I just do the thing, you know what I mean? I just do what I would normally do in a day, which is like watch videos and read articles and tweets and shit like that. Come up with ideas for videos, but instead I'm just talking to you guys about that kind of stuff. And then outside of that, I play a video game for a while. Beach, why you gotta go do that? Why you do that? Ah, fuck. Damn, dude, flashbang. I always get hit by that. Twitch views equal YouTube views, but not vice versa. Twitch views equal. Yeah. It's hard to get people to go cross-platform, except for Twitch. Twitch to YouTube is a way easier transition than YouTube to Twitch. Like, I could force it, and most likely at one point in time I'm gonna have to, just because like of how many times we've run into issues because of me streaming on YouTube. And I'll be honest with you guys, like, I'm just sick of getting DMCA claimed and copyright claimed all the fucking time on YouTube streams. I really am. Like, I like being able to stream on both, so then that way people can watch me where they're the most comfortable. But I'm getting sick and fucking tired of getting my videos, like, getting like messages about how my stream is being DMCA'd, or I'm getting a copyright claim and I need to take the video down, or I need to edit the video, or, you know, like, what I'm afraid of is that by being on, like, without separating my content between two separate places, having live streaming content on Twitch and then YouTube being just YouTube, especially because the live streams are connected to my YouTube account, like my main channel, right, rather than like a side channel.
Moved from one fixation to the next.
Like, I'm afraid that, like, on live stream some content is gonna be on my, like, you know, in the video, and then like it's gonna like get me to get like suspended or something like that, you know what I mean?
My gain. Drifter, if you please.
Yeah, I'm never going to Twitch unless there's drops. Like, I don't blame you for that. I'm just saying that, like, from my perspective, I don't want to lose my entire channel because YouTube does not fucking... Because YouTube has, like, a shitty copyright strike system. That's so dumb how it works. It really is dumb how it works. As a really good example, Iron Mouse, I don't know if you guys know who that is. She's a VTuber. She has an immune disorder, right? Literally can't leave her own fucking house. Has to stay at home, can't do anything else. People put false copyright claims against her VOD channel And the only way YouTube allows you to be able to combat those false claims is by giving the person that made the fucking claims against you your personal information, your address, your fucking driver's license. You have to give that to the people that are claiming your copyrights. You're stealing from them. So so what it is, it's people that can dox, like people that are doxing them. So, hey, give your information to the doxers. Like, what the fuck, dude? It's so fucked up. YouTube's such a fucked up place for like live content specifically, like VODs and stuff like that too. It can be at the very least. You can't give that give an agency that represents you. Do you want to have here's the thing. I want you to think about this. Do you think I should hand over ownership of my channel to an agency?
If Bombestein could only have loved himself, he might not have yearned to become someone else.
It's not a very good idea. No. No. And there are people that do that, and those are called MCNs. Or MCMs, right? I just meant in terms of contact info. No. Like, if you put your mailing address as the company that represents you, well, then that's showing that they have ownership of the account. That's not good.
They can push me around. Teach them that my worth and talent are worth far more than their engorged biceps.
That was sensual. How do you get him out of the invincibility phase? That works. If you time it right, press input when the enemy tries to hit you. Input. Press input. I got ganged up on. Gang.
Bombestein thought his self-doubt was his alone. If only he had known how many others suffer too.
Ah! DMCA is completely overreaching in many ways. It's not keeping up with the evolving needs of the web. But the reason why YouTube doesn't clamp down on it is so hold on. I see. So unless you're willing to run a company personally incur the cost of an office space, you'd likely not use. Yes, exactly. You can't give a fake address or anything like that. You definitely don't want to put the address as your agency, right? Like, I have an agency. My agency's Mythic Talent, but Mythic Talent doesn't own my content, doesn't own my channel. All they do is they just help me get sponsors. That's it, right? That's all an agency does. They just go, hey, we have a sponsor for you. Do you want it? And I say yes, or I say no, and then that's it. That's where the conversation ends. Or they say, hey, you know, we got keys to some games. Do you wanna play this game? Do you wanna make content on it? Yeah, sure. Okay, there you go. They'll go, hey, there's this conference coming up and they want some of our talent there. Do you want to go? Yeah, sure. Okay, there you go. That's it. Like, outside of that, there's no like overreaching control or anything that they have. It's just, you know, a relatively casual business relationship. And my content is never subject to their wants and needs. What I make is what I make, and that's it. The money I make is the money I make. You never want to give away ownership of your any information that has to do with your channel to anybody else. Like, it's just not a good idea. There's too many ways to be able to abuse it, and YouTube when it comes to like legal matters, YouTube tries to do their best to like stay out of the legal system and legal conversation at all times. Because if you really think about it, like the vast majority of YouTube's content is like YouTube as a platform is held up by copyright infringement. Like 90% of content that you watch on YouTube has copywritten content in it, and that copyright content is being abused in some way. Memes, video, like how many times have you seen, like even I've done it, like how many videos have you guys watched where you new follower here, loved your Space Marine 2 video, thank you man, appreciate it. How many of you guys watched a YouTube video that had like a clip from a movie in it as a joke, like a meme or something like that? I guarantee you've probably seen it quite a few times. I know because I put it in my videos. Every once in a while, I don't do it a whole lot. Actually, a really good example of this, technically by playing a video game, if you look at a video game's terms of service, streaming and restreaming a game is technically against copyright infringement. I am profiting off of playing video games. I'm profiting off of copywritten content. Mind you, you get into free use, right? But that free use is a defense. Did you get an LLC and run a PO box? Like I'm getting into some of that stuff at one point as well, but like even still, you have to share personal information. So like say if somebody did like the copyright strikes and shit like that, I mean you have to be organized to do so, but when we're talking about like fucking sweaty neckbeards on the internet that want to ruin people's lives, yeah, they can pull it off if they got enough. Sure enough, as an example, Iron Mouse, her channel is fucking massive, right? Like her as a streamer, she's fucking massive. You know, streaming to, you know, tens of thousands of people every single time she streams. Her YouTube channel is very popular. Her VOD channel is very popular. They literally made it where Iron Mouse had to shut down her own VOD channel because YouTube wouldn't step in. And YouTube was like, no, you have to follow the process. Send the people that are giving the claim your driver's license and your personal information, please. That was YouTube's stance. Is that fucked?
30 seconds left.
That's why I'll never buy YouTube Premium or support their shitty company. Yeah, I mean, by watching YouTube, you're gonna support it regardless. You can't be down for everything a company does, but yeah, when it comes to like anything like live related, like that's the problem with it, is that there's so many instances where like there's so many things that, I'll be honest with you guys, like 9 times out of 10, yeah, I'll say okay. To be completely transparent, 9 times out of 10 when I live stream on YouTube, that VOD, when that VOD gets posted to YouTube, it almost always has a either it's been demonetized because of like you know, copywritten content, some song in a video game trailer ends up being a licensed song. Like there's a ton of shit that happens, and it happens almost every single time I stream on YouTube. And it's one of the reasons why I wanted to start streaming less, because I just got sick and tired of getting like my live streams fucking demonetized. At least if I just only streamed on Twitch, I wouldn't have to worry about that shit anymore.
Supposed to break her, not make her his favorite. I was meant to be the one who was loved. Me. It's not fair.
Did you guys hate that when you like lose your mouse? You can't find your mouse. Like, where the fuck is my cursor at? Have a good night. See you later, Tickle.
Our mutual friend waits with my Orvius. If you desire
With your
to
what?
subdue
What dragon is envy? A hunger never sated, a gift never enough. It darkens the sunny days with a wanting that never is met.
the oral worm Bombastine is as jealous as his master. He craves the validation.
This is not a free ride.
What? Traverse the or oh, it's be oh, I have to get on its head. I'm stupid. I always forget how to do this.
Now, use the beast. Destroy Thrax's bonds.
Stupid. Shoot the blue markers, then move to its head. Oh, okay. I never do Duviri.
Force
Fuck.
the creature
That's the
through
wrong
the
button.
portal. Only in its lair will it be vulnerable.
No! Okay. That works.
An enemy that cannot retreat is the most dangerous, for they have nothing left to lose. Gun has manifested. They must feel the situation is truly desperate.
This isn't fair. I deserve this victory.
Just got your Lex Incarnon. Good job. Did you do regular or steel path? I think this is actually steel path. I think I clicked it on accident. Not that big of a deal though. If I get extra materials, I get extra materials. Not I mean. No, it's regular. Never mind. These guys are level 50. Awaken, Moose to Crackish. Awaken, awaken. Take the land that's supposed to be taken. Awaken. Man, I went and saw Death Clock live. It was fucking so mid, it's not even funny. I would never suggest it. I would never suggest it. I only need 10 clamps, so it's no big deal.
Well, aren't you persistent?
Little ones would gladly die for their creator.
Find a way to stop its spawn.
Not too bad once you have the Incarnon weapon to melt it.
Bravely done. For this one night at least,
And
Duviri
hate those clamps.
What did you do? I'm sleepy.
I quit Warframe so I'd have more time for Cookie Clicker. That's good for you, man. That's good for you. I hear it's a very, I hear clicking cookies is a pretty good time. I'll be honest though, I think it's a bad move. You should be playing Banana Game, because if you're playing Banana Game, at least you could sell those bananas and get super uber rich. You know what I mean?
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Now I have enough stuff, I can go make it. Cryptolith. Let me go to the Cryptolith. You're getting fucking dragged there. I don't give a fuck. Is it your first Incarnon? No, I have the burst in Incarnon. I think you only have 52. Incarnon requires 70, not sure. Oh, I don't know. I'll take a look. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yep. Have a good night. My friend pronounces it Chrysalith. Why would you say that? What's wrong with your friend?
Weapons with a touch of the Quinn and Yanta down here in the.
Will you be playing Final Fantasy 16 when it comes to PC? I beat Final Fantasy 16 on PlayStation. If Final Fantasy like if there was a way for me to be able to play Final Fantasy mode from the start, I would do that. I don't know if you can or not. I don't think you can. I think you have to do that as a new game plus, don't you?
Feeling creative?
Fuck, you're right. Yeah, I only have 52. So I have to get more Yao shrubs. I can always run in, grab those, and then just quit, right? Like I don't need to actually do the entire run to get it, right? I can just run in, grab that shit, and then go. If I'm not mistaken. Does that sound right?
Operator, communications await your attention. Please check your inbox at your earliest convenience.
Get your free resources this time? Oh, she didn't fucking tell me what to do. How about I ignore those resources? Like, fuck it. do you think about that? Come on. I'm just gonna do it solo. Make it quick. I forgot all about this. Where's the plants?
There's a rankness in the air today, Drifter. The sour.
Why are y'all lying? Oh, is this supposed to be what it is over here?
Children.
I don't get it. They're supposed to grow right here? Remember the plants, go to the planters. No, close to the entrance. Over here? Oh. How do you get to ride the Caith, like in open worlds and shit like that? Level up your intrinsics.
Bombastine, Duviri's preening
Bombastine
was consumed by envy. Oh, many envied him, but he cared nothing for that.
I am better than any of them. Fate and small jealous others.
Level
have
10
conspired
intrinsic.
to inflict this upon me. You. Will you defy their cruelty and aid me?
I think it's this area over here, right? Is this supposed to be this snowy area? I can't tell. No, doesn't look like it. Oh, this is still green place. Am I fucking tripping? Isn't that it over there? Isn't that the snow place we were running around? Is that over there in that direction? Titan Rest should be on the map. What the fuck? Bug frame? I'm fucking blind? Oh, I see it. Level 10 opportunity lets you play as someone cool, by the way, smiley face. Don't be all spoilery. I see that look in your eyes. I see that look in your emoji. It's actually fucking crazy. I went back, like, just out of curiosity after I finally, like, finished everything, you know, like, so far in the campaign for the most part. There's still some stuff that I have to go through. But I, like, went back and was, like, looking at, like, some of the older streams. Because I saw, like, people were always commenting about how they're like, oh my fucking god. They're like, these people can't help themselves. The amount of... The amount of, like, spoilers and shit in chat. And I'm like, fuck, is it really that bad? And, like, then I go back and look and I'm like, holy shit, dude. People could not help themselves. Like, literally could not help themselves. Like, even I went back and looked at like, even just like some of the more recent streams when I was like doing like Jade, right? Jade Shadows. I was doing Jade Shadows, and like the first, like, throughout the whole stream before I even got to the whole point in the whole thing in the first place. Just a warning now, if you have not finished Warframe's story all the way, this is the time that you're going to close your ears for like 2 seconds. But somebody popped in and was like, Warframes can get pregnant? Warframes can get pregnant? And it wasn't just one person. It was like a handful of fucking people that kept walking in and saying that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How are you raised? Were you raised? Were you raised by animals? By fucking gorillas? Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Fucking main character syndrome, dude. Shit's so fucking weird. So fucking weird. What's wrong with y'all? Damn, no luck. This is definitely not the right way. At work watching you, boss will kill me. Love you. Yeah, no problem. Did they change the description or something? Description on what? I feel embarrassed to have done that to someone already. Yikes. Yikes. You should feel embarrassed. Your first question should be, how far have you gotten? Where are you at in the game? Like that, like, I think that's one of the best things about Final Fantasy 14 is that, like, characters are running around with a flower or a sprout above their head, so you know, like, how far they've been, like, how long they've been playing. Like, you know that you don't know how long they've been playing. Well, you know that they haven't been playing as long as you, so you at least know that. So you at the very least know that you need to, like, keep your fucking mouth shut. Like, you don't want you don't want to ruin somebody else's experience, like, especially because the thing is that, like, what I think is really fucked up about, like, spoiling shit in general is that, like, most of us really cherish our first experience playing the game. That's, like, whatever game it might be, right? And, like, why would you want to ruin that experience for somebody else? Unless it's, like, your fucking sworn enemy, then I guess I kind of get it on that, but... Even still, it's a fate I wish upon no man. More shrub-a-dubs, please. More shrubby-wubbies. How many did I need? I had 52. I need 18. Oh. We're already fucking chilling. Alright, let me see if I can find a couple more anyway. Though my patience will run out very quickly. You're just being fucking transparent here. Just saw the Space Marine 2 vid. Good stuff. Glad you enjoyed it, man. Glad you enjoyed it. That's the idea, brother. Spread the message. Speak your mind. More people will follow. And the more people that support shit like that, and the more people that support games like that, the more likely we are to receive games like that in the future. I saw some dude fucking mauling out in my comment section. Mauling the fuck out in the comment section. You know, people like you, bigots, blah, 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 like pretending like they fucking know me. The most aggravating thing in the world. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, they say that, like, you already have your games. There's, like, nobody's, you know, it's not ruining your experience by including other people. And it's just like, well, no, it is when they stop making games for you and they're making games for somebody else. Yet that is a direct impact on my experience. Like, there's nothing wrong with wanting to make a game for everybody, but I think what the problem is that when games start to, like, when you start to change things in games and you start to change games to divert away from your core audience, that's when core audiences start to get upset and they're like, well, what the fuck, man? This is supposed to be for me. Like, why can't I have, like all of a sudden, like so many companies now want to fucking shame people, shame customers specifically for wanting things made for them. Like, what the fuck is wrong with wanting something for yourself? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Right? Like, there's games that are made for all kinds of different audiences. Why is it that like, you know, strictly speaking, like, all of a sudden now we're okay with saying, like, you know, these sets of games need to be made for everybody and you're an asshole for wanting games to be made for you. Like, it's just not how it should be. And the worst part is like they don't even realize how fucking patronizing they are. Because, like, these are the same people that'll, like, and by the way, I say these are the same people because they literally are the same fucking people. These are the same people that straight up, no fucking bullshit. This person said in the comment section, they were like, what are you complaining about? You still have Battlefield and Call of Duty. And it's like, do you not realize how fucking patronizing that is to say, hey, look here, men, if you want your fucking masculine game, go play your yearly Call of Duty. Like, what the fuck?
The communication awaits your attention.
What the fuck? Go play your yearly Call of... Yes, ma'am. Let me go line up for another Call of Duty. And those games aren't even fucking masculine either. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're military games, and and they're also aimed at like, you know, diverse audiences and shit like that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they don't even make any sense. It doesn't even make any fucking sense. Those games are a shadow of what they used to be, and for the most part, they're just live service games. You don't see me bitching about fucking. I haven't made a single video bitching about Dustborn because it wasn't a game made for me. Why would I be upset about it? Let it be for a game made for a very specific audience that has nothing to do with me. I don't think there's any problem with that. Just like me saying I think it's great that I can finally play a game that feels like it's been made for me.
Do you know which
Oh,
finger
fuck.
the corpus used to count their money? The index.
$666 plat. That's fucking right. The whole woke BS needs to stop. You know what? Here's my fucking thing. I'll tell you guys something. I'm gonna get something off my chest. I think the woke, the wokeness that most people like point to is a direct response to negative backlash or diverse things or identities, whatever it might be, right? I think that like that perceived like ideology was created and it was catalyzed by people that were against that stuff, but the people that are against that stuff weren't against it until the media and politicians needed to create division and activated those communities against those ideologies, and it just perpetuated this fucking social war between people that are like, you know, further and further separating people to sides rather than keeping, because like my thing is, dude, is that like I really do feel like maybe I'm just like fucking blind. I don't fucking know. Like none of this shit was an issue like fucking 15 years ago, 10 years ago or whatever. Like nobody gave a shit about any of this kind of not any of this kind of shit. It's just, it's so fucking frustrating where I'm sitting here and I'm like, even I'll hear from like friends and stuff like that where they're like, I don't know. I don't want to get into it that much. I don't think it looked like I didn't come out with all of it. Do you not get everything? Because it says mission results. It says I only came out with 2 of each. I didn't know that if you just leave after getting materials, that's not enough. I thought you could. No, I can't. You need to do a decree after? Fuck. I didn't know that. You need to do... Oh, okay. You only got what you take up to your decree. Fuck, I wish I would have remembered that. Alright, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm probably gonna... You're meant to farm them to get a new decree. Okay. Lost a full Senta set to that? Fuck, that sucks. Long chicken legs. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. You know what? I'll just open it up. If anybody wants to join, we'll just do a full run and I'll just go grab them again and then just release that way. I'll have backup materials for the next Incarnon, which is probably not a bad idea anyway. I have friend requests. Accept all. If we can't get a full group together, I'll just try to go for the second. I'll just try to go for the next thing, and then the next decree, and then I'll bounce out after that, not do a full run. If we can't get a full party. If you're pushing inclusion and diversity in a good game, I don't really mind because the game is good, but it's only predatory ass game trying to make money. Nah, yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I say this shit all the fucking time. Like, the thing that pisses me off when it comes to a lot of these games is that, like, they'll throw up about how, like, you know, you're bad for not liking the game, and they'll hate you for all that. But then in the same breath, the only reason why they're making characters look a certain way or they're doing certain things is because they're trying to pander to audiences, because they're trying to make money. They don't give a fuck about your skin color. They don't care about, you know, how you identify. They don't care about who you sleep with. They care about what's in your fucking pocket. They'll do anything they can to get to it. And the government money on top of that, right? The only color, yeah, the only color they care about is green. That's why I always fucking cringe when I look at some of these idiots that are online. They're like, you don't understand. You know, these corporate companies are trying to push an ideology because they want us all to eat bugs and they don't want us to, like, no. That's not why they're trying to make you gay, dog. They don't care what you do, as long as you're spending money. That is the only thing they care about. I'm gonna get some more water. Am I the only one that thinks Hogwarts Legacy was only okay? Story didn't do it for me. And it still ended up kind of woke despite the drama. Of course it is, because the game doesn't have anything to do with fucking J.K. Rowling. Like it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard in my fucking life. The people that were like, J.K. Rowling, J.K. Rowling. She didn't have anything to do with the fucking video game. People are fucking crazy. She had nothing to do with the game. By the way, I actually really liked Hogwarts Legacy. It wasn't like a fucking 10 out of 10 to me, right? Yeah, it wasn't a 10 out of 10. I thought it was a relatively solid video game.
While others in Duviri have laughed at my pain. Today, we shall turn the world upside down. Are we to leave the treasures of the past moldering where they fell?
The third part dragged. Yeah.
Gather them up.
That and the game like really didn't like scale in difficulty in like a meaningful way, if that makes any sense. Like once you had fucking dark arts, like G, dude, game's over. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? You just fucking what is it? Curcio, and then or Incrucio, and then Avada Kedavra. All right, everything's dead. Next. Though I will say that like the character voice acting for that was fucking fire. It was fire. I'm sorry, but like the fucking voice actor that they got for that, Crucio, like fuck man. And then he said, "I'm fat, cut down." Like man, he was into that shit. Motherfucker was into that shit. He was like, fuck yeah. Yo, demons. We got demons. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. Ow! You fucking bitch. One thing that I wanted to mention when I watch your vids is that technically these games are not inclusive since we don't feel included. Wow. I mean, but it's not made for you. It's only made to be inclusive for audiences that they deem that need to be included.
At least she was doing something. But her sorrow grew.
The Undercroft is in agony.
Technically, no game is immersive because they're not in the game. Oh no, they're saying inclusive, not immersive, but I get what you're saying as well. Not yet, at least. The day is coming. The day is coming. Soon SAO will be real. Yeah, thanks to the tech lord. Thanks to the fucking tech lord Elon Musk that's rapidly trying to bring Cyberpunk 2077 to real life. I fucking hate it here sometimes. I fucking love being an American. I fucking love America. I just hate this timeline that we're in right now. When I have to listen to politicians talking about how they want to have Elon Musk audit the fucking government, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are we letting, like, why is the corporate side of America getting that close? Like, what are you fucking doing? Please stop. Like, we already know that you guys are paid off by these guys, but the last thing we don't need you to go full mask off and let these motherfuckers start running the government. Like, what the, like, literally Cyberpunk 2077, you know, soon, TM. Dudes like us should be the target audience since dudes like us play dang games the most. The target audience for what though? See, like that's the problem that I have as well, is that like I think like a worthwhile discussion that everybody's kind of afraid to have, especially because there's so many people out there that are fucking I don't want to say grifters, but like because I think it's kind of like intellectually like kind of lowbrow to say something like that. But like genuinely there are people that are out there that are making content or posting on social media just for engagement, and they don't actually believe in what they're saying. They just do it because they know it triggers audiences and fucking mouth breathers that'll you know give them engagement and pay them money. Like they'll just straight up fucking lie about shit. Like straight up lie about shit. But like as an example, just as a thought experiment, what are the games that we're saying that need to be made for us? Are we saying all games need to be made for us? No, I don't think so. Nor do I think that every game needs to be like a patronizing creation for like each group of people. Like women games need to be dress up games, or like family simulators. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's fine to still have games like, again, I think that Warframe is probably one of the better examples of it, right? Like identity is almost completely removed. It's a theme of the game is that identity is removed for the most part, right? Like, Like I think it's like, but you also don't need every game to be that. And I think it's good to have like some games be one thing and some games be another thing. You just can't be shocked. What am I doing? I'm playing as fucking homeboy. You just can't be shocked when you don't have an audience show up. I think that's the most important thing to keep in mind. Like, I think it's fine that you want to come out with, you know, X game or Y game or whatever, but just don't be like fucking surprised when you only get 1,000 concurrent players. Like, you made your bed, fucking sleep in it. Like, I mean, you also have to be kind of like a smart business. You have to be like smart from a business sense as well. And I think a lot of these companies are starting to learn that they're like, yeah, okay, this is a bad fucking idea. Like, virtue signaling through our products is not going to work out. We're just going to lose a lot of money. Rage baiters? Yeah, there's tons of them, man. Well, I saw that one video where that dude is like literally like that dude's like calling like calls the act man woke. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? And then like saying that he's being paid off by these companies, that he's actually gay, and like a bunch of other random, like just like straight up like dude, just it's like straight up lied about homeboy. I'm sitting there like, what the fuck, bro? Like it'd be one thing if you're like showing some like proof of like what you're saying, but dude was like legit sitting there just spouting fucking lies as if they're fact and like sounding so vindicated in doing so. I'm like sitting there like, I can't believe this motherfucker said this shit, and not like saying it from like I'm cringing because you're saying this shit. I'm cringing because you're saying this shit.
Lucinia had set her feet.
He was spouting crazy shit. He was popping off. He was popping off. Don't get me wrong. I got a few laughs out of it because I thought the shit was fucking hilarious. I thought the shit was fucking hilarious.
Both of us discarded. Both of us now derelict. Both forgotten.
Wait a minute. Why am I tripping?
Again, that one of us may live on.
Titan's Rest. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go to Titan's Rest, guys. I gotta go get my shit. I don't want to forget my fucking materials. The last thing I want to do. I'll let you guys do your thing. Isn't that Actman Concord vid? Yeah, Actman did a video on Concord, but the problem is that like they don't like it. Like, you have these fucking, you have people that like they fucking hate nuance, man. They fucking hate nuance. They can't deal with it. It requires thinking. Thinking is hard. It overheats the brain. It's the last thing that you want. Okay? It's the last thing that you want. So when they're like, oh, because like I don't use the fucking word woke, dude. I don't fucking like it because I don't like identity politics. I don't like fucking any of it. Right, left, fucking middle, whatever. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. I mean, I'll call shit out. I think that's a difference. And I'll be a little bit a little bit more strongly worded than most people will in some of my videos. I'll say what's on my mind, but also at the same time, like, just because motherfucker doesn't want to use the terminology that you work with doesn't mean that they don't. Doesn't mean they're not talking about the same shit.
Answer its cry.
Dude like pulled up a picture of like Actman at like a pride parade or something like that. They're like, see, he's in. But see, the problem is that so the reason why you're gonna see people like that get a lot of traction is because they are taking the fucking extreme. Like, I mean, from like the content that I was seeing, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, you're making it sound like I don't know, I don't even want to get into that kind of shit, to be honest with you. Like, because I don't want to, like, the problem is that like I don't know the guy or the guy's content. It was just a video that I came across. It popped up on my fucking timeline and I saw it and was like, this isn't good. This isn't fucking good. If you guys see any of them, make sure to mark them. Otherwise, I won't find it. He called them all gay communists. Yeah, well, see, and that's the problem is that, like, then all of a sudden, like, now you're dipping into the territory of being like gay equals bad. Like, I mean, unless he's like, is he like a Christian Puritist or something like Puritan or something like that? I mean, if that's the case, I mean, more power to you, man. You know, flex your faith, I guess. But like, I don't have any problem with fucking gays, dude. Like, what does it have anything to do with me? What they do have anything to do with me? Fucking nothing, dude. Nothing. Like, you start talking like that, and I start thinking, like, are you sitting up at night, like, thinking to yourself, like, are my neighbors having fucking... Are my neighbors doing butt stuff right now? I feel like I'm getting a rash. Can somebody mark that again? It disappeared. Too extreme in any direction is never good. Like, fucking seriously, like, it's bad, dude. Like people are so fucking polarized today. Like, I'm of the mind, and I think this is like relatively simple. Like, I'm not gonna fuck with you. You don't fuck with me. Okay? It's as simple as that. Like, I'm not gonna tell you what to think or believe because I don't think it's my place to do so. But I don't think that anybody should tell me what to think or believe either. And like, I mean, that's it. That's literally just, that's how I feel. Don't interrupt my life. I'm not going to interrupt yours. But the minute that you come to my fucking door and tell me that I need to act a certain way or think a certain way or whatever it might be, yeah, that's when the conversation switches, right? That's when all of a sudden we have a fucking problem. And I do think that, like, in a lot of ways, that's one of the problems that are plaguing like modern games today, is that you have an overwhelming push from both developers and companies in general that are like shaming consumers and acting like they need to like fucking line up to get in line with whatever their personal ideology that they have aligned themselves to is. And like, that shouldn't be the expectation that you have on consumers. Holy shit, there's 3 of them over here. That shouldn't be the expectation that you put on consumers. Your job is to serve them, not them serve your interests. That's not how this shit works. So of course you're gonna start having people fucking like pick sides on shit and get extreme. And in a lot of cases, I think that just because of the nature of like how polarized shit has become, like, you're forcing people from the middle to either side. That's the other thing I think a lot of people fail to realize, is that I think a lot of people on the right think that people are being forced onto their side, and what they don't realize is people are being forced onto both sides. It's not just one side. It's not just one. All right, I'm good. I got the materials I need. Live and let live. Yeah, basically. It's because people only seek an echo chamber. I think that explains a lot. It's not that people seek an echo chamber, it's that people thrive in an echo chamber. If I live in a space in which everybody agrees with me, life is that much easier, right? Life is that much easier. It's so much easier being around people that agree with everything that you say and you agree with everything that they say, rather than it is being around people that challenge your thoughts and ideas. Sounds like the type of person to have a manifesto. To be honest with you, yes. If you've ever noticed that the vast majority of people that have extreme beliefs typically have a manifesto.
In their stead. This jackal is a mere envoy. Destroy it. The body is
I love that. I love that. The problem with echo chambers is a single step outside and the whole chamber is against you. Yeah. That's the problem with being a moderate, right?
Evade. You can attack later. You have an opportunity.
That's the problem with being a moderate. That's the problem with being somebody that's in the middle on anything. Both sides look at you and say that you're indecisive and weak because you won't choose a side. One side says, one side is like, oh, well, you don't care about, like, I don't know, the safety and the safety and security of our country and of our youth and of our future and all that kind of shit, while the other fucking side is like, you're so, like, basically the other side looks at you and they think you're just a closet bigot instead. You're one that just, it's so fucking weird, dude. Fuck them both. That's all I gotta say. Fuck them both. They're both fucking weird as shit. And the worst part is that, like, both sides are fucking liars. They're both liars, lying to themselves. They know that the truth of all matters lies in between and never on one side. But they can't afford to say that, because the minute that they say that, or the minute that they think that, they're immediately fucked because their whole side turns against them. The ideologies and the lives they built for themselves completely fall apart within seconds, and now all of a sudden they don't know what they stand for. They're not in a group anymore, so their tribalism is lost. They don't feel included. They don't feel like they have direction in life, because everything they do is measured by their worth in somebody else's eyes rather than their own.
Let this victory serve as a war.
Just being real.
Duviri is defended.
Studies have shown that diverse groups are more moderate. Yeah, of course they are. Because there's a diversity of ideas. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well and taking care of yourself. I'm doing my thing, man. When they say long time no see, I'm like the easiest person to find. Come on, Andrew. Video games used to be a great escape from all that drama. Yeah, until they wanted to fucking rope it into the rest of this shit.
Sadness is the dragon that devours
Which on that note,
it spawns many children.
that I can't blame anybody but the industry for that, because they're the ones that brought that shit on.
The worm of sorrow is ravening with despair. She will make all Duviri mourn.
Enough!
You've mounted the... You have control. Cut the ties that bind.
Yeah. I'm just gonna let you guys do that. I'll never make it in time. You guys are so much faster than me. I'll go this way though. For real, Toby. What do you say? Video games can still be a great escape if you never have social media and never look up anything online. Fucking true, man, actually. Not gonna lie, pretty based.
An enemy that cannot retreat is the most dangerous, for they have nothing left to lose.
You a sad dragon. You a sad dragon. Birds. Bro, I cannot wait for them to release like a new skin for fucking Dante. I'm gonna be real. I actually do not like Dante's design. I like him as a class, but I don't like his look. It's too bulky. I like a thinner look. He looks like fucking Rhino with a book and fucking ice cream for a hat. Changed my mind. Changed my mind. Okay. Bro's got no flashy aesthetics that make you yeah, I know. He has none. No. Literally, Dante has no fucking drip. Like, I know he can look cool, but he's gonna end up looking cool through skins. I saw somebody say something about Gandalf. I would fucking love it if they just made a straight up fucking, like, you know, less bulkier, like, wizard skin. Kind of like Wisp. You know which one I'm talking about? Like the witch skin for Wisp.
Bravely done. For this one night at least, Duviri is called.
Yeah, that skin's my favorite. Especially that headpiece. That headpiece is fucking god mode. So good. It's one of those take my money skins. It was like, well, fuck, here you go. I hope they continue the like the proto frame story, because I totally want to get a fucking Wisp proto frame and Saren and Ember, actually. Just make one of them where their ass is just out, unlike that, you know, or like maybe like a fucking, you know, they're all about ass at Digital Extreme, so you know, one of those, like, you know, they got like just a little bit of the bottom cheek leaking out. That's what I'd be talking about. Like on Ember, like a little bottom cheek. You know what I mean? Little bottom cheek. I think people would be into it. I think people would buy that. Did you unlock Sebagoth Prime yet? No. No. I've not gone and bought any, don't I have to go buy the, whatchamacallits for him? What are they called? Relics. I gotta buy. I have to buy relic packs, but I don't remember who I buy relic packs from. Syndicate and open world rep. All regular syndicates sell them. I'll check the syndicates when I get back to the ship then.
Everyone pulling together. Weapons with a touch of the... Let's hear your requirements. Okay, bring it to life.
Headshots will activate Incarnon. What do I got to do to unlock the first one? Complete a solo mission with Lex Prime equipped. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, it won't even tell me what I need to do. Okay.
Here's where it gets interesting. Okay.
Okay. Thank you guys for helping me with Duviri. Sounds hard, not gonna lie. Yeah, no. Is it just Lex Prime equipped, or is it just have it equipped? I think you just said have it equipped.
Unread inbox messages make me ill.
Just have it equipped? Alright, I'll just do like a fucking, I don't know. capture mission. You know what? I love tater tots.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point.
Like, they're
Happy
fucking
hunting.
amazing. Like, whoever invented them is like super smart. Probably made a lot of money.
Target located. Bring them in.
Banger. True.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
Fast as fuck. I might end up playing more Warframe tomorrow. I don't know. Part of me wants to, I want to kind of play Deadlock tomorrow, but I don't know. I actually really suck at that fucking game and don't really want to get frustrated on camera. I don't really get frustrated. I got frustrated when I play solo and there's nobody to talk to. That's the only time that I get upset. I can't think if there's anything else I wanted to play recently. Man, you're going for a long stream today? Yeah, it just kind of happened accidentally. I don't know if you said you missed it, but what's your favorite weapon?
Ordis has received messages from the operator.
I don't know.
No, I have not read them.
Probably... Good question, actually. Probably Fullman Prime. I really like Fullman. Sherpa, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Saw your YouTube videos about Warframe recently and absolutely love them. Extremely well done. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think, yeah, probably Fullman Prime, honestly. And the reason why I like Fullman is, one, I like the two modes, but more than anything, I actually just really like the audio feedback. I really like the sound design of Fullman. I don't know why, but I do. I just do. What do we got here? Increased base damage by 20 on.
Now, who would be knocking all the way out here?
Ordis, I'm talking.
Operator, I don't
Bro?
think we should answer that.
Increased base damage by 20 on shield break. Increased base damage by 80. Increased base damage by 20 with channeled ability active. 60% ammo capacity. Ammo efficiency. I feel like 2. I feel like this one. I feel like trusty sidearm. Like Hoplite also looks like it'd be good, but I don't know. First one is way better. Why is it that when I see you guys all saying the same thing, I want to do the opposite of what you say? Like, it's in me to do that. It's just in me to say, nah, fuck y'all. Nah. Because you're a baby? What you mean by that? Rebel man, I can't help it. Gamer instinct, yeah. I just delete the item entirely. Kill 100 enemies with the weapon in its with this weapon's Incarnon verb. Incarnon verb. Okay. 100 enemies with this weapon's Incarnon form. You know, I should probably do it while I'm at it. Mads. Actions. We'll upgrade. We will polarize. I don't know what the polarity is. I don't know what I'm putting on this thing yet. I don't know what the good mods are. Somebody send me a good build. Do you have the ceramic dagger? I do have the ceramic dagger. Why? Crit viral is what I did with it. Super nice. Add some V's. Okay. I will do just that. I'm just gonna fucking auto install for now. Go ahead and pull out some straight up fucking blasphemy on you guys. Make you all fucking triggered. I can't believe he hit auto install. What is he gonna go and do? Oh wait, likely I'm not gonna kill anything if I do that. What is solo? Just a regular sanctuary onslaught. Imagine if I went to the other one. Well, I guess I had my other weapon would have been fine, but and also my frame would have been fine. Actually, I probably would have been fine overall. Oh well. I just need to get the 100 kills first.
Do not relent. The integrity of this experiment will
Auto install is got way better when they released Duviri, honestly. Yeah. Bro, why do you put me like kill enemies with its Incarnon form? By the way, let's throw you against fucking infected because you know they have like fucking well-defined weak spots. Yeah, go shoot the fucking mangled balls of flesh in their weak spots. Would help if I was using the right weapon too, right? Okay, I'm just gonna fucking murder everything. Fuck this. Linked you my exact build in game chat. Oh, I thought you were gonna link me a fake one. Figure that's what people do instead, right? Just fucking meme on me. They're like, all right, here's the Lex build, and it's just like completely contradictory mods. I would totally buy it. Be like, yeah, this is probably what everybody's using. I could see that. I'd even pretend to. I'd be like, oh yeah, this looks really good. You know what? Tomorrow on stream we should go over that fucking Reddit post and see what some of the replies are. And we'll probably be impressed and also horrified at the same time. It'll be great. I think it'll be a really good time. Do you like Kullervo? I don't have them yet. There's a lot of frames I don't have yet. A lot of frames, actually.
data conduit is open. Go now.
Why am I getting headshots like right now? What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna go on to the next stage. He's the #1 frame if you like crits. Why am I fighting these motherfuckers again? You have a head? Do you have a head? I guess I just do this for now. What the fuck? Kind of cool. Make it easier for me to shoot you guys in the fucking head. I fucking hate these guys so much. Get the fuck away from me. I guess it's kind of hard to shoot you in the head when you're on fire, huh? Come on, guys. Everybody get in a pile. Hey, this motherfucker has some range, huh? That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. All right, I see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, it's kind of cooked, so I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty good. All right, come on, guys. In a group. Get a bunch of y'all together. Line up. $70. I feel like if I try to aim for heads on these guys, I can't hit it. If I shoot blindly, I just get it like automatically. I don't fucking understand.
A new data conduit is open. Our experiment moves to a new zone.
Like, how sick would it be if you helped me fight like Corpus? Hmm? How sick would it be if you had me fight like Corpus? Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Yours is in your belly. Yours is your fucking head. There we go. Thank you.
For you, failure has real life consequences.
All right, we're good. I'm gonna turn on the heat. Light him up, light him up. Oh, it's my cat. Why do I keep shooting my dead cat? What the fuck's wrong with me? Fucking sociopath or something like that. You know, that's when you're dialed in, when you're already when you're trying to shoot your allies. What? So true, headshots rough, at least primary if you have 3 headshot mod with hunter's ammunition. I have that. I have that. That's the build on my Burstin, which makes sense with that weapon, right? I guess it probably makes sense for anything that you're trying to stack headshots on.
Proceed immediately.
Have you guys tried that? If you use Clearbow's chain with the Kuba nuker and basically mass clear? I didn't even know you could do something like that. It's crazy. 6K hours in and I'm still not sure where the heads uninfested are. Yeah, I figured as much.
Hunter, the sanctuary will go on without you.
Yeah, whatever you say, Samaras. Motherfucker's bitter about everything I do. Never enough.
Ordis has received messages for the operator. No, I have not read them.
We're yapping in DMs. Oh, bro, I don't check DMs in game. It's very rare that I ever do, unless I'm looking at like fucking fashion frame. You have to keep in mind. I don't think people really like realize this. Like my and this is not like a gloat thing by any means. Like my Warframe videos have like in total like millions of views. Right? There's a lot of people that PM me when I play the game. Okay.
Operator, Ordis is sorry. Happy to report that all my good jokes are gone.
Why would you send me something with a fucking So you said that the two that you're missing here. Okay, so apply mods. Config A. Override. I should have all of those. What is the one that I don't have? I know I have hemorrhage. For sure. Oh, I'm just out of space. Hemorrhage. And I have lethal torrent as well. I should at least. Yeah. Okay. Just need to finish like leveling it up and putting shit on it. Send him a stug. He needs one. What the fuck up? Why would you say that? What's wrong with you? Why are you like this? Hmm? All right. What's the next one here? On headshot. No. Base magazine capacity. Reload speed. I mean, I guess it's like 2 or 3 here, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, why would I give a fuck about recoil? Please do not waste your fucking platinum sending me stugs. I already have enough. I have like 4. I have like 4 or 5. Yeah, I mean, base magazine capacity by 10. 10 shots is still a lot in a fucking... Always one faster reload? Really? I mean, I guess. I don't know. I'll fucking go with what you say just because I feel like it. Get 5 headshots on this weapon in Incarnon form on a single mission. Holy shit, dude. That sounds really hard. I don't think I can do that, guys. I don't think I can do that. There's no shot. What's that? You said 200 stugs? Fuck off. Wait, how many did it say? Did it say 20 headshots? 100 million headshots? Five. Maybe it's like a trick number. Maybe it's like 5 is like not the real number. You know what I mean? Like 5 stands for something. Like the Illuminati or something like that.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
Oop, wrong weapon. Hey, turn around. It's a turn around.
Capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
I have to aim it over their head. There we go. I got it.
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Fine, you get the Incarnon. Bye. Alright, bye. Go up here, do this, do like 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 wow. Oh, my cheeks are too big. I got stuck between the pipes. By the way, the main reason you want hemorrhage is because the Incarnon has a guaranteed impact proc. Oh, that is strong.
Ordis has received messages.
So it's just gonna fucking proc bleeds. That's sick. Up. Headshot damage on equip. Status chance. Base critical chance. Man, these are actually really hard. I would imagine, is it status chance that you're wanting to go for here or what? You'll want crit. Since Lex is a crit weapon, it increases the base stats on Lex, making it even more powerful. Okay.
operator.
There be.
Otis is sorry. Happy to report that all my good jokes are gone.
There it be. And then I just need to throw some other mods on here and level it up and format it up, and then it'll be fucking chill. It'll be chilling. It's a plasma shotgun. That's nice. Isn't is Dual Toxis next week? Yeah. I'll have to get that. Torrid and Dual Toxis. Yeah, that's gonna be fucking gross. Stacked lineup. Yeah, it's like the one, like for sure I'll be pushing those because it's been, I've missed the rotation I think twice or 3 times or something like that. So I'll grab it. But yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, guys. Well, check it out. We've been streaming for 9 hours. It's far longer than I wanted to stream, but it is what it is. I was having a good time. We were having a good time, so this is the way things go, okay? Here's the deal. This is what's happening. I am going to finish my dinner, and then I'm going to get ready to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to get on tomorrow, and we're going to do this whole thing all over again, okay? We still got, like, weeklies and dailies to do for Warframe. We can work on, you know, getting this thing all formatted out and getting this all built and looking good, smelling good, you know, all across the board. Maybe we'll do a little bit of like fashion frame or something like that tomorrow or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll just see what we can figure out. We might end up maybe we'll play something else later during the stream or something. Who knows? We'll see how it rolls. Great hanging with you, man. Catch you tomorrow, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Hopefully if I can, I'll try to get on a little earlier if I can, but if not, it'll probably be around noon PST. Same time, same place, same thing, baby. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for all the gifted subs, the donations, the super chats, all that stuff. You guys are fucking insane today. That shit was crazy. Thank you so much for that. Thank you guys for all the support on the videos and everything. Without you, none of this shit works. So love you guys. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening. I will see you guys tomorrow. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. See you guys tomorrow.